It ain't no mystery. I'm all out of that. I'm pushing back and running you over. I've been thrown down, run around, beaten till I hit the ground. Telling you right now that it's over. There's no room for mistakes. All the plots are in place. Say what you will, but say it to my face. Better back the fuck up. Better shut the fuck up. I'll do what I want, and I'll never give up. I won't be broken. Won't be tortured. Won't be beaten down. Have the answer. Take the pressure. Turn it all around. Lift me up above this. The flames and the ashes. Lift me up and help me to fly away. Lift me up above this. The broken, the empty. Lift me up and help me to fly away. I'm gonna change history and light in the world. See some modesty through my eyes. I'm gonna lash that check down and train to last a heart attack. Stomp out all the ugliest lies. You can't convince me to change. We ain't on the same page. Oh, I had the feel, now there's nothing to gauge. Let's get out of my way, cause there's nothing to say. It's not all you got, because I ain't got all day. Won't be broken, won't be tortured, won't be beaten down. Have the answer, take the pressure, turn it all around. Lift me up above this, the flames and the ashes. Lift me up and help me to fly away. Lift me up above this, the broken, the empty. Lift me up and help me to fly away. Won't be broken, won't be tortured, won't be beaten down. Have the answer, take the pressure, turn it all around. Lift me up above this, the flames and the ashes. Lift me up and help me to fly away. Lift me up above this, the broken, the empty. Lift me up and help me to fly away. To fly away. To fly away. Lift me up.
That is the first time I've ever heard that. What's up, everybody? We are here officially. They're muted, so I guess that means Kelly talks. Let me change this. Okay. How was
Every show.
Huh?
Oh, I'm doing great. Every show should start out with a song like that. That was a good song, right, Kelly?
Yeah, it was. It reminds me of "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor." Let the bodies hit. Whoever sings that, I don't know.
Drowning Pool.
See, hey, I don't know about that stuff. Okay,
Me either. I'm just a damn gardener.
You're damn gardener. That's it.
I'm here for pure comedic relief. Just kidding.
Right. Well, I figured, in YouTube fashion, we should probably start a little bit soft. That seems to be kind of like the rules. Like, don't go in too hot.
Okay, so we're gonna do HBO at 10 o'clock, not 3 a.m. Gotcha.
Well, I guess we could start on the lighter side of things. The queen is officially dead. Um, or so they say, you know. I don't really get into that kind of stuff, but yeah. What else? What is the latest stuff? Let's go over the Memphis shooter because I'm kind of interested in this. What's up, Night Stalker? How are you? Thanks for coming by. Um, anything you can tell me about him? My son showed me some video that he basically was like, I'm about that life, and walked in and just shot somebody, but I don't know how many people were actually shot and killed. I don't know. Do you know the numbers on that?
No, I haven't heard anything about it. Carolyn probably knows.
Wow, you didn't hear about the Memphis shooter, really?
I heard about it, but you know,
See how we okay. I think people that are more like us probably tend to stay away from the news to know all that. But I'm sure somebody in the chat knows. Oh man. What's
Yeah,
up,
I think
Lord?
I must have seen about 96,000 times today already since early this morning. Queen Elizabeth is ill, and then it was, nope, she died. Sorry.
No, she died. So, yeah, that was the first thing I woke up to. You know, the history and all this stuff. That's like his thing. So, you know, he was quick to tell me, Mom, you know, and I'm like, oh, okay. Not that I really give a fuck, right? Because I just don't care. But I mean, I guess it would
yeah,
be.
they'll still own the United States of America corporation, so it doesn't really matter who's in charge.
Hey, Mark. Man, and did I say hi to Lord Spike Protein? Did I? I hope so.
What's
Marshmallow
up,
Man.
everybody?
Ellis
What's up, Louis?
Pete's here. I'm sorry if I miss. It's no offense to anybody, but so you know, clearly, like I said, I've been gone, so I have to in pure. It would only be right if I talked about my opinion of this lovely speech. I have to touch base on that
Let her
because
rip. I want to hear it.
wow, what a fucking shit show. So now it is unbeknownst to me, the word patriot is probably going to become a canceled word. That it's somehow racist because everything's fucking racist. My
Good luck.
eye color, you know, my McDonald's cup. I'm sure there's something that can be found on there. Pancakes. Pancakes are still racist.
50% of my daily life might be considered racist. I'm just letting y'all know because there's so much that is. I mean, I can't even piss in a fucking white toilet without having white guilt. I mean, fuck.
Oh my God.
But you know how much a black toilet costs? Holy shit. I am not rich. I live in a trailer.
Joker, yes, I have lost some weight, but that's because Mo makes me eat salad all the time. I am not well fed, let's just say.
Joe, that's my sister you're talking about. I'm just kidding. I love you, man.
No, but I don't think I've really lost weight. Not like that. Maybe a few pounds. But yeah, I have been eating better. A lot of salad and more salad. Oh God. Peanuts. Yeah. Let me stop. Anyway.
You've been eating a lot of what?
Peanuts.
Oh, okay.
Peanuts.
Sorry, Kelly.
And it's going to be an interesting evening.
2 for 2.
Yeah. Sorry, that was the Apple Jack Daniels, Kelly. I'm sorry. I did save it, by the way.
Oh, you saved it?
Yes.
Oh, man. Then it shall get very interesting. But back to that. So what does that make everybody that actually supports the country? So if you support the country, you're the bad guy. And you most definitely can't be interested in MAGA at all. You can't have any support behind Trump anymore because you're going to be considered some type of raging lunatic. And, you know, they're just
It's
going
all
to try to silence and force people into
right.
submission.
They cannot silence thought, though, Kelly. There's ways of talking to people other than these platforms, and they can't silence our thoughts. They cannot. They can portray a theater in front of us on a television and expect people. A lot of people will believe it. People like me, I ain't falling for the bullshit. None of them. That speech was definitely the amping up of, make one little mistake. It's voter intimidation basically. Make one mistake and we're gonna throw you in prison. Look, we're throwing your people in prison right now. Watch what we're doing. We will do it again. So you just gotta be a free thinker and play the long game.
Okay. Play the long game. So are we insinuating, hey, Callie, hey, love, hey, Lady Courtails, how you doing? Are we insinuating that we're going by the concept of the pen still being mightier than the sword?
Yes, because the sword will never be mightier than the United States government. Anybody that's got that fucking fallacy going on in their brain won't end well for them. I don't care who they are. They could talk all their rhetoric, but it's that inflammatory type speech is no different than what Biden did. It isn't.
Right.
It's more dangerous if you look at it because, I mean, who's worried about a feeble old man that can't fucking shit straight? I mean, you're gonna sit there and then, oh man, the rhetoric that you see on these platforms is astounding. If you just put the
Wildly irresponsible comes to mind.
like I've had
Wildly irresponsible.
the last couple of weeks, if you noticed, I haven't been home. So I have put the YouTube down. And I'm telling you, real life, when you delve into real life, I just don't see it. I've been awakened to other things in my state that are concerning, but it's not that.
Right. Hi, Queen.
What's up, Queen?
Hello, darling.
Hey, Callie.
Hello, everybody. Hey, sis, make sure y'all please share this out on your community post. Let's get some folks in here so we can have a real conversation. Not just speculation. Let's have conversation.
We know the problems, bring the solutions.
Yeah, we absolutely need solutions. And as much as I don't want to say I cannot.
Yeah.
Oh, you're boring, Carolyn.
Damn it.
I think you might be okay now. I just went out for a minute. I got to think about my sentence before I say it because, clearly I wouldn't tell anybody to go jump off a cliff without a parachute. Okay. That sounds ridiculous to me. And it also sounds ridiculous to me, just saying, because I have heard this lately too, that we're going to just like somebody, not we, but somehow the whole freaking government is going to be abolished. Yeah.
Right, that part.
If we
That's the wildly dangerous part right there.
And if we are solely depending on other citizens to float the boat, we're all fucking dead. I mean, that just sounds...
The best case scenario for that is a total governmental collapse with non-lethal force. And then your states, you'd be left with your states to take care of you. Hopefully you live in a state where they're not funneling money to stuff that it shouldn't be going to. And you're in a state where they can, at least turn inward and work together and have everything they need to be self-sustaining as a state. But if you go the other route, that's not going to happen. That's going to bring on a force of the federal government that everybody talks about, that everybody thinks that it's going to be some fucking great ride, and I'm talking about martial law. If that happens in this United States, you guys, it's not. They throw your rights out the window. They want that, so don't give it to them. Don't give them the opportunity to drop the hammer on everybody that is a patriot or a American, whatever. Because if they're going to start
A
naming the
human
word,
being.
right, you're
Yeah.
almost dealing with non-human beings as it is up there at the top. So you got to be careful. Attack them
Yeah.
on all spirituality.
Almost none. I would say, and not to, when I sit back and think about everything I've seen throughout my whole life, no way. To think that I would have to possibly depend on another person if God forbid something were to happen, that's the part that scares me. Because I know people, as soon as they get a taste of greed, it's like once a dog gets a piece of ass or, whatever, they want it,
Yep, that's what they want. You can't you listen to the people that are saying this and think if you'd even live under the same roof as some of these cocksuckers, man. I mean, think about it. Would you trust your kids around these people that are spouting that rhetoric? If the answer's no, then it's rhetoric, and that's all that's in line. And the one that's going to take it is the biggest badass and dumbasses of them all. And it's just going to be the same shit that we have now, only they'll be pointing guns at you, not laws and bills and bullshit on the television.
I mean, I know people are pissed.
Of course.
People aren't happy, but I'm trying to be realistic. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
I mean, until this country is 80-20 or better on unity, this 50-50 shit, we'll kill ourselves before we ever get to a capital. Just saying.
ouch. Yeah.
I mean, and I think the overwhelming consensus seems to be is that there are extremes. And that's all
Right.
that's really getting the spotlight. The extremes are getting the spotlight. The extremes are what everybody's worried about. And, the majority of people don't feel that way. The majority of people are not looking to pull a Kathy Griffin and, call some shit out directly on Front Street and say, either you do this or it's this,
Right.
this, and this.
That's where the pen to paper still has a chance, because there's more people that don't want violence that do. But I'm telling you, history lesson for you. If you look back at all the war-torn countries of the last 2,000 years, we made it through all of them wars. Sure, always one government, but it was
people
always
that essentially worked together and survived.
the rural, small communities that banded together, that tried to become as self-sufficient as they could. Sure, there was a lot of atrocities in all these wars, but that's what it's going to be. I mean, tribalism at its finest, if anything pops off, but more than likely that I shudder to think what would happen if anybody tried that.
Well, I'm just, for me, it's frustrating. I probably shouldn't have even went and listened to it because, I did obviously get the recap, I talked to Callie about it and I think John, and I just couldn't even believe that. Like, are you serious?
You got to understand what people are attributing that speech to that one man. He didn't write the speech. He was just up there being the puppet.
Right.
So it's the people that wrote that speech, approved that speech. That's the ones you got to worry about. Them bureaucrats behind the scenes, you ain't got to worry about him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's too manipulative. You can manipulate him out of nothing because, yeah, that's the scary part of the whole having a president that's not in his right frame of mind. He doesn't know what he's signing, what he's doing, and therefore the people that we don't want controlling this country are doing it.
But that's the catch-22 right there. Every act or order that is signed by a sitting president, unless it is ratified or nullified, still sits in place. Now, I want y'all, this is something interesting that I ran across in my perusals. Executive Order 13848.
I think okay, I'm going to pull that up because I think I know where you're going. I think I heard about this. Hold on. Okay. Go ahead. Hold on. Wait. I'm lying.
You're
Say
actually
that
sitting.
again. 138.
13848, yes.
Look at Kelly all fancy with the computers and such.
Oh, I wish. I wish. Here we go. All right. Okay, let's see this. Now, this is from September 12th, 2018. Wait a minute. Executive Order 13848, imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference. What the fuck? Okay. Now, what the fuck is this all about?
That means if Russia or China or anybody tries to fuck with our elections, immediate sanctions get put in place. If it hasn't been revoked already, but if he if T-Man signed it, then it's already gone. Especially if it's just an executive order.
Yeah, it's from September 12th,
But
2008.
the executive order itself, it says directly on there, cannot be dismissed. They stand alone unless they are revoked or nullified or amended. So that was
Well,
signed September 12th, 2018.
right. But
2
nullifying
full
it
years before.
wouldn't nullifying it be revoking the executive order that it stands on? If you revoke the executive order that it stands on, it
Right,
has no stand.
right. But there's no proof that it's been revoked. It's based on the tenets of 2 other executive orders that were signed in 2015 and 2016 to essentially allow for free and fair elections without foreign interests getting involved, without any kind of interference being brought in, without anything. So the core tenets of this were already beginning to be built prior to the 2016 election. Let's make that clear. The core tenets to this were already getting signed in and were in place prior to the 2016 election. Now, with this being in place in 2018 prior to the 2020 election, that stands that any country that interfered was going to be hit with sanctions. And it spells out very clearly which branches of the government, which parties are going to be responsible for essentially investigating and documenting everything all the way down to the Department of Justice, and all of the different houses that are responsible for their separate parts of making sure that assets are taken, if there are any citizens' information that is taken, that it is regained, along the lines of mass identity theft, the machines. There's all kinds of stuff to this.
Now, also, we were under the assumption, well, some of us were, that, all these IRS agents were being hired. But what is with this Inflation Reduction Act?
I'm
That's
pretty sure that's going to go along the lines of some of the other bills that they're trying to sign, where they drop the cost of the Federal Reserve rates to drop the inflation. There's several pieces to some of these bills that they're putting through, including the veteran bill, right? for the veterans' health care. There's a very slick backhanded maneuver that they put into there that states that they've only got 2 years to file their claims. So that's something that needs to be shouted from the rooftops. If you're going to get it, get in and get in it now, like yesterday.
Okay, let's see here. See, I never, man, I'm horrible. Okay. Yeah, I would have to go through and read all of this. I just thought about that. Let's see, Lord John. Oh God. Okay. So the idea that 80 some thousand IRS agents were being hired is false. Is that correct?
I haven't seen anything to verify it one way or the other. I think it may be along the lines of containing this information, possibly even as far as recouping people's identities were they to be hacked. There's a lot of hacking that's going on, both, from phones to email accounts to Google accounts. I mean, it just doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. We've run across this personally in the last week or so. One of our friends had multiple different accounts of theirs hacked. And then turned around and ended up with bank fraud within like 2 or 3 days of that occurring. So this is yet another key point to bring to the table to tell folks, guard your shit, make sure your shit is backed up. If you can do the VPN thing, cool. If not, just don't leave your shit on the devices that you do every day and do the best you can to have them secure.
Now, I want to know how this works. Now, this Green New Deal, is that their whole push for the electric car, right? Well, that's
Yes.
one of the things. Okay. How in the fuck is it mathematically possible that we all go buy an electric car, right? Let's say we go buy a 160, I don't even know how much the Tesla costs, but how is it even, how is
It's
it
really
possible?
not.
I just don't understand how the grid would even uphold something like that.
It's not going to yet. They need to do it in phases.
That's not.
They're trying to move much faster than what the current grid can stand. Now, California is experiencing level 3 blackouts, right? The governor has been saying essentially that people need to, super cool their houses until 3 p.m. And then after that, do the best you can to turn everything off. I mean, I've got people out there that have said that they're sometimes the only ones on their block trying to cut back to avoid all of these blackouts and all of that stuff. And it's like,
But how could you fix blackouts in California and telling people to buy? That's backwards to me.
well, the other part of the problem is the extreme temperatures that they're experiencing right now. The extreme heat in places that are typically not, 3-digit temperature zones are getting absolutely hammered right now. And it's going to be probably until Saturday before the temperatures come below a triple digit reading for a lot of California. They hit one of the cities, I forget which one, up towards Northern California, Modesto, Redding, that neck of the woods up there was looking at a record temp that hadn't been seen since close to 1925.
We
And
have
they
a
hit
ton.
116.
We have a ton of those windmills, Night Stalker. When you get into like southwestern Wisconsin, you will see a ton of them. They're huge. I mean, for miles.
Mhm.
I don't know. I just don't want to sit here like a big baby and cry about everything just not being fair, right? But it frustrates me because I feel like, how dare you put the American people's back against the wall like that? It just, like I said, it's trying to silence people into submission, you know? Like, fucking fall in line or else. That's some bullshit. That's not fair. What world are we in? I hate using that word because when I was a kid, I used to say to my mom all the time, life isn't, like, it's not fair. And then she would always say, life ain't fair, and it's like, yeah, I get that life ain't fair, but this is going above and beyond. Like, that's fucked up. There's no reason that people shouldn't be able to put their support behind the candidate that they feel is best for the job without being called a DT or an
Right.
extremist or
An extreme thinker. That's the other
just let
one.
you know, Kelly, the eagle has landed. What we were talking about earlier.
oh, okay.
All right, now we may continue.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. So
Right on, right on. I mean, it is. It's forcing everybody to comply.
Queen, get your butt up here. Don't act like I don't like you, Queen. Stop it.
oh yeah, no, he had something to do real quick. Yeah, it's a lot of windmills in Wisconsin. Lots. But I don't really see I guess I don't really know the big benefit on that. Is that really doing these farmers a favor? That's the people I see with them. I mean, or is it somebody else that pays for them?
I don't know if you ask an eagle what about if they like them windmills, they'll probably tell you no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, shit. Gosh.
I mean, we have the probability and the possibility to do great things for this world in our lifetime. That's a fact. We have a hell of a lot more probability to turn things around in our lifetime for our kids' sake and their kids' sake. And that's a fact.
True, but this is the one thing I really wanted to get into, and I'm going to start it right now. Okay, a lot of people that I've came across use this, Christian tag. A lot of people talk about God and praying and, repenting and et cetera, et cetera. But I've noticed that people that don't really, like, for example, my son, if you can't prove it scientifically, it's not true to him. He has a right to his own opinion. Does he believe in God? Yes, but he's more agnostic. Okay, I don't fault him for it. I mean, you're really not supposed to argue the Bible, et cetera, et cetera. But
Right.
this is where my problem comes. I grew up in a household with a real Christian. I don't know the Bible, but is that important to me? No, because I know how to be a good person. And the problem in society is we are slacking as being quote unquote good people. Now, if you skip that part, all that other shit you do doesn't even matter. Because that's, to me, one of the main major guidelines. If we just use the simple 10 commandments, treat people the way you want to be treated, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, and you can tell a person's spirituality over Christianity by the things that they go through. Us three on this panel have been through some shit spiritually. So we kind of have, there's not a doubt in our mind. There's things that have happened in my life that have not given doubt. Sure, other people might just chalk it up to science or there's a reason. But when all of that goes away, when it's been put directly against science and prevails, then you know that science is great. Science is good. But you can't. The reason that people keep doing scientific experiments is because they have faith that that they have faith in the outcome. So if you could put your faith in the outcome of a science experiment, it's no different than putting your faith in a higher power, God, Jesus, any of that. It's no different. So if you're putting your faith in an experiment, which is that what you're doing, because that's why you're doing experiments, you don't know the results. It's the same thing.
But okay, I get that, but how can people call them? You know, I don't care about religion. I'm just using as an example, like Christians. I know, I see, I am in a family with real Christians. They do not move like the collective that call themselves Christians. They just don't.
That's what happens when you try to transfer real life to a platform such as this. They'll take that what they see in a real Christian and claim to be that. That doesn't make that so. That makes it clicky and viewy, and they don't do anything on these bigger platforms, especially the bigger creators. I ain't gonna say names because I promised I wouldn't, but we know who they are. All they're doing is riding the coattails of real Christians. They're not real Christians because they wouldn't put their faith or their belief system above the money that they're trying to gain by claiming it.
Man.
And they certainly wouldn't deny people in need when there's a need to help.
Yeah, that doesn't make no sense to me because I'm poor as dirt, and I still find a way to help people, whether it be through free eggs or free vegetables or whatever. I still do it. But you see these guys touting these, thousands of people in their chat rooms, and they're this and they're that. And then they see one of their own struggling, just absolutely struggling. And there isn't a line of these motherfuckers to help that man. I mean, come on now. That's the character that the words don't line up with. You always go by the character and what you're seeing, not by what you're hearing.
And don't get me wrong, I get it. Everybody goes through their shit, right? We all have something going on right now. That's the truth. And I'll say it, I've said it 1,000 times. People come to YouTube for a reason. And it's not because all of us are fixed, perfect people, okay? We all have flaws. We're all going through something. It's just the way life goes. I'm not saying that. But when I see somebody, like I may think in my mind, like, oh man, this situation is fucked up. I don't like, the whole scenario, and then I'll see something else, and then it'll remind me, like, damn, okay, maybe it's not that bad after all. You see what I'm saying?
And where the conflict is coming from, Kelly, is that you are the type of person, you're the good human being that would have $38 in their Cash App and Cash App somebody $30 because they needed it. While you're sitting here looking at people that saying they're the same as you, and they're God-fearing and they're believing, they won't even take $30 off the top 1 million they make. You know what I mean? That's the difference you're seeing, and that's where the conflict is coming from. And you're completely right.
So we could never, and that's where I give pushback on the concept of we could never depend on people. If we depend, people will fail you every goddamn time. They will. And I'm not saying
people as a collective.
Yeah, as a collective.
Yeah, people, when you start breaking that collective and throwing away the tops and the bottoms, and you're finding your circle, your niche, your core group of friends that takes 45 years to find, 40 years to find and build and grow that. just like it was meant to be. You don't grow that shit overnight. You don't click on a channel and think, "Oh my God, he's everything that I've thought of." It's not how it's supposed to work. That's how we've been programmed to think. That's not how it works. And you got to be willing to build before before you can believe. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I don't know if that's even a feasible point to get to. Yeah, I might have seen it when I was younger. Okay.
And it's a point you don't even need once you get your core group. You don't need that. That's the thing, that everybody thinks that they need the big. When you start thinking that, you only need one really close friend that understands you, that believes everything you believe, that wholeheartedly is your best friend and will love you unconditionally. There's very few people out there that for everybody. You sure won't get it in a collective of 20 million or 300 million, but you'll get it in a collective of 3 or 4.
I mean, technically, if you want to be honest, I could sit up here and say right now, some of the people that others would deem to be the what the what do you want to call it? The bad of society or something like that. Whatever. I probably have more luck calling them like, oh man, I got a flat tire, bro. I need some help. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then I do look into the next person, and that messes up my whole brain. Like I can't fathom that. Every fucking time I see somebody really in a bad spot, it'll drive me crazy. I think in my mind, like, how am I gonna fix this? How can I do something for them and make it significant? But you know what I'm saying? It's just
Right.
Yes.
I've accepted I'll never be rich because I'll give it all away. I've had
Right.
money, a lot of it. I've blown a lot of it. It cannot make you happy. Been there, done that. Money does not make you happy. And you can't take it with you.
It's there to share.
The thing is
That's all there is to it. It's there to share.
they've got so many of us believing that it's worth something. That's the worth in life. That's the value in life. That's the value of a person, is a monetary piece of fucking paper. There's no way that there's people out there that are billionaires that are better than me, because they're the same shit as me. They can't be better than me. They can be equal to. They can't be better. Because I determine how good I am of a human being. Just like every one of us determines how good they are as a human being. And if you're defined as a good human being enough, it doesn't matter how much money they have. Are they good? And if they're not, then the money means shit.
Right. Yep, for sure. I mean, even when, like, for example, sometimes I'll go through,
Hey, Silky.
what's up, BMT? I just saw
What's up,
that.
BMT?
Said I backpiped. He
Bye.
always does that.
What's up, everybody?
That's hilarious. Sometimes I'll go watch, shorts to kind of cheer myself up. Be it little kids, animals, whatever, right? And I was going through it last night, and I don't know, I wasn't in a bad mood. I was just kind of feeling some type of way, It just like, damn, this is a unique scenario. And I came up on this short, and this girl was 23 years old, just starting her life. And she was told she had a brain tumor with 6 months to live. She had just got married. Beautiful girl. She got to a point where she couldn't talk to where people could understand her or walk. And I thought to myself, what the fuck am I thinking? Like, as long as I'm here to be able to, make a move, make something happen. Her situation is that she just got given her death sentence. Now, not to say a doctor can determine that, right? Because, I mean, God willing, my own father has been in hospice for going on almost 2 years, you know? So you never know. But that hurt me. Like, damn, here I am in a bad mood thinking about my own shit, and this is 100 times worse. She's
Right.
just she's just got into the prime of her life, really. She hasn't even really I mean, I wouldn't even say that's necessarily your prime.
That's the same age as my daughter, for crying out loud.
It was just sad. Like, you never know. And that's why every time, I don't care. My son is the same way. You know, with the move and stuff, finances have been really tight because everybody knows it's not cheap to move. Okay. But still, I don't care if it's a black and mild, a couple cigarettes, a few dollars. Every time we go past, it's two homeless people that sit in the same spot, right? My son is so adamant about we got to stop. Now, I know they did a special on 2020, and so that's a hustle for some people. I'm not going to lie, I get it. But, it's still, it just perplexes me. Like, like even a McDonald's biscuit, I don't care what it is, a hash brown, something, you know, I I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I just feel compelled to do it. I don't know. Not all the time, because I get frustrated too. Geez, out here you have 50,000 people asking you all the time. You can't help everybody. But, people catch you at the right time. It's like, fuck it, I got $10 in my pocket. That's $10 in my name. You can have it though, because it'll come back. Like, what am I thinking? I probably would need that $10, but fuck that $10.
I mean, you got to look at it like this: Jesus cured one person of blindness, not the whole planet. You help what's in front of you. I mean, that's discernment. If you're being called upon to help that person at that time, you do it. That's the difference of feeling the spirit and being moved when you need to move. That's what it's all about. You can't help everybody, but when you're compelled to help that one person at that one time, at that moment, then you do it.
The theory of ending, because see, this is what I think of. I know people, for example, I guess if you look at actual terminology, I'd probably be considered something like a classical liberal if we're using the actual terminology that is written down. Just lean right. Okay, that's my lesser evil, in my opinion. Because I do believe in, capitalism and the opportunity for people to make it. If you make it, I feel like you should be able to keep what you earn and flourish. Not saying you don't have to participate in the, you know, it's it, there. Everybody's gonna have to help with something. We have to help. If we don't all help, what's gonna happen? Our country will go down the toilet quicker than it is now.
Right.
I
And
know. Go ahead.
it's hard to get tied up in all the labels they have nowadays. It doesn't know. You don't even know what the hell you are considered politically, because you can't have two varying opinions in your own brain, or your right brain's going to beat up your left brain for being racist and throw them in a gulag for being domestic, tea. So
Yeah, it's like a thing, an angel and a devil on each side. Like,
right. You just gotta. That's where the discernment and spirituality comes into play. Is that you don't look at the R or the D or the I behind their name. You research, you find out, are they good people? Good humans will do good things. Great humans will do great things. Finding the good and great and putting them in power is the only chance we have.
oh shit, that's when we're fucked though. And then I hear people say, "Why do you want to end democracy?" Who said anything about ending democracy? Who said that? Where did that lie come into play at? I'm really curious who started that.
This isn't a democracy, it's a republic.
Well, right, it is okay, but isn't it technically like a constitutional republic, though? Does that make a difference? I don't know. Everybody's got different terminologies, but we also technically would be considered an empire, right? I mean, we could have 50,000 different tags. I don't know. I'm just thinking that I know some people say, well, taking it back to Christianity will get people in order. That's not going to work either because everybody doesn't follow that doctrine, you know?
Yeah, but everybody should follow the doctrine of being a good human being. The belief systems shouldn't define being a good human. Being a
No,
good human is global. It's a worldwide thing. Doing a good deed in India is the same as doing a good deed here, except they have more call centers. It's all the only difference. I'm sorry. That was bad.
3 for 3. I mean, you're not wrong at that point, giving to those less fortunate that are in need, helping out and volunteering, taking care of somebody that needs help, looking out for your neighbors, looking out for your community, doing what you can as often as you can, not because you're praying that it's going to erase all the bad deeds and stuff like that maybe you did when you were younger and a little bit less aware of God's presence, but it's more along the lines of doing it because it's the right thing to do and doing it from a giving, loving standpoint. That's never a bad idea and that's never going to be wrong. We were joking earlier about how to set up something for the dog, because the dog is going through his man juices. And, people are more inclined to help animals in need than help each other. That says a lot about the state of things. But at the same time, animals are seen as the most vulnerable, some of the most vulnerable on Earth, aside from little tiny people and little old people. And I think that overwhelmingly is what drives us as human beings, for the most part, as good people, to help when it's necessary, to help what's in front of you,
Yeah.
and to just do the best you can at being a better version of yourself every day.
And don't be a grifter, man. Because, I know people that were, if they were the YouTuber creators that were in my position, man, they'd be in their yard with the fucking arms of a fucking angel singing in the background, showing you the picture of all the animals and the struggles you're going through. They would do all that, but they're not thinking about what the hell's going on for real. They're not thinking about the animal, but they're thinking about clicks and views. 95% of the people on this platform don't know the situation I'm in. That's because I choose not to. I'm not that person, I handle my problems my way, and I do it without influence of a social media platform. I think a lot of people would take great onus if they would stop taking all of their cues from a social media platform and from life,
no, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree for sure.
What's up, nephew?
What up, OG?
Speaking of that, if Nipsey
What up,
doesn't get his balls cut soon, I'm gonna pull my hair out, man.
Who, Nipsey or Dre? Well, who you talking about?
Nipsey. He's trying to hump my cat. He tries to hump everything. It's just fucking ridiculous, bro. It's horrible.
Yeah, you should see my goats. You're lucky. He just tries to hump everything. My goats piss all over their face. I mean.
Oh my god!
Like I said, you could have it. You could have it two different ways. Because man, the smell right now. Two of the girls are in heat. So my boy goats are going fucking batshit crazy right now. I'll go say hi to them, see if they're awake.
Oh man, I said his
Sure.
name. It's gonna start it. Okay. Poor dog.
I just crawled through a mess of 8-foot tall tomato plants. How am I going to get over here? Oh man, okay, I made it. I didn't die. Samson, are you awake? Samson. Samson. Oh, Mo, you're up. Come here, Mo.
This dog is, man, I'm telling you, I can't imagine the goats, but at least you don't have them in the house. Sheesh.
I had Samson in the house for a while, but you don't. Once they hit their manhood, you don't put them in the house.
Hey, Big J.
Oh man, come here, Mo. What are you doing, buddy? You started it all, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come here,
You
buddy.
thought you were a good dog until you smelled female piss.
Hi, Mo. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You smell so wonderful.
Haha, you're getting your balls clipped. Haha, you're getting your balls clipped. Haha, stop.
Somebody said they're going to touch my balls. What?
It's the haha word. It ain't even the balls part.
What are you doing, buddy? Come on, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, Samson.
Well,
You know what? Be like a chicken. Chickens don't give a shit.
I've never been able to not give a shit. Never.
Hi, Samson.
I was sitting in my new house today and I was looking around and I was like, man, this is a damn good feeling. You know, it's like I may be broke. I may need some more stuff, but oh well. It's just I can't, words can't even describe it. And I met a couple new neighbors today. They were sitting outside chilling, drinking some beer. Very friendly. I mean, just such a better neighborhood, man. It's fucking awesome.
That's what you need to be, man. Change the perspective on everything. I managed to hit an 18-foot tall sunflower plant.
Damn.
So that's him right there. That's looking up. I can't even reach the top of that. Nowhere near reach the top of that. It's 4 feet above my head. My hand outstretched.
Jesus.
Are they still producing vegetables?
Look, man, I don't know what's going on with these sunflowers here. These ones were from last year. They just fell out and grew, so I let them be. And they are far, far, far and away above the biggest plants I've ever had at 2 years old. They're insane. It's gotten one, like, I counted 14 heads on one plant. That's crazy. A sunflower's supposed to have one.
Good God.
This other one, this other one's a bush, man. It's got things growing everywhere. It's probably 12 feet wide.
I don't know how to get in here without, I gotta take the no, Night Stalker. I didn't leave the city because I still have my dad that's 45 minutes away. I I wanted to, but it's just not an option to go right now. I mean, I guess if something happened to indicate to me like, okay, you need to dip out right now, I would. But it's as long as it's like copacetic, I'm still here. I don't really want to leave my dad yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I leave state, it's gonna be too hard to commute back and forth.
Yeah, and you ain't given up on your community yet. So I mean, you still said you got some fighting to do there. So you're going to do that, and that's where the real work begins. I mean, settling down and just digging in for what's to come.
Yeah, I haven't. Well, it'll be easier. I was talking to some guys. I went to a this washing machine man place today because I was looking at well, Mo needs a new refrigerator, but I need a washer and dryer, and you can get used nice ones for like $259. So even if all three purchases were made, that you're looking at like $800 for a refrigerator, a washer, and a dryer. That's not bad. And they give you 6 month to a year warranty on it. Cause man, I know I'm 44, I'm not that old, but still, I'm not gonna want to be dragging my fucking laundry to the laundromat. That's such a pain in the ass. And each time I go, it's like $50. So $50 every 2 weeks, um, that'd be a cheaper. It'd be cheaper to do it at home.
Mm-hmm.
It's
You know,
always cheap at home.
Mine is having to go out in the snow, the cold, freezing rain, whatever the hell it might be.
yeah. I don't want to have to. Hey, Mahogany, how you doing, dear? I don't want to have to drag my shit out like that. Or have always asking, my kid or Mo, like, no, I don't want to do that. Like, I just want to have it right there, a few steps in the basement, and life will be golden. But one thing at a time.
One day at a time, one step at a time. That's all you can do.
One thing at a time. I'm gonna
You'll
come
get
on
it
here and
though.
show you guys soon, maybe tomorrow or so.
Right on.
I'm super super happy with it. This is
Right on.
probably this is probably the second place I've ever had because I've lived in a lot of different places that I actually really appreciated. Now I do wish the yard was a little bigger, but fuck whatever, I'll work with it. It's better than being out here where these you should have seen it right before I got on the live. These fools are flying down the street, squealing the tires, weaving in and out of the road, and somebody's sitting in the passenger side of the window. So,
Mm.
yeah, that's a good way to fly out of the window, potentially get ran over. A chick just died like that, I think, a month ago, doing the same thing. It's like they've lost their fucking minds.
Pretty much.
Between, yeah, I told people about the shootout in the back alley. I told people that, yeah, watching a young kid get shot. Well, I call him young kid because he probably wasn't over 20 in broad daylight, and everybody's standing there looking stupid like they didn't know what to do. It's like, this is fucking ridiculous. And then you got to worry about these cars. It's like they come around the block, move real slow, so you don't know what the fuck they're doing, and then, you know, or they'll come around 2, 3 times. Like, what the fuck are you circling the block for? Or park in the alley, then
Maybe
pull
they're looking
off.
for justice
Just
in the
all
block.
Man, it's crazy. But see, I don't mind the cold. I'm used to the cold. The cold doesn't bother me. I actually like cold better than I do hot.
Yeah, and I'm
I
going to
can
talk
see
to
that.
you. You'll be like 7 layers deep under 4 blankets with 3 space heaters.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's easier to get warm than it is to get cool. Shit.
Yeah, try being 3 pounds, man. Shit, you can never get cool. You always feel like microwave bacon.
My son keeps talking about going to Alaska. I'm like, what the fuck is your obsession with Alaska?
You ain't ready for that, Jay.
Of all the places in the world, you want to go to Alaska? Okay. And send him on his way. He'd probably be calling me a month later if he made it that long. But there's some job he wants to do there. I don't know if it's on a pipeline or I don't know what he's thinking. Well, I know you make a shit ton of money doing underwater welding, but I don't know how long you can do that job. But you probably got to go out, don't you? I'm gonna say hi, Nippy.
Hi, Nipsey.
What's that?
Run, Nipsey. They're going to cut your balls. Run.
Hi, puppy.
Hold on, that's funny. He's looking like what? And it won't let me. Nipsey, get out of there. Won't let me turn the thing on. Oh, here we go.
Nipsey, beware when they see you ready to go out. Want to go for a ride? You know what's going to happen.
Oh, whoa! Don't pull my boobs out. That's not a good look.
Oh, yes, please, no. I mean, I'm in Oklahoma, not Arkansas. Please don't do that.
Like, oh wait, there goes a paw. Don't do that. You give everybody a boob shot.
All right. We probably shouldn't turn your camera on, Kelly. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Let's be safe.
To be
Or let
safe.
it rip, Tater Chip, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, no, I really don't want boobs falling out. Okay, keep
Good.
your thoughts to yourself, okay, Nip? What's that? They're not over there. They're on the thing. Goofy.
He's an
Now, that
animal.
annoys the shit out of me, hearing that quacking all the time.
You get used to it. They're doing their job. They heard me talking, and they heard the door open, so they're freaking out.
Before I forget,
Dude, I've got so many chickens all over this place, man. I got chickens everywhere.
yeah,
So they'll be the last thing to move, trying to catch all those things.
that would probably annoy the shit out of me. Before I forget though, I want to say, Joel, I think you pronounce it Joel Media. Is that it? Joel Media Network. He's done, I think he does shows with maybe Jericho Green. I'm not really sure who that guy is. I know he's been on a couple panels with Brandon Tatum and who's that other guy? ABL, some other people. He's an ex-vet. I'm not sure all the history, but man, he's going through the ringer right now, and I kind of got my mind focused on him. I hope he can get. I know they got a program right now for first-time homeowners where you don't need no money down or any of that. I don't know, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. So I don't know what the thing is behind that, but I'm gonna try to see what I can do to help him. I don't know if I can do it too quick, but maybe before the end of the month. And you know, if if one, sometimes I think to myself like, if everybody just gave him $1, and I get frustrated because You know, he's sitting up here with millionaire YouTubers. Don't have to do nothing else other than YouTube every day, whatever they do, right? The least you can do as a YouTuber in that position is to help promote it. The least you can do, right? That's your fellow conservative, your fellow brother, right? That's the least expectation I would have out of that. And it's looking like he's not gonna get, any of that help. And see, when shit like that happens, that makes me think that's fucked up, right? Like, man, that's
Yeah.
just in my head unacceptable.
It's all part of the channel that they're on though. It brings in the clicks and views to show the downtrodden and the poor.
Oh,
Instead of helping them, he's only using him to help himself. It's not a good human being. Instead of just saying, okay, look, you need to email me after the show and you're not going to live like that no more. You've got the means to make that happen and you don't. Therefore, you're only doing it to promote yourself or make yourself bigger or to look some kind of way. That's the end of the story. I'd never get to $1 million. It would be gone before, I would just be like you. And there's too many people out there that need it.
and that's why I keep saying I think these people are talking crazy when they talk about eliminating that. Like, dude, that's impossible. You
See, that's where I'm more socially liberal than I am conservative because I think there needs to be more social programs to help folks like that. It would probably in turn help me, but
can't.
you can't
Well,
say
I
that
think,
and be a MAGA supporter. Otherwise, you're like, what? You want to do what? Well, yeah, I want to do that. We all should want to do that. We all should lift everybody up equally, not just step on their backs to get ahead.
well, not only that, but I'll say this. Now, I'm not for the abuse. That's the part I don't like, right? People that abuse these programs. Now, the people that need them, that's different. But I would switch it. I would change if it was my thing, I would change the program to where it would help people get ahead instead of just maintaining them. When you just maintain, you keep people on these programs forever. But when you give them, like, let's say, okay, we're going to give you 3 years, 3 to 5 years to do XYZ, and your rent is going to be this much. So it puts them in a position where, okay, I have 3 to 5 years where I can live with very cheap rent, save money, and then I'll have my down payment for my house.
See, that's
Instead
where you get. Yeah, you got to have the goal-oriented system to where you can, instead of them looking at nothing but a bunch of people at the top knocking them back down to the bottom of the barrel, is, hey, a 3 to 5 year plan, and I can out of this barrel and I can get on with my life. That's the thing that's lacking is the plan to get people a hand up, not a handout. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right, exactly. That's what I'm, if I could do it my way, that's the way I would do it. I would put people in a position where, okay, we're gonna sit down 3 to 5 years, you pay this much, you'll be able to save this much, and then, that's when Fannie Mae and these other places come into play where they're willing to work with people in order to give them these mortgages, right? At a decent interest, so they're not hitting them over the head for being, let's say, not having the best credit or not having no credit, you know, um, and making it a lot easier. See, what they do is they suppress people, oppress, whatever you want to call it, by keeping them in the system, right? Giving them, uh, crumbs. It's forever crumbs, 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 which is more draining on society financially than doing a 3 to 5 year plan. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm not absolutely against them. I would be lying if I said that. I'm not
I mean,
against.
There's a
program.
lot of things that you can't even do in this country without a valid address. Give them that valid address, give them the chance. If they don't want to lift themselves up with a hand out or a hand up, then that's not on you. I mean, they've got to also be willing to work, and 90% of them probably are. But it's so hard to get anywhere when they've got you stuck in the system, like you're saying.
Yeah. No, you're right, Callie. They did. I was just using them as an example, but I know a chick that her interest was so stupid high, she paid a mortgage for probably 12 years and ended up losing the house because, yeah, she just couldn't manage the interest. That's why I'm saying it would have to be equal, you know? Not equal, but it would have to be affordable. Sorry. Hold it down for a sec. I'll be right back.
All right. Go kick some ass, Kelly.
I don't want the dog pissing on the floor.
Right on. Are you alive, Carolyn?
I am alive. I am listening. It's been a good conversation y'all having. And I mean, just to throw my 2 cents in there, it is very difficult. You know, a lot of these programs stipulate that there has to be somebody working, which often there is, as y'all already covered. You know, so it's not so much handouts. You know, it is getting by, just enough to get by. You know, and then it's 10 other odd things that you got to do just to be able to get by from there. And then more stuff to do to get by from there.
I mean, you got
It's
to look
never
at
getting ahead. There's no getting ahead.
no,
Because
and
the
it's
second you go into another income bracket or something along those lines, shit becomes just that much more inaccessible all over again.
right, and they're taking the money from them hardworking folks and just giving it away to people. You know, it's insane how much money we give away in foreign aid, and we got homeless veterans and homeless people here and people that need help here. It's insane to watch that go on, and that's the stuff that really everybody needs to concentrate on fixing. I mean, they're trying to prop up.
Governmental housing,
Yeah,
housing that is so bad that most people wouldn't even want to put their dog in it, let alone a family. And it's record numbers across the country. You look at some of the most difficult places to be, and people think it's always in big cities. It's not always in big cities. Unfortunately, that's a fallacy. Some of the hardest places to be, Mississippi. Let's talk about that for a hot minute. How in this day and age is there a whole nother freaking state that is dealing with a water crisis? How is it that some of these cities are out here with known, dangerous building materials being in place, and they don't want to upgrade it. They don't care to upgrade it. They know that this stuff could be potentially lethal to people.
how long did they know about Flint, Michigan, killing the people, and they didn't do nothing about it to save $1?
Mm-hmm. The water out in Oregon, people out there fought for probably decades, to get them to stop fluoridating the water. And it wasn't until I think 2012 or 2013 that the people in the state of Oregon finally won that lawsuit against the state to stop fluoridating the water. You look up the patent for fluoride and it gets very interesting. Everything from different kinds of cancer to heart problems, And then you look at different infrastructures out here. Baltimore consistently, our state here, Maryland, consistently goes through these episodes where there's E. coli or listeria or, something going on in the water, but our lovely Republican leader, such as he is elects that he's going to make sure that they bring digital voting and digital betting online. The betting is, more important than apparently the school systems or the water in that state. They're about to shoot a whole movie, in Baltimore, but you can't drink the water. I mean, it's crazy. It's literally cuckoo, and there's nothing else that can be done. There's nothing that any of us can willingly do going forward, other than take that pen to the powers that be and say, look, y'all need to fix it. You report on it and you monitor it, but then you don't tell people in these different areas. There's all of these little, systems that they can utilize going forward to notify the population of, oh, there might be contamination in your water. You might have to boil your water again. It really comes down to the point to where you can't store your rainwater. You can't, store rainwater in some communities because it's frowned upon by homeowners associations. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing as a group, as individuals, as a collective, if you will, to do anything about it? I mean, I think it was Nestle, Callie, correct me if I'm wrong, you said, is taking the drinking water and the fresh water out of California for their own selfish self-interest. Now, California has these fancy schmancy little black, like, light reflective, temperature maintaining balls that they float upon the top of, the different reservoirs and stuff like that. I mean, pretty soon it's going to end up, if they keep on with these corporations doing what they're doing, it's going to look like a giant ball pit. There's just not going to be any water to be had. Some places are hitting record lows. Other places it's just not there. And when you have a state that runs with a very, very large body of water through it, and they don't have water, that's a big problem. Because it brings the questions of, is the fresh water safe? Probably not. There are websites that we can go to out there online, and we can look at our drinking water table by our own zip codes and our cities.
Oh, Lord.
And you can look and see what's in it.
I don't know if I want to see that.
I mean, I looked up the one here down by the Navy base here. There's farming stuff in it. There's jet oil lubricants in it. There's jet fuel in it. There's industrial solvents in it. There's all kinds of pollutants in it. I mean, at any given point in time, at least 4 or 5 different known carcinogens. So, I mean, it comes down to the simple point again. We got to try to do our best to be alert and aware and, be cognizant of what we're doing going forward. Recycle your shit if you can. There's really no need to have to repeat these kind of things because we were taught these, reduce, reuse, recycle since all of us were little. Our parents were the progenitors of the recycling and reusing and conservation movements. Because at this point,
back in the day, trash was a whole different thing. You never really considered anything trash. You considered it, just put it over there in that pile. We might need it in 20 years.
But at the same time, it became a whole thing. People don't tend to think about it, but, a lot of people littered. Littering was a whole thing. If littering was not a thing, then there wouldn't be such a mass effort for cleanups for beaches and,
I hate that bullshit. I don't litter nothing.
waterways.
The worst thing I might do is, which this ain't good, is throw out a cigarette butt out the window. But I don't like I hate littering. I get so pissed.
Well, here's the thing. In this neck of the woods, I give you 10 guesses what one of the biggest forms of things that are littered are.
Hey,
And the first one that you just said doesn't count.
The what doesn't count?
The first one you just said doesn't count.
Water bottles.
Believe it or not, it's actually the little test tubes for breathalyzers.
What?
All up and down the roads, on every intersection, everywhere.
I never would have thought of that.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's something that they're supposed to chuck into the back of their cruisers. You know, they're not supposed to litter either. But in some places, you know, throwing a lit cigarette butt out might be a very, very dangerous, costly thing to certain areas, you know. And I can see police getting on people about that, but, you know, all of those breathalyzer tubes and stuff being laid. I mean, I knew somebody that used to hitchhike, and he would spend a good portion of his route walking, picking all of those up off the side of the road. Because all of that shit just ends up in our waterways. It ends up in the bay. And people make their living from that. People make their living from fishing, crabbing, getting oysters, all of that kind of stuff. Conservationism.
That's why my cousin don't like it. He says that the fish will eat the cigarette butt.
Mm-hmm.
Something he was saying. I'm like, what? Yeah, I never knew anything about that. Don't throw your cigarette butt down. Like, why? And he's talking about how it gets in the water and then the fish eat it.
Mm-hmm.
So that was
the fiberglass of them things takes a long time to break down.
Yeah. I heard a Charlie Kirk podcast the other day. I don't know if you guys listen to him at all. But I catch him here and there, you know, just like everybody else. I don't have time to watch everybody, but man, you know, he was making some good points, you know. I don't really know exactly. I mean, clearly I can kind of get his political line, but you know, he was sounding pretty irritated in that podcast, you know, and it's kind of sad that I feel like people are going to get to a point where they feel like they can't even, you know, voice their opinions anymore, you know? Like, how many times has that one dude, Tim Pool, how many times has he had altercations, right? And I don't really even know what he does. I just know the name.
He's essentially a political satire figurehead grifter, if you will.
My question is, what is the point in doing that? Like, if you know, I just don't understand. I'll never comprehend that either.
What, being a satirist or just knowing what the problems are and not doing shit about it?
I'm saying if you know, after you go to his house once, you know, you should know what it is. Like, people play too much on the internet, right? Okay, you go twice, you go 3 times. You know, that's like, what the fuck is happening, man? Like, it's, you know, like, so you get to a point where somebody can just, you know, why don't these people get in trouble making phone calls like that?
Well, they should. But, you know, at some point, they have to treat every possibility as an active possibility. Because, God forbid the one time they don't, and something bad happens. I stumbled upon a very interesting, I will filter this as much as I can, a very interesting mystery last night, right? The mystery of the Seattle zombie woman. That was quite interesting to follow and see how all of that played out. Long story short was this lady was seen a few years back, I think May of 2021, was what I think I remembered seeing. She was seen in May 2021, limping with blood running down her, very disheveled, with patches of hair missing, screaming and hollering, right? Now, people in general, apparently, were willing to pass all of that on by to continue to go on about their way. People a lot of times don't want to get involved with stuff. And, it took multiple different days of different clips being uploaded. I think they were originally uploaded through TikTok, believe it or not. And they were from different angles and longer videos. Now, by the time the third one was uploaded, it came down to, it took police and EMS showing up on the scene to actually get to her for a little bit. And they started to strap her down, and she's screaming, "No, don't send me to the hospital. No, don't send me to the hospital." Turns out that it was a whole statement about politics and the last 2 years, if you will, if you get what I'm saying. She had certain medicine theories and beliefs. But she had put on, when you get to the point to where you're looking at the police and responding to this woman, it was beyond bizarre, very uncomfortable, and very stressful. And then the cops are literally loading her up, and they're scratching their heads, and you can see like this literal what the fuck on all of their faces. The motivations of people out here are very vast and very confusing at best. But, it comes down to whether or not essentially the powers that be are going to do anything about it, because everybody waited to see what was going on with this woman. Everybody waited to hear. There was nothing in the newspapers. There was nothing in the police blotters. No mention of, her or a car accident or anything else was ever brought forth. It took some days more and more digging to find out that that's, it was an actress. She had stage makeup on and had gone out to go essentially look like a zombie. And to my knowledge, nothing was ever brought against her. She wasn't charged. There weren't any charges brought on her for using, waste of resources or anything like that, because, I'm sorry, but Seattle's a big city. Not even one of the biggest in the country, but it's definitely a big city, and that certainly is a waste of resources. Regardless of whatever somebody's ideology might be, it's never okay to use resources that way, and certainly, definitely dangerous to aim them and weaponize them against people because you don't like what their ideology is. Now, whether anybody is able to destroy these websites or not, that's essentially going to be part of a government op, if you will, to get rid of websites like that. But Who knows? It may very well turn out that those are government-funded websites. You know? And as soon as you take down one, another one pops up. And then another one pops up. And then another one pops up.
Yeah, I don't know how well that would work out. Truthfully.
The only way to get rid of the internet is to power everything off, and it goes away, and then everybody will start thinking again. Take a couple weeks, but they'll get back to it.
Well, I mean, I would hope that people know that it's healthy to turn it off, and you don't always have to be engulfed in. Man, if you engulf yourself in all this news, like as bad as I want that Maxwell list, that drives me nuts. But if I think about it constantly, yeah, I'll stay like that. So I have to kind of let it go. You know what I mean? But fuck, I damn near give my left arm for that.
I may or may not have said something about making Maxwell list public again on some of the condolences wishes towards the Queen and her family.
The list will be buried with the Queen. Sorry.
Will be buried with the Queen.
Too soon?
I mean, it's no worse than mine this morning. She found out everybody in the UK was going to move in with her once the upcoming heat crisis kicked in, and she just cacked. Sorry.
So is this the third or fourth skin suit that died? I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, there's a lot of theories about that, and no one can really say.
No one knows the truth, Josh. It's a mystery.
Yep. Leave this chapter out and call it a mystery. Yeet, yeet.
But then again, at 96, it's a fair assumption that she succumbed to natural conclusions at that age. And she lived a long life and had a big family. And it's up to them to see what they do with it going forward.
I don't understand why everybody's all, like it's the end of the world. Man, please, you make it that far, you can't even have any complaints. I mean, she was just up and about in August, so not August, but August last month. So it's not like, she's been suffering forever and couldn't go anywhere. I mean, that's a hell of a long time to live. You know what else I wanted to say before I get ready to get out of here? Is that Speaker of the House, that Pierre chick, she's as bad as the redhead. I mean, I get that they do that purposely because they want to dance around questions, right? But come on, man. You can't answer any. I don't know. Whatever. We'll only go further in the hole. So.
Their best defense is a good offense.
They could have fucking Cardi B up there. I mean, it doesn't even fucking matter. Might as well just start drawing people out of a hat. Fuck it. Give them this position. Okay.
So, are anybody down for VC for a little bit after this, or what?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
We can try it, yeah.
Why is it broke? Oh, wait a minute. I didn't even see. Hold on a second. I didn't even see backwoods back here. My bad. I'm so sorry.
What's going on, brother?
What's up, y'all? What's up? I came out. Me and the old lady was watching a little TV together. Spend a little time. You know what I'm saying? But came out here and I seen my sister Kelly Ray was on. I just wanted to stop in and say hello and show a little support.
Oh, that's so kind of you. How you been?
Shoot, just good, working, just doing them things,
Work's been going good for you then?
Huh?
I said work's been good for you then? You got enough contracts, everything?
Yeah. Everything's going really good actually. And so it just is what it is. And I've already got some of my customers, you know, they said, you know, hey, when the grass quits growing, you know, I want you to do leaves. And, you know, I've got that brush over there, you know, behind the building. I'd like to get that cleaned out. So I'm starting to pick up on a lot of stuff. It'll be good. It'll be good.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's
Hey,
cool.
hey, I
As long
really
as it doesn't, as
go
long
ahead.
as it doesn't interfere with deer season, we're good, right?
Oh,
I mean, can't
hey,
interfere with that.
it's really funny. This guy that I work for, his name's Backwoods Lawn Care, and like he's cool as shit, you know. And it's like you say something about deer hunting, he's like, hell yeah, I'm in, man, you know. So yeah, it's there's no problem with getting time off.
Well, damn, is he hiring? Because damn, that sounds like a good guy to work for. I mean, I need some deer season off. I mean, that would be great.
Well,
Deer.
you know, it's kind of like this. I wouldn't mind hiring somebody, honestly, and I would push for more contracts, you know, at that point, more yards and stuff. But you know what I'm saying? Right now, man, it's really hard to find anybody that's worth a shit. I'm just being honest, you know. I mean, people today. I'm sorry, but people are losers, man. They don't want to get
Well,
out.
hey, Backwoods, I come work for you, man. I mow the yard, man.
Well, come on.
Well, no, you're right. You're right because everywhere is hiring, everywhere,
Right.
and I've seen places closing early, not opening. They just don't have employees. I watched an interview. This is no bullshit. This guy was interviewing like 6 people off the street and asking what they all do for a living. Out of all 6, I think 4 of them had these. I'm a stylist. I'm a drug dealer. I'm
Right.
a, it's like, so nobody has a job anymore. Like, wait a minute. What?
Well, you know, here's the thing, Kelly. I mean, like, all bullshit aside, you know, people, man, you know, I'm really saddened by everything that I see with what's going on, you know, in the United States. You know, the world is the world, you know, and it is what it is, and I can't control what's going on over in the UK or, you know, South Africa or North Africa or Sudan or you know um you know Iraq. You know what I'm saying? I can't
Right.
control what goes on over there, and I mean, but I can speak for the United States, you know, and you know the we've got to really stop with telling children, and I'm talking about, you know, any children. We need to stop telling them that the world is against them, that they can't succeed. That to me, that's child abuse. You know, I've heard people say, you know, that the system is rigged against you. You know that. I mean, I've heard people say that they grew up being taught that. You know, and it's like, you know, yeah, the system is rigged against you, but it's rigged against all of us, you know. And you know what? I'm gonna fight and overcome it. And you know, I went and started my own little business. There's a lot of opportunity. You know, it doesn't it doesn't have to do anything at all with race. And you know, I really wish that people would leave race out of it, you know, and start looking to oneself and how are you? You know, are you a good person? Do you you know what? Are you willing to work? You know, are you willing to make yourself better? Nobody says you got to be stuck at a freaking McDonald's job all your life. You know, McDonald's jobs. You know, serving French fries out the drive-through window is not meant to be a career. You know,
Right.
it's an entry level job. Go get that and work yourself to be better. There is opportunity out there, you know, for everybody. And
Look
you know,
backwards. Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, I was
No,
gonna
ma'am, go
give
ahead.
you a scenario that kind of, I can't make sense of it. Okay, I can use, and I'll just use this as an example. The 6th,
Uh,
everybody lost their shit, right?
uh,
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Or how dare they? But it's like, wait a minute. I cannot make this make sense in my head. Nobody wants to give, and I'm not saying that was right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just using it as an example. Anytime people have, given some type of pushback or, whatever, then, people will come back at you like, how dare you? And it's like, wait a minute. So I've sat here and listened for years about how the system is oppressing. The system is this, the system is that. So why would you give a rat's ass if somebody tried to give pushback, legitimate pushback? Okay.
Right.
I'm not saying any of the craziness. I'm talking legitimate. Why would you care if people are out here really trying to make it right for all Americans, all Americans, no matter what? Why am I hearing people crying that this was the worst thing ever? I just don't get, I can't wrap my mind around it. You can't have it both ways.
Well, yeah. Okay, look, here's the thing that everybody really just needs to understand, just flat out, and I don't know if this answers your question or not, but it's more of, we all have to understand that these people don't care about us. They don't care about nobody. They hate us equally. And I'm talking about the elitist, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
um they're they want all of us to be enslaved by them. I mean, you think about it, look at how they pushed the green thing, the green energy and stuff. And then we see, them out there just, I mean, shouting at the rooftops, California is leading the way in green energy. And what are we seeing? Rolling blackouts. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I'm all for some green energy. I'm cool with that. I'm a sportsman. I hunt, I fish. I want the grass to grow so that I've got properties. You know what I mean? I want the economy to be well so that people can pay to let me cut their grass. You know,
Right.
we, and we're not ready. We're not ready for the things that are being pushed upon us. And the elites don't give a damn because I can promise you, it kind of reminds me of old days of let's just talk about the Romans for a minute. If you think about the Romans, um, if you think about that for a minute, they were, they had the gladiators and such, and they're out there, killing, the bad people. You know what I'm saying? Anybody they deem bad, they would put them in there, and they would kill them. While meanwhile, they would have, let's say, people like us, they're just everyday citizens. They would have them up in the stands cheering for it, and they would give up, they would give the stands, they would give the people, they would pass out bread and wine, so that they got the treats and stuff that they didn't normally get because they made it hard. You couldn't plant, and this has been throughout history. You can't plant on the king's property without his permission, and his property is all of the kingdom, all of the land. And that's exactly what they're trying to do now. Is, think about it. I mean, when the coup hit, think about it. What was one of the first things that they shut down? And I don't know if a lot of
Food.
people realize this.
Meat processing plants and all that.
No, 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 no. They shut down the gardening section. If you think back about it and you look, there was multiple. Now in Arkansas they didn't do that, but there were a lot of states. They shut down gardening and outdoor sections first thing. Why is that? You know what I'm saying? You can't go outside by yourself out in the backyard and garden. No, because we don't want you growing food. Think about all the places in this world that, I mean, in this United States that you can't collect rainwater. It's
Yeah.
against the law to collect the king's water. And everybody needs to understand this, that we need to squash racism once and for all. We need to squash anybody that just wants to continually bring it up and make it a subject. Why can't we start teaching, instead of teaching our kids about, you know, transgender happy hour, why can't we teach our kids, you know, reading, writing, and arithmetic? How to sew, how to, you know, we had home economics when I was growing up. I took it.
Yep.
You know, where's that
Financial
at?
literacy. I mean, that'd be a good one because a lot of us get out here and fuck our credit up. Just saying, I did it when I
Right?
was young.
I did too. I did too. And it took me years. And I'm talking about, you want to talk about a feller feeling oppressed. Let me tell you something, man. They had me caught up so many different ways, you know, paying off my debt, you know, and that's why, you know, when they start talking about debt forgiveness for student loans, no, sir. No, sorry. No. Um, you know, your forgiveness is you paying your damn bill on time. Get out there and work. You know, this, you know, I worked hard to repay all my debt that I have. I did without lots of times. Man, I can't tell you. There was many times I ate rice and beans 5 days a week, and on the weekend, I had me a burger. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
splurged a little and had me a burger. You know, um, we need to get back down to simplifying things, and you know, I don't have a problem with transgender athletes competing, but I think we should have a sport for them. You know, I think it's unfair for a man to go and say, well, I'm a lady now, I'm a woman, and go out there and compete against women. Where's the women activist at?
Yeah. Yeah.
You
For
see what I'm
sure.
getting at? I mean, we need to get back to simple times. It's real simple to figure out. Like I said, have transgender sports. Let you know, no problem. We got a WNBA. You know, no problem. We got women wrestlers. We got women boxers. I mean, you see what I'm getting at? I mean, why can't we just make it simple and everybody just freaking get along? And you know, we don't have to disagree on everything. I mean, agree on everything, but that doesn't mean that we got to be enemies. You know that.
No, absolutely. I agree. And it gets frustrating for me too. I mean, in a perfect world, here's my thing. If people want to be who they are, if they want to be a racist, go be one. That's on you. If you want to hold that hate in your heart, I don't. That's for you to decide, and it goes both ways.
Exactly.
Just don't intrude on anybody else's happiness. Okay? You know, keep your fucked up ideology, do what you want to do. Nobody cares. Just don't bug nobody, you know? And if we have a scenario, you know, why can't we just say, you know, when somebody does something stupid, because we can't be accountable for everybody that looks like us or vice versa, whoever you are, if they do something stupid, right? That seems ludicrous to me. You know, like we're gonna blame everybody for what 1 to 10 idiots do. You know, it's like it's nuts. When I can give an example, when what's his name got shot, Cannon. You don't see. It's like we take this shit on the chin. You don't see us out there banging the fucking pavement, you know, and going crazy over it.
You know
It
why? You know
shit.
why? Because 90% of us has got a damn job and we're working. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? That's
that's
that's why
true.
we're not out there pounding the pavement. We got a job and we want to pay our bills. We want to have lights on. We want to have food in the cupboard. You know, we want to be able to sit down on. Oh, did something happen?
No, I'm gonna add somebody to the stream, but I don't know who it is, so I'm just
Oh, okay.
covering it up just to
I
be sure.
just thought something happened for a minute. I was like,
No,
oh.
go ahead.
Yeah,
But
a lot of people have so much time on their hands to go off of what you're saying, Backwoods, is that like me, I planted over 3,000 square feet of garden this year, and I've got a full-time job. I don't have time to worry about who's being called a racist or who's trying to cancel who, or I just don't have time for it. I barely have time to get on YouTube anymore. So, I mean, it's the busier you are, the less division you're going to have, because you don't care who's helping you try to keep your farm afloat or who's you're buying your feed from. I don't care what color they are. I don't care I don't care about any of that. I'm just like, you have something, I need it. Let's do this. And we do it. And end of story.
exactly. Well, see, I've got some Guatemalan neighbors over here. Man, I freaking love these people, man. They're cool as fuck, dude. Man, these jokers get down and party on Friday night, brother. I'm telling, dude, they party. Dude, it was storming the other night, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's storming, and they're out on the carport, freaking hollering like you boy, and just playing this music, and I was still up, and I stepped out there. I had to go pee, man. So I stepped outside, you know, and I'm looking over there and I'm like, man, these dudes is kicking it like a mug, you know what I'm saying? And like one of so they had a problem with their water heater, right? I went over there and helped them fix it. You know, me and dude rode down to the, cause I know plumbing and stuff, and he didn't, and we rode down to the. I didn't charge him nothing, man. I just told him, you know, you pay for your parts, man, and we'll fix it. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, why can't we just be neighbors, man? Why can't we just get along, man, and just understand dude, nobody's gave me anything. I work for what I've got. You know, I work hard for it, man. You know, I took on $12,000 worth of debt on my own in mowers and weed eaters and blowers. You know what I'm saying? I went and put myself out there on the line, and I go out and I take care of business. You know, I get out there and talk to folks, man, knock on doors. You know, I see somebody's yard that's jacked up, man, I go over there and knock on the door and be like, hey, I'll mow this down and get your yard caught up for you for $40, you know. And they're out there looking at it and they're like, hell yeah. You know, and it takes me an hour and a half to do it. You know, I spend $4 or $5 in gas, come around, you know, in an hour, make $35. Guess what? I just made $35 an hour. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's you just get out there and do the thing, man. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you out.
No, go ahead. No.
Welcome, panelists.
Oh.
I didn't know who you were, so.
Oh yeah, I'm blessing everybody.
BMT.
No, it's Von Eric. Eric.
Who is speaking?
Backwards know who I am.
Oh, Vaughn. Okay, dude, I'm sorry, man. I've got my fan on over here. I just actually turned it down a little bit because I was having to, because I couldn't hardly hear Kelly Ray either. I got you, Vaughn. What's up, bro?
What's up, brother? How y'all doing? How everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Doing pretty good. Can't complain. It's like, I think I hear your conversation. I'm gonna come from another perspective on it. I know some people say that people complain, and that is true. But one scenario, what they complain about, and we have to understand this and admit this, the government is implicit into what they're doing as far as dividing and putting people at the bottom. I'm sure all of y'all know about Sandtown. Now, the government was the one who put money into it. So when someone say, a person like myself that does complain, it's not they complaining on themselves, it's their own government that has omitted of doing this. So those people have a right to complain. Should they complain and persecute everybody? No, they shouldn't. They should go to who was behind it and who did it, not individuals. Just like you said, Backwood, you have went out there and you worked hard. So did I. When I had my business, I worked
Yes,
hard.
sir.
I kept moving. I kept moving forward. Now, but I still always keep in mind what is going on in my surroundings. If some people looked at me a certain way, I didn't let that get me down. I still kept moving, but everybody's not like me. Everybody's not like Backwoods, and
Right.
we must keep that in mind, and especially if the government is implicit of doing it.
But my question is this though, right? I was like, if somebody, for example, went to give pushback to these people per se,
Mm-hmm.
why would you turn around and complain about that too? Like, how dare you confront them? Well, what the fuck way do you want it? We don't have many options here. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's it, and I completely understand that, but we both have to understand each other. People are frustrated. Did anybody back in those days fight hard to see what was going on and to fight and say, hey, this is unfair. You're breaking the law. So people are frustrated on both sides. We just have to take the time, calm down, and look at both sides of the story. And we have to understand and say, you know what? I see where you're coming from. I didn't do it, but the government done it. Just like Backwood, you said that as far as keep going. Now, the Black Farmers Association did what you just did. They did what you said, right?
Yep.
They went to Cuba, to Castro, and they said, and Castro was going to give them $1 billion worth of work due to what the government did to them. So they kept moving. So when they went to, and Castro was going to give it to them, the government interceded and said no.
Yep. See, that's my whole point about it, is that we as a society need to stop being fooled by the damn government. They are against all of us equally. They don't like none of us. I'm telling you, if you don't, these new 87,000 IRS agents, if you don't think that they ain't going to come visit me with my small business, I guarantee you they're going to end up showing up. I promise you.
Oh yeah, that's especially because I read that bill.
Exactly.
And they can go against you and tax you on your ideology.
And guess what? They tax me $500. I'm not rich. I mean, the $500 is going to be hard for me to come up with, but all I'm going to be able to do, and they know this, all I'm going to be able to do is go, man, I'm sorry, mother, fuckers, and then I'm going to go down there and I'm going to pay the bill, because I don't want them harassing me no more. You know what I mean? And they know they're going to be able to get away with that because we're not the rich elitist. I guarantee you, they're not going to go after this guy down the road that has $1 million business. You know why? Because he's got the money to pay for the lawyers and tie that shit up in court that it costs the IRS. I mean, they're just not going to mess with that. And that's what frustrates me when I see people like Biden and them get up there and they're like, oh, no, we're going after the rich people and make them pay their fair share. Well, no, you're not. No, you're not. And people need to stop being fooled by that, man, because it's going to be against all of us, man.
That's why our option is, the only option is, which I'm going to do in the next few months, but I need to really study up on more civics. But I'm going to start with the alderman stuff, right? And then hopefully by next year, the year after that, I can move up per se. That's our only option. We have to get involved. Just my opinion.
That's the only thing you can do, because making the rich people pay their fair share. Well, what do they turn around and do? Well, you fuckers got $3,600 during a 2-year pandemic. You're rich now, so we're going to raise all the prices of everything. Why? Because they're hitting us. So they can't hit us and, us lose our billions of fucking dollars. So we got to trickle it down in the typical capitalist fashion and the corporate ventures, and they spread it out amongst all of the 99%.
Yeah, but the thing is, Pro America had a article out, and they had all the wealthy people, and it shows in the article how the wealthy people keeps their money because the things that they're doing is legal. I mean,
Yeah.
So it's not. I mean, look what Trump did when Trump said in the debate when she said, "Well, you not paying taxes," he said, "I lobbied you and the Republicans, so I won't have to pay taxes." He said that in a debate. So you can't just like say, "Well, Trump is a bad person." Why? If he's following the law. Pro America did an article on that, how the wealthy they following the law, what's set out for them to do. Now, reasonable capital gains tax, people need to pay attention to that. Reasonable capital gains tax. That right there means they can go and tax your 401k. They can tax any money that you could get in the future. Unreasonable capital. It's not reasonable. It's unreasonable capital gains tax. That means any money that you got set out there that you're gonna, your pension, your stock, anything for a future, they can tax it. That is what we have to do. What we have to do as a society, like y'all said, like I heard Beckworld said, as far as we have to get past the racial thing.
Yeah.
If we get past the racial thing, past that and educate one another, what is going on, and get past, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, even get past the political thing. Because if you're not educated in a political thing, how are you be able to help each other?
Well, you got to understand first and foremost, the rich people essentially are in the pockets of the politicians, getting them to write the laws for these corporations.
Right.
Thereby helping out the big people.
Right.
And the part that always amazes me beyond stupidity every single time is people that are out here scrimping and suffering and saving and try to do every bit of hustle they can to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Are voting against their own best interests every single fucking time. And it is astounding.
Right.
How many times do you need to stick the finger in the light socket before you realize that shit is going to kill you?
But what would
because at the end of the day, what would be the point, or what would be the answer to that? I've said it for a while now. Remove immunity. Get rid of their immunity. Make them susceptible to the same laws that they make everybody else susceptible to. Period.
Well, how do you do that?
Get an 80% on board with it. Why the fuck are they able to skate away with billions and billions and billions of dollars, and they take and they tax the shit out of everybody else? On one hand, smiling, saying they're going to lower the taxes. And when you turn around and get your shit, you get a nice little audit fine that says, oh, well, during the pandemic, your kids and this, that, and the third, and a form and a little box that we weren't educated on, so now you owe us money. What? We have to pay for your lack of education on a form that you work for the company for? What?
Well, you had to. Well, just like when my business, I had a foundation, which I still have a foundation, and the foundation is one of the things that you can use to lower your taxes, especially if you have the foundation and it's you have it stately and federally, when it's recognized state and federally. That's why every time you watch football, you're watching your tax dollars, because football, basketball, WWE are 501c3s. They don't pay taxes, and very little if they do, because they all
like churches.
Yeah, they just like churches. Huh?
Are you serious, for real? They don't pay taxes, dude?
Yeah, they
None of them do.
Football, baseball, basketball, all those sports things.
501c3.
I'll go with we need to make everybody pay their fair share. That's some BS, man, because them jokers be making bank, man.
Yeah, they file. That's why you think when you see a commercial, they always the commercial they saying they building a city in the community and things like that, because it's under the 510c3 entertainment and education and uplifting the community. That's why they 510c3. Basketball, baseball, NBA, they 510c3s. They got 510c3.
Wow. Well,
And
I'm
that's
sorry,
what it-
but
that's what it
blasting
is.
off to Mars every other week. You got too much fucking money.
Hey,
You know,
can I? I'm sorry, Kelly. Let me ask this question real quick. Hey, Vaughn, can I make a backwoods lawn care foundation?
Yeah, you could go to a lawyer. You could either go to a lawyer or a CPA. Have them that you want to set up a 510c3 in your state. Now, the federal, it takes a long time, because you could go federal and you could go international. Okay, then you set it up. Then you can either open up a thing and saying that when you do your lawn, you can hire kids from the school, which is education, and you also build in the community. You uplift the community. Then you go to a state. You go to a 510c3, a big one in your state, which I can help you get those. And then you go to them, right? Which they connected to the government. So you go to them and say, listen, can you allocate blah, blah, blah? A lot of them will, because they know they're going to get the money back when they do their 510c paperwork with the government, because they'll use you and then you will use them. You can either go that way, straight with the government, with yourself, or you go with a bigger government. Like here, it's John Hopkins. It's another one called the Ralph Foundation, which
is Fannie Mae in that?
Yep, you could go Fannie Mae. It's a foundation. Yeah, well, Fannie Mae is a government, but it's set up like a 510c3.
Well, it's several Fannie Mae houses around here. And in fact, the one next door to me was a Fannie Mae house, and I didn't. Man, God, man, it's like a big enough lot, probably almost a third of an acre lot in town. With a house and a big enough building to put a car in out back. And I mean, it's on a corner, nice little right here by the schools. Man, they sold it for $19,000, dude. If I would have known that, dude, I would have jumped all freaking over it, son.
Wow.
You could go on the website. Fannie Mae has a website that you could go on there and check out it. I know that one is gone, but you could go in there and check out other things on there. Anybody do, because some of them they have it that you can get it for $2,000.
Wow.
And then you could get a grant to get it fixed up. But when you do get the grant, you use your 510c3, because the 510c, you could use a 510c3 or a 510c3 11. One of them is for profit and one is for non-profit. Okay.
I'm sorry. I do have a question, and it's kind of a joke question, but at the same time, honestly, I'm being for real. Like for real. Would I have to take a drug test?
No, not on 510c3.
Because I ain't trying to quit smoking. Anyway, yeah.
No, you don't have to. No, you don't have to.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Vaughn.
So you can use that. You use the 510c3, get the Fannie Mae, right? And you use it. At Fannie Mae, you get a house for $2,000. Say you want to put the house up, you want to use it for homeless or rooms, anything to uplift the community. Once you see that and you go to another foundation, like, oh, okay, yeah. And they give you the money, you get the money either through the government or through another bigger foundation, which is in your state. It's plenty of them. And then they will give you the money. Then you just start there and just build. And then you put your money from your business into your 510c3. Because this is how the tax thing is working, how they use it. They shell it, just like Well, you can put it in, like when he did the opportunity zone, that's nothing but foundations putting their money into this opportunity zone.
But what if you're the person like me who really wants to do it for the right reasons and actually put the work in the community?
Well, you are doing it for the right reasons. If you can still do it the right reasons like you want to, but the only thing you're doing it is you following the law, you doing things righteous, but you doing it to actually uplift the community. Now they may have doing it for another reason, but that's not even in your words. You doing it for the right thing, like you just said, to uplift the community. But you want to also do it, what you're doing it rightly by law, just like they are.
Right, and it's still a financial gain.
Right, it's still a financial gain, and what you're saying is, even though it's a financial gain, I'm gonna use my financial gain to uplift, to help, and blah 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 blah. I'm not going to do it just for myself to make
Right.
myself good. Right.
Eventually, right, I'd like to be able to give, pay myself, right? I'm not saying nothing stupid. Just
Well,
saying,
you can, like, when you do the 510c3, like here we in a panel. You would be on the board. I forgot, I don't know the other person's name. Backwoods would be on the board, and you can have it that you pay yourself. This is what they do. So they
Right,
so
right.
and then you can have, when you pay yourself, you set yourself up as a single person, as a corporation. This is as a small business, like they doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then this is another way. This is all when it comes to educating each other, just like they is. The same thing they do big, you can do it small. It's just that you may not get the income as they are, but you don't it's, that law applies to you. You just got to know how to use it and what to do with it.
So basically, it's like the streets. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Right, basically. Yeah.
You got to really learn the tricks and that's the only way then.
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
here's what really trips me out about the whole thing. When we start to look at all this, the game that's being played, we turn around and we say, oh man, there's going to be a financial collapse. There's going to be this. We need to get ready, be ready for what's coming. And, and I hear a lot of people talking about, the bad stuff that's going on. I mean, if you really just look, do you guys know about what happened in Memphis yesterday? Memphis, Tennessee?
Kind of. Please enlighten me. I don't know the whole story. I just seen a guy shoot another guy. That's all I said.
Also, so homeboy just decided that he walked up into an auto zone and just point blank shot a man, killed him right there on the spot.
Wow.
Then he went out. He just walked out, left, maybe run out. I don't know. He left and he jumped in his car, took off, acted like he got in a crash. This lady pulled over. She to help, and he got out and shot her and jacked her car, man.
Golly.
Wait,
Yeah,
same guy?
he ended up shooting 5 people, and 2 of them died. And it was from what I read, and I may be wrong on this, and if I am, I hope so. I hope I'm wrong, man. Honestly, I swear I do. But what I read was that it was a young black man that was targeting white people.
What? Oh, wow.
Yes. And
No, I don't know. See, that's backwards. I seen it. My son showed me a little clip of him getting out of the car and walking in. I guess it was the auto zone. Was that the older white man was in? Was that him?
I think so. Yeah.
I didn't hear the conversation prior. I just heard him say, "You don't think I'm about this shit? Watch this," or something.
Well, he was live streaming on Facebook. He live streamed him shooting that man on Facebook, and a lot of people saw it. And then, of course, once it started getting active with the police. You know what I'm saying? When things started getting active, they took his page down. but he live streamed it on Facebook. People saw it. He
So
shot the man point blank range.
yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that further. I didn't know if it was like racially motivated because, like I said, I didn't hear him say anything other than "You don't think I'm about this," and walked in the door. And yeah, I don't know. Wow. So there was other people that same day.
He killed 5 people. He killed 5.
He killed. No. I'm sorry. What I read is he shot 5 people. 2 of them died.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
And this is the kind of thing that, like I said, we all need to be holding these leaders accountable. And with this white privilege, with black privilege, with this black man, this white man, this Mexican man, we need to hold them accountable for this shit and say, stop. Why can't we just be human beings? Why can't we, why do we got to demonize each other? And I'll tell you, because I don't want to sound too soft here, because let me tell you something. If you try to target me, I don't give a fuck who you are. You better bring it, bruh. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who you are. If I get half a chance in the world, I'm going to fight you to the death, and I ain't messed up about it. If I take your life, then so be it, because you tried to take mine. But why do we got to be that way? I mean, like, seriously, dude, can you imagine the outrage if it would have been a white man that would have targeted black men?
Yeah, it would have been, but yes, it would have been an outrage due to the media putting it out there. And
dude, they would be rioting in the streets right now.
Right. Yeah. Because of the media putting it out there as a racial. Why does it have to be a racial situation? And the reason why it's a racial situation, because a lot of the propaganda that's being spewing out there and people are listening to.
Right.
So
exactly. See, that's the problem is, that young black man, he don't understand that if he would have been my neighbor and we were, living in the same neighborhood, and what I'm saying? I would have been friends with the guy. I wouldn't have hated on him. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate nobody, man, unless you prove that you're a piece of crap, and I mean, if you're a good person, hey man, I'm down with you, and it just I don't know, man. The
social media would have been going crazy too. I would have seen it all over my YouTube.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that's what they use, and they put it in the algorithms so people can react. They know who to send it to, who not to send it to, because they know the state of mind that you're in, and they know this will spark it. So they will put that out there. And what we have to do, because I educate not just myself or my son, but my friends, my family. I have to listen. You cannot take this incident and blanket, make it a general, and say all people are like this. Nah.
You know what's so funny, Vaughn, and Kelly? Seriously, if let's do it like this. Do you know that the white, the black, the Mexican, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Muslim, all the ones that are in our Senate and in our House of Representatives, when we're out here fighting each other, and they're telling us to fight each other, and they're telling us about race and racial, go and watch. Go move to where, or just go and stay for a couple of weeks where they're at, and you'll see them jokers in there in them coffee shops and stuff like that eating together.
Yeah.
They'll be in there shaking hands and bumping fists. I've seen footage of that. They, where I mean, all of them, man, the squad, all of them, man, they be in there talking a bunch of, man, they'll go down the hall and fist bump each other. And it's like, but yeah, they gonna have us divided. You know, because as long as they can keep us divided, we're going to be under their thumb. Period.
And I don't have, truth be told, and I've talked about this before, and sorry, not sorry, but I don't give a fuck about all this illegal bullshit. As far as I'm concerned, I want them all out of here. And I don't care what they look like. Skin tone means nothing to me. I don't care if you're from Europe, if you're from Mexico, if you're from Haiti, if you're where, I don't care where you're from. Canada, I don't give a fuck. I don't want it. Period. I just don't.
Right.
I want to take care of home first. We have unfinished business. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. But I guess, you know, other people feel different. You know, this was always the land of opportunity and all this other old shit. But how can you help everybody else if we can't even help our damn selves? And then they'll get shit that normal citizens can't get. Here, they got their own employment centers, they get housing, they get help with clothes. You know, it's like, really? This shit is just weird.
You want, Kelly, you want to, because I don't live in that kind of state, but you want to really screw with some people's heads.
Okay.
When you find one of these defund the police people, ask them a simple question. Okay, we defunded the police in our county, our city, whatever, yada yada. Where did that money go? Where is that money? How come these people over there ain't getting their rent paid? If they defunded the police, there ought to be millions of dollars in the budget. Where'd that money go? Ask them that.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. Yeah, where's that money going? You took a bunch of cops off the street, the crime is running rampant. And yet what happened? Where'd the money go? Why is was it Jackson, Mississippi?
Oh yeah, with the water.
With the water? Yeah. Wait, what? Why do these residents not have water? You know what I'm saying? Why?
That shouldn't even happen.
Let me ask you a question. In California, no, it was Colorado. 22,000 people got their thermostats set to a certain temperature. From them smart thermostats. The power company can actually can control that, and they set these thermostats to a certain temperature during the hottest part of the day.
Oh yeah.
And told people just deal with it, and people complained, and they said, well, you bought into the deal.
Yeah.
You know, we gave you $100 off a year of your electric bill to put in this smart thermostat. But let me ask you a question. If that mayor or that governor that you know, initially signed off on that, do you think that governor or that mayor or you know, any of the people in power, do you think that them people had their thermostats set to that same temperature? No. No, that's why we seen, you know, Lori Lightfoot, and we've seen a lot of these different people at these hair salons and getting their nails did and their hair did, and you know, if you tried to go outside and just garden in your backyard, you would be visited by the long arm of the law with their clubs and their stun guns and their fucking pistols, and they would fucking put you down. Excuse my language, but I'm getting pissed off because, you know, it's time we stop with the bullshit. These people are playing us like puppets, man. Jesus. I'm sorry. Y'all go ahead. I'm getting pissed. I need to take a breath. I'm gonna really say some bad stuff.
Yeah, I feel you. Go, hey Mega, how you doing?
Oh, do I have a lot to say on this issue. Kelly Ray, first off, give Mo a big shout out, like always, and your little grandbaby. I had the feds come to my home twice now because they are threatened by my language. I had
Really?
federal agents come to my home twice now because
Really?
there's a bunch of these commie radical socialist assholes in New York that have been trying to shut me down on a regular basis, and I refuse to go anywhere. And I yelled at these officers. They were two Secret Service agents. I've never yelled at law enforcement before until only yesterday, I believe. What was it? I did that live stream. I think it was yesterday I did it, or 2 days ago, whatever. I lose track of time. But I screamed at them. I'm like, you sons of bitches. It's conservatives like me and men and women like me who are down at the World Trade Center or veterans that are defending you. And you're going to come knocking on my door because of your wild imagination and your misinterpretation of my words with your selective hearing and your eyesight. Fuck Joe Biden and globalization. I'm not eating insects. Fuck your pronouns. Fuck your sexual identities. I'm not driving an electric car. I'm not fucking children. Say what it is. Don't hide from it. These people are so offended by a person like me that understands this stuff inside and out.
Hey, man.
But it's by the year 2030, when they want to push this globalist nonsense on us, the resistance already is starting to grow globally. Look in Belgium, look in Holland, look at Sri Lanka, look in Panama. January 6th was just the tip of the iceberg. Wait until the real Patriot Army marches
Oh,
upon
dude.
the Capitol.
But-
Did you hear where the where that one chick for the World Health Organ, or no, it was the one of them freaking globalist deals that's going on, had said that about energy, that we all need to turn our stuff down and turn our lights off and do all this different stuff and just suffer through it, so that she said these words, so that we can flatten the curve on energy.
Oh, you cut me off. I'm not even started yet.
Dude,
I'm not
wait
even
a
done
minute.
yet.
Wait a minute, Vega. Before you, yeah, I know you're angry.
Oh, you know me, girl. You know I know punches.
I know you're frustrated with the situation, but I've been trying to keep this a little bit PG.
PG, yes, ma'am.
yeah,
I apologize.
that's why I apologized a while
Alright.
ago, because I
No,
got
you're fine. You're
that's
fine.
why I took a step back, because
Yes, ma'am.
I watch Kelly Ray's streams, and a lot of times I don't chat or anything. I lurk. Yes, I'm a lurker. Who cares?
I'll do my best to keep it family friendly. So, where do I begin? All right. Once
Joe
again,
Biden.
to hell with their pronouns. We will not have sex with little children. We are not going to replace the word pedophilia with maps, where these
Thank
perverts want to go after our kids. We are not inherently racist as soon as we come out of our mama's wombs. To hell with
you.
black separation and segregation. I love my black friends, just like I love my Hispanic friends. Anyone that pushes for separation and segregation in and of themselves is racist. Look what happened in South Carolina. I'm not going to mention a woman's name because she's not worth my breath. I refuse to drive an electric car. I refuse to eat insects. I am a biological man, testosterone driven. My monkey brain tells me sports, woman, sex, sustenance. Say what it is. Say what it is.
Right?
That's toxic masculinity now.
I got
The hell with that. I am a toxic male and I am proud. I am unapologetically MAGA. I hope the Secret Service are listening to this too, because you came knocking on my door twice. You are treasonous traitors that will only support the elites and the Democrats. But it's all right for Maxine Waters to go out and say, well, if you see them, you walk right up to them and you tell them they're not welcome. Just like Kathy Griffin holding up a facsimile head of Trump's head bloody. But then meanwhile, a guy like me, you're going to come knocking on my door. All you've done is piss me off even more.
Hey, MAGA, you want to
Yes,
talk
sir.
about some toxic masculinity? Let
Yeah.
me tell you something. Today I went and cut this property, right, and I got cash for it, so I had some cash in my hand, and I called the wife, because it was about time for her to get off work. She was on her way home, and I was on my way home, and so we was talking, and I was like, well, I guess I can give you, I'm sure you need some cash, I guess I can give you this cash, but I'm gonna need a little sex tonight. She goes, how about if we put it this way? So there's some of your toxic masculinity.
I don't
right?
know about any of that stuff, but
There's no robbery and fair exchange. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Exactly. Well, that's pretty much how she put it. So
I'm not. I don't know about
yeah,
any of that. I don't know.
exactly, Kelly.
I don't know. I don't know about any of that stuff, but I think it's about time that the American people stop sitting on their hands. We have too many rhino tradcons on there, sitting on their hands and hiding behind the Bible. When I see people in Sri Lanka rising up, and I see people in Panama rising up, in Belgium, in France, in Italy, people are getting tired of being told who to love, how to walk, how to talk, what we should say, what we should think, what kind of guns we should and shouldn't have, who we should and shouldn't love. Aren't you sick and tired of it? That's why I'm glad they came knocking on my door.
You know
Because
the funny,
hold on, I'm not done yet. I
I'm
wear it.
Go ahead.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
done yet. I wear it like a badge of honor, baby.
You getting me
Because they're
fired up.
hold on, they're threatened. They're threatened by MAGA Republicans. They're threatened by people that love the Constitution and love the Bill of Rights, that we love our guns, we love our free speech. Us biological men love our biological women. Because it wasn't for men and women, which is a fact, to quote Dave Chappelle, we wouldn't even have a human race. I love my gas-powered car. I love to eat my steak. I love to drink my beer. I love my contact sports. You will not take that from us, and you keep
Thank you.
pushing us. This government is going to keep pushing us and pushing us and pushing us to the breaking point. Once November shows up, once November is at our doorstep, let's see how far this real red wave pushes. 98% of all Trump endorsees are now in office or fighting for positions in office. Once November is gone, then we're really going to see who the real men and boys are. Because once Trump says, I'm running for president, you're going to see hell in a handbasket. And that's when you're really going to see the men from the boys and the women from the girls. Who's going to really stand up for this republic? Because I, for one, am so sick and tired of having people trying to cancel me and sending me death threats and everything else. I am pissed. I am beyond pissed. You have to get angry. You ever watch the movie Network from back in the 70s? You have to speak up. You cannot just hide. Stop censoring yourself. Obviously, I'm here on Kelly Ray's channel, so I'm trying not to cuss. But anyway, I digress. But you have to stand up. You have to fight. You have to clench your fists and say no. You're not going to take from me what our military fought and died for. Millions of men and women died for that red, white, and blue. I'm not going to surrender it for anybody. Not for the Secret Service, not for the Department of Justice, not for a cancel culture, not for black segregationists and separatists, not for black racists, not for the KKK, not for anyone. That flag is worth fighting and dying for and going to jail for. When I saw Steve Bannon turn himself in, he's defiant. Trump is defiant. Everyone that supports this country must defy and disobey. Walk against the wind, go against the grain. The time is now to fight back and disobey. Period.
No,
The Steve Bannon thing, man, seriously, if you think about it in the context of the way our law reads,
Yeah.
what he has done is they don't really have anything, man. We all know what the game is, man. It's a political freaking hit, period. And all against Trump. And so we need to understand that, and we need to understand the fact that, the way our law system works. See, Steve Bannon can go in there and plead guilty for a lesser charge, right? And it'll be a misdemeanor. You watch and see what you watch and see. It'll be a misdemeanor, and all they're trying to do is use this because they are being put under in polls right now, and in the polls. And we can get in a big argument or a big discussion about, well, voting counts, voting doesn't, and the polls don't matter, the polls do matter. We could get in a big discussion about that, but the fact of the matter is that this is a political hit because they want to do everything in the power to try to keep Trump from running.
It's
And
beyond that.
people, well, I know it is, and people, I've been seeing little news hits, saying, well, if Trump's going to announce for office, why is he waiting so long? Because they got this on him, they got that on him, and a lot of people don't understand that all them classified folders that they found, they were all empty. They were all freaking empty.
Well, by
And
law, he was able to. By law, he's able to keep those things too.
exactly.
So,
Exactly.
Because he's got executive privilege. He's an
Right.
ex-president. He has executive
Exactly.
privilege. But it goes beyond Trump. They want this globalist nonsense. They all want you to eat insects. They all want you to sleep with little children. They all, if you're a straight man, they want you to sleep with men in dresses with lumberjack beards. They want you to give up your gas-powered cars for electric cars. What are you supposed to do? Put a wind sail on the skateboard and hopefully you get to where you're going? How do you shop for groceries with a wind sail and a skateboard? All right, that's what they're looking for. You see what's happening in California. Gavin Newsom said by the year 2035, they don't want no more gas-powered cars. And how's that working out for them? Right now, we're rolling blackouts.
Right.
When I don't want the government on my dinner plate. I don't want the government on my inside my thermostat. Right now, it's a nice 72. How's that, California? Do you like what you voted for? Yeah, I don't blame the politicians. I blame the stupid, dumbass voters. It's
Right.
the voters who are gullible and ignorant, and they listen to everything that they see and they hear on CNN and MSNBC and all these other networks. They're so afraid that they're going to die. They're going to die. Oh my God, look out! Ooh.
I just,
Actually,
I just think the first thing that there should be, let's just say Trump and they get back in office, the first thing they should do is what they did, which was a good move, when the Republicans when the Democrats passed that tax bill and said, oh, anybody from 400 on down is not going to get taxed, not going to get taxed. So the Republicans said, okay, put your money where your mouth is, make it a law. Democrats wouldn't do it. So
Right.
when Republicans come in office, they need to do, that should be the first thing, put that in law.
You know why they wouldn't? You know why the Democrats wouldn't accept that? Because all of them have way over. They're making way over $400,000, and and that's the whole thing is that they're people. You know what I'm saying? Their supporters are all making over 400.
We must.
The 400 on down is us. The 400 on down because that bill, when he put that in, it was a tax bill that wasn't renewed. So that takes care, that hits the people under 400 on down. So that's why the Republicans said, okay, make it a law. If you're saying that you're taking care of people 400 on down and you love them and all of this, put it in the law. They would not do it. Democrats wouldn't even bring it up. So that means Republicans come in. That's the first thing they need to do is put that in the law.
This is a precursor to a caste system, like they have in India, like the Untouchables, for example. The ones that handle dead bodies and rats, all the way up to these special elites that have temples and fancy clothes. This is leading to a caste system based on the victimhood scale. Ben Shapiro, who I'm on the fence with when it comes to his rhetoric, but he makes some good points. So if you hit all the check boxes, black, gay, trans, I identify as a shoe, I identify as a carpet, I identify as a hat, blah, 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 blah. This is now becoming a caste system. As long as you have the proper check boxes checked off and you play the victimhood, you'll get everything. But then the hardworking person, somebody said this recently on one of the channels I follow. I don't know if it was a GOP war room, but you have a man that was breaking his ass to pay off his kids' college tuition, right? Now, all of a sudden, the pot smoking, laying back 18-year-olds who play Xbox all day, who use their pronouns, frog self, or demon self, or God knows what they identify as, can sit back and then play the victim and they'll get everything paid for. But then what about the people who are already paid all of that money? Don't they deserve a refund? What about myself? What about you guys? All right, falling behind on car payments. Don't we get a break? What about you guys are falling behind on credit card payments just to put food on your table? Don't you get a break? Should you not get a break? Why do these special people in our society, who overweight, gay, black, Jews, my pronouns are zip, zil, zowie, I identify as a carpet, I identify as an ottoman, I identify as a light bulb, I identify as a TV set, I identify as a cell phone. Why do they get special breaks? What about us? What about men and women? What about black and white and Hispanic? Apparently, well, it depends. It's just like, whoa, where's your victimhood lie in the scale? It's so pathetic and ridiculous how certain people get special treatment and others become the workhorses to pull the wagon, to be slaves, whether you're black or white, especially if you're conservative. How many times have I heard, Kelly, you know this more than anybody, Maurice Delk getting assaulted being called a coon in a house and a race traitor and blah, blah, blah. The man is a free man in this country. That's what Abraham Lincoln fought for, and the conservatives. And the man is doing good. God bless Maurice Delk and that little grandson. But then you have people that are out there who use their skin color to play victimhood because they, as individuals, suck. They're angry and miserable and lonely and don't have sex and have no girlfriend. Nobody loves them. They're overweight. They're there playing Super Mario Brothers. Let's be realistic. Let's be real. And now be real. No, don't be, no,
You
black,
just
no,
said
be
roll.
real. Don't pull punches. We're done pulling punches. Now all of a sudden, that exact person now will say they're gay and trans. Now we have to hand them everything? Hell no. As a matter of fact, I'm so insulted by all this. Social Security is now paying out these people that identify as a frying pan. What the hell? What about real disabled people that are quadriplegics, or maybe have a mental disorder, or served overseas, our veterans, or right here on our shores with the police officers having to deal with all sorts of death and all that stuff. I myself, most of you guys know my story. I'm not going to talk about it here. Seeing what I saw on 9/11, man, I earned my right to sit on my ass. These people don't deserve it. Why are these people being handed everything? You have to question this stuff and stand up against it. That's all I got to say. Sorry.
Hey, I don't think a lot of people know this, and man, I can't think of the dude's name. Hell, I'm lucky to remember what I did 3 days ago. But honestly, I think he's an Army Ranger,
Right.
and he never even entered the building on the J6 thing.
Right.
Never even entered the building, and he is being held still. He got arrested and is still being held. They won't let him see. This dude is a combat veteran for this country and did not enter the building.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the
And
one? Yeah, that's the one. I think, is that the one that I think didn't they tap his phones and stuff like that? Is that the one that they was listening to him when he was talking to his son and stuff like that? Is that the same guy?
I think I remember reading something, but I can't. I don't really want to just come out and say that, yeah, that's the one, but I remember reading something about that as well. But I'm just saying, this man is still being held captive.
Right.
Yeah, but
He's not even allowed to speak to a lawyer or anything.
Yeah, he's a political prisoner.
Yeah, he's a political prisoner.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He's a political prisoner like myself. See, I have a personal thing in this. Like I said, I hope the glowies are watching when they came knocking on my door yesterday. All right, don't give me that nonsense that government officials are not political, especially when it comes to the Secret Service. What's his name? I have the business card right here. I'm going to lean over. What's his name? I'm not doxing him. What was it? Joshua Zaukis? Is that his name? And his partner that came knocking on my door. Oh, we're not political. Bullshit. Forgive my language. I'm sorry to cuss.
Wait,
but
they said that first?
Hold on. Here's the reality of it. All right. I can mention one name, Tony Ornato. Do any of you know who Tony Ornato is? He served in the Secret Service under the Trump administration, and then he was an assistant director to the Trump administration. And then what did Mr. Ornato do? He retired, in air quotes, because Mr. Ornato knows, because Trump was pushing, when the whole January 6th thing to go back to the White House, they were telling him, no. So now they want Mr. Ornato served on his silver platter. Don't tell me they're not political. Of course they're political. When I heard that nonsense at my front door, well, listen, we're not political, but still, yes, you are. That's a lie. Tony Ornato is the best example of this. That's why he retired, because they're going to – hold on, I'm not done. I haven't finished yet. No offense. They are going to railroad Mr. Ornato. They're going to do a Donald Trump to Mr. Ornato. That's why he retired. That's why Mr. Dr. Fauci retired, because they know the red wave hits in November, they're going to railroad him too, and they're going to go after him. So when you see people like this that say, no, we're not political, we are a Secret Service. Nonsense. Yes, they are. And they'll protect themselves before they protect you and me and anybody in this chat or anybody here on YouTube that respects Trump and liberty and decency and God and the American flag. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I will clam up. My apologies.
No, it's all good, man.
Yes, sir.
I was gonna just say, like, the dudes like seriously knocked on your door and one of the first things they said is it's not political.
No, what happened was because I posted a meme on my YouTube channel that they misinterpreted as I'm planning to go after Joe Biden, that I'm looking to kill him and assassinate him because of a meme, a photo, a make-believe photo quoting sound lyrics. So they interpreted that as a threat to the Democrats. But it's all right for Maxine Waters to go out in the street and
Well,
tell them to go after Trump conservatives. It's okay for Kathy Griffin to hold up a fake bloody head of Trump. It's okay for Antifa to dox conservatives or show up to, what's his face, Justice Kavanaugh's home, threatening to assassinate him, or go after those in the
Right,
middle, like
right,
Tim
right,
Pool.
right,
You know
right,
what I mean?
right.
But
But
I'm
but but
such a
hold,
threat. Right.
okay,
Sure.
but hold on.
Yeah.
I got to say this one thing,
Yes, sir.
man. This is coming from a 53-year-old man. Okay, I've been around the block many a times actually.
That's right. I'm
I have to,
45,
I
so
have
we're
to.
not that far
Oh,
off.
okay, so I have to say something here.
Yeah.
I thought he was 80.
So you posted a deal, a meme that talked about assassination of Joe Biden.
What happened was I put a meme on my YouTube channel with him standing up, at the, bloody red in the background. He looked like Satan and all that stuff.
Right, right, right,
And it's just the nature of the meme. They misinterpreted it as like, oh my God, this guy's planning on killing Joe Biden. Let's go knock on his
Okay,
door.
so you never put anything up that said anything about any kind of assassination.
Absolutely not. It
Okay,
was so
okay, okay,
preposterous.
okay. I just wanted to make sure because I was fixing to correct you on that because
Yeah.
because see we all been preaching all night about coming together and stop with the hatred and the racism
Yes,
and
sir.
the then this and then we can't turn around because if you really want to be a true constitutionalist, if you want to be a true American, you're going to have to say, you know what, I can't stand to hear Joe Biden speak. I can't stand to look at the man. I think he's a piece of crap. But he is the president of the United States, and we can argue about that all day long about
Mhm.
what may or may not have happened. I'm cool with that, but the fact of the matter, right now, he is the president of the United States, and I would protect him with my life because it's not about Joe Biden. It's about the office. It's about the
Right.
president,
Right.
and we need to get back to that and teaching our young children that we may not, man, I may hate that joker. Man, I can't stand Joe Biden, but he still is the president. And regardless of if I believe it was fair or not, it doesn't matter. Right now, the senators, the congressmen, they put him in office. Okay, they signed the piece of paper, and we have to respect that office. And it's and if it was a deal where you just put up that one meme thing, um I have to say, bro, it's a whole lot more than that, and that. You know um the reason why they showed up. But when people start, when someone like that shows up and they go, well, this is not political. I mean, come on, bro. It's like, man, the fact that you just brought that up, you know what I'm saying? To them agents that showed up to your house, the fact that they brought it up, man, it's like, bro, man.
Well, you know why? Because they see people like myself as a threat. Because people like me, that I obviously I'm really trying to hold back because this is Kelly Ray's home here. The simple fact of the matter is, there are people like myself that are not going to be blindsided anymore. All right,
Right.
the die is cast. Antifa have taken to the streets, rioting, pulling down statues, just like BLM, rioting, destroying property, sending death threats, showing up at people's homes, cancel culture. This man got up there and declared war on 70 million people plus,
Yep.
saying that we are bad people. Really,
Yep.
we're bad people. But
Yep.
then meanwhile, it's always the left that commits these crimes. So where is it wrong to say, hey, this is you, not me, not us? It's okay to support the president, which is fine and dandy when it's appropriate. But this man went up there, and we've been dealing with this even before Trump was elected into office, that they were going after because they want their precious windmills and their electric cars and going after their kids and dressing up in leather dog costumes, spanking each other with hot dog packs. It's ridiculous. They want us to eat insects. No, this is not what America is about. This is not what millions of Americans died for. That's just not what our military died for. This is not what my grandfather served this country for. And eventually, things are going to unravel. It's happening all over this planet where people are getting tired of their individual governments coming down on them to save a bird in a tree. You want to clean up the planet, that's fine. But don't expect the government to do it. You as the individual should be responsible for your environment. You see trash, pick it up. Don't depend on the government to do it for you. I'm very individualistic and very libertarian, even though I support Trump. I get so tired of hearing these climate change nitwits. Well, the planet's dirty, so gather a bunch of your pink-haired, blue-haired, rainbow-haired, bullring in the nose freak shows that identify as a left-handed teaspoon. Pick up some garbage bags, walk along the highways, and pick up the trash. Oh, you want the government to do it for you because work is so hard. You may have to sweat a little bit. You may have to be out in the elements for a while. It might be cold, might be raining. Get a damn raincoat. Get some galoshes. Pick up the trash. But you want somebody to do it for you. Like when I see millions and millions and millions of dollars now are going to be just washed away when it comes to the student loan debt forgiveness. What about people that worked hard to pay off their debts and now they're so severely in debt they can't recover? What about those Americans? I get covering the president and all that stuff, but this man is a fake and a fraud, and people like him are fakes and frauds. What they want to do is they want this precious utopia where everyone loves everybody, whether it's kids or old men. You know, they want old people to self-delete because now with Bill Gates and their whole, you know, there's too many people on a planet, cow farts, and it's so out of whack. It's so out of whack. When I look at places like Sri Lanka and Belgium and Denmark, you know, and Panama, Italy and France, where people are rising up to fight back. January 6th, in my opinion, is just a drop in a bucket. And for those that don't think so, it's built into our First Amendment to address grievances against our government. Also, the Second Amendment is also attached to that, the former well-armed militia, in case tyranny starts to befall us. So without the First and Second Amendment, we have nothing. These people will continue to clamp down on us. Biden declared war on half this population because of plastic bags and tin cans and cigarette butts out in the street. Really? Really?
But you said
I don't think so.
you said that you're a libertarian, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I like Ron Paul libertarian part, but you know, a lot of libertarians is especially against like the Rhinos conservative because they just as bad as the Democrats.
See, like with myself, I'm very pro-America. You know, I'm very live and let live. You do what you want. But once you start to encroach into my personal space, trying to expect me to accept all this crap, my brain, my intelligent brain, and I not to sound arrogant, but I'm well educated. And when somebody's trying to infringe their beliefs, you can open up the door. I'll try it. If I don't like it, then oops, then that's that. Case closed. But then when you start to continue to push it on me, that's when the problems start. I don't care who does what with themselves. Hey, you want to go smoke a bong in your bedroom? Go do it. Just don't infringe on me. Don't expect me to smoke it, and don't get mad at me because I said one simple word, which a lot of Americans today don't know how to say. No. You have to learn how to say no. And that's where my libertarian brain goes off. I don't want to have sex with men. I don't want to eat insects. I don't want to drive an electric car. My answer to all of it is no. All right?
I understand that. I see your point on that. But I'm just saying, as far as like Rand Paul said, you can't tell a difference between the conservative and the Democrat. It's just different degrees. And I think that those things need to be correct. First of all, let's just deal with the Patriot Act. If that's not that's one of the reasons why they came to your house, just in that.
Oh, I'm an expert with this one because, like I said, and Kelly Ray knows this, you know, I was at the World Trade Center for the first 5 days, from the 12th to the 16th. Let me tell you, we were patriotic and united shoulder to shoulder. Black, white, gay, trans, tall, short, fat, skinny, didn't matter. The American flag came first. This republic came first. Then all of a sudden, around the late 2000s, 2008, 2009, where Governor Bush, good old Governor Bush, instead of staying in Afghanistan and Pakistan, went into Iraq, which I have a huge problem with. Iraq had nothing to do with Afghanistan and Pakistan. He just wanted to clean up his dad's work because, as you know, good old George Bush Sr. went to Brazil for that Rio de Janeiro,
Right.
globalist nonsense, Agenda 21, to push what they're pushing on us right now. So
Right.
good old Governor Bush had to clean up his daddy's work. It's so
Right.
ridiculous, man. And that's why we are in trouble, because now with the Patriot Act, that they can just kick your door down without a
Right.
warrant, no knock warrants, I believe is what they called. You guys
Yeah.
can correct
No,
me on
not
that.
more. Right.
In other words, our right now, I'm going to try to sum this up very easy. The way things are set up, you're guilty until proven innocent right
Right.
now. Where it should be, you're innocent until proven guilty.
There you go.
And that is my ultimate problem with all of this.
Right.
Because, a guy like myself, and, anybody that knows me and knows how I speak over on my channel, I say what I think and what I feel, unfiltered, uncensored. All right. Now, all of a sudden, you're guilty of thought crimes.
Right.
Thinking is a crime.
Thinking is
Speaking is a crime. If you
Right.
wear your hat a certain way, or, you walk a certain way, now you're guilty of something because somebody said so. It's ridiculous.
It could be looked at as, yeah, you're right. Yeah. It could be looked at as a crime. And then that's when they can put you behind bars and not even let anybody know in your family or anything. So, yeah, that's true.
But I have a question. Do you support Rudy Giuliani?
Oh, I remember when Giuliani was mayor. That man got us all together. All right, now I know where this may lead to, the whole stop and frisk thing. Well, it's a violation of your constitutional rights. But you have to include human behavior. And this is what pisses me off about our political discourse this time. And the left are all about their feelings. A guy like myself, you have to understand human psychology and human behavior. I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. This is just my life growing up in New York City. Now, I'm a Southerner and I'm a free man. Thank God for that. But you have to understand human psychology and human arrogance and human narcissism. There are people that are out there right now because they wear their hat a certain way, or they drop their drawers down to the bottom of their ass cracks and their underwear is hanging out and they're walking around like they have a broken hip. Y'all can't tell me what to do, son. You know what I mean? Most of these people up there are the ones committing the crimes. Don't tell me there's no such thing as black on black crime. There is white on white crime. There is white on white crime. I'm not going to pretend or deny that, but it gets to a point where the pendulum is so far to one side that you have to take a look at human psychology. All right, Giuliani had it correct. If it wasn't for Giuliani, the mob would still be running New York, and they would be found dead in dumpsters and behind alleyways. Giuliani had it correct, because you have some people that think they can just take things because of their skin color or the way they walk. Like I said, you ever see some of these hip hop guys are walking around like they got like their foot's broken? You know what I mean?
Okay, wait.
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China's MAGA, man?
But I'm just saying. Oh no! Look, it's Big J Triple X, a black separatist, right?
No,
black
the black
Hey, Dan, the security guy. Let me tell you something, MAGA man. The problem is with you talk out of both ends out your neck. First of all,
right.
you said first of all, you said though you for the Constitution. Then though, man, you are for stop and frisk, which violates what Winch Amendment does a. No, I got
Nobody's special. Because you're right. No, I grew up. Did you grow up in New York? No, you live in Texas, right? So since you grew up in Texas, you live in Texas, you don't know New York like I do. There are people that live up there right now, just like in LA and Chicago. They think they own the streets. Nobody owns the fucking streets. The taxpayer.
I'm gonna ask this question.
Not gang members, not people that have silly handshakes. All right, I saw it firsthand.
Security guy.
I saw it firsthand.
Ask this question again. What did stop and frisk violate? What Constitution Amendment does stop and frisk?
Doesn't matter. Did he clean up the crime?
Oh, but wait a minute. You're supposed to be a libertarian, though, brother.
Right. You're supposed to be a libertarian.
Did he clean up the crime?
I agree.
All this.
Yeah.
Did he clean up the crime?
No, it doesn't. Wait a minute. So that means you're going against your own belief because you saying because it cleaned up crime. What about the rights and the things they violated? As a libertarian, you should be like, no, that's not right.
I agree.
Facts.
To a point.
I agree.
Hold on now. Hold on, to a point.
MAGA, hold on. No, hold on. No.
How many of you raise your hands? I'm the only one that grew up in New York City in this chat. Yes or no? Guaranteed. So you didn't live it. You didn't see it. I saw it firsthand.
I live in Baltimore. That's just as bad as New York City. I live in Baltimore. I know all about a stop and frisk.
Magomed thinks though. Magomed thinks though stop and frisk only happened in New York. When it happened in Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio. It happened in LA. It happened in Memphis. Come on.
There were cops. Hold on. There were cops on every street corner. They were inside the subways. They were on every street corner. They were driving around. They didn't have to be undercover wearing, things on their backs that would reveal that they're undercover. All right. The simple fact of the matter is,
we're not talking about undercover.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet because I'm making a solid point. The simple fact of the matter is that yes, I am. You're not going to interrupt me. The simple fact of the matter is having a police presence out in the street and in the subways and all over the place will deter crime. And then when you see people doing stuff and then you're pulling out guns and drugs and everything else, guess what? Crime goes down. That's why Giuliani took down the mob.
Wait a
That's
minute.
why he's still America's mayor.
You see what he's doing? He's trying.
Hey, can I ask all you guys a question real fast?
Hold on.
You guys really still believe in these puppets? Actually, like Trump back your ass, Biden back your ass. No, for real. The New World Order is being set right now. You guys are arguing about politician elites. Okay, we the people, right? Africa, China, Japan, tyranny all over the world. You don't know New York. You never lived in a war zone that has happened in America, man. And all you guys who think these elites are agenda, they all have the same agenda. Beast system, New World Order agenda, guys. I don't know, you can't. Whether you're for Trump, whether you're for Biden, they're all on the same agenda.
Gentlemen,
I'm not accustomed to
Okay, just
Mr. Madman, you do not know New York, homie. People run the streets, homie. That's how it goes.
Gentlemen,
militias and gang members and clicked up groups will run the streets.
Right. 38 years of my life, I lived in New York City. I grew up in Elmhurst, Queens. Don't tell me I
Good
don't
for
know.
you. Good for you.
You still
clap.
did not answer
Golf
the question.
clap.
You still did
not answer the question. Which constitutional amendment does stop
regardless of that, it does not matter. The simple fact of the matter
doesn't matter.
Do you believe that we have a constitution that is being followed by our government right now?
Hold up.
Do you believe that?
Hold up, brother. You're going off with the what we're trying to get established.
Right.
What
We're trying
to establish something on the foundation of what MAGA is. He's a libertarian, but he's saying, okay, you can violate certain parts of even though you can violate certain parts of the people. But
that's a problem. There's no left, right, libertarian, up, down, yes, and the people of the agenda. Even the racism is part of the agenda, dude.
Give him a minute, Snaps. Let him
let Big J establish what he wants to establish.
Right. And get the fuck out the way when I'm talking.
Hey.
There he goes. You gives a damn about that Alex Jones style talk.
Yeah, that's because you like elites. Because you're a puppet yourself, thinking that all these elites, one way or another, they're all same agenda, dude. The New World Order minus Hulk Hogan is being set.
If I'm part of the elite, then tell me something. How come? Then what is my sub count? If I'm part of the elite.
Oh, now it's about numbers.
Oh, it's about numbers, homie. Hey, numbers ain't shit, dude. I'm going after privately owned, government-operated Pogo channels right now. You have no clue. You have no. David Goldberg warned us about all this stuff.
Answer the question, Snap.
Right. Let's.
Hold on. I want to know something. How come though they don't want to answer questions? I asked which constitutional amendment violates.
Right. I've said it 3 times. The 4th Amendment.
I didn't ask you. I'm asking Magomed because he needs to explain that.
Right.
Yeah.
Because y'all have a personal gripe against me, and you start yelling and screaming. Yo, get out of my way. Listen, I got to know you long enough. As soon as you start talking about black people, you take it as a personal attack against you. The simple fact of the matter is, I grew up in New York. You're in Texas. I grew up in New York. I saw it firsthand.
I don't give a damn.
I don't think anyone in America has experienced what's about to happen, ladies and gentlemen.
This is happening right now. How many people have?
I don't care how long you've lived in Texas, how long you've lived in Alaska, how long you've lived in New York or California. We are witnessing We are witnessing third world
Listen, I'm
happening
getting
in America.
tired of your Alex Jones talk.
Oh yeah, right. That's
Yeah,
why you like to
yeah,
yell and
because you guys
scream.
still believe in the puppet
Yeah, that's
elite.
why you like to yell.
Yeah,
and
you believe
scream
in the
and cause-
puppet elite.
You're
You
allowed
think
to
these
scream.
elites
You're
are
allowed to
gonna
scream.
save your ass?
Man. Hold on.
You're gonna
Surprised
be the
you don't
first one
scream
lining
anymore.
up for them fucking
Surprised you don't
food and that
scream.
water, huh?
Okay,
You're the first one lining up. You're
How
gonna
many
supply.
more women are you gonna hit
You're
on?
gonna supply,
Right,
huh?
sure. Bullshit.
okay. I just want to
Answer the question. Which constitutional
All I know
What
is
constitution, though? That's the question.
that.
Hey, Big J, what constitution? Who's following the Constitution nowadays in America? Government-wise, anyone?
No,
wait a minute. I just want to know.
You're trying to get me off of focus, dude. Go on somewhere with that shit.
No, that's not focus. You think if the Constitution, we'd be losing our guns? You think we'd be losing water rights in cities and stuff? Bro, you're arguing about shit we don't have.
Wait a minute.
That we have to fight against. Real shit. Real shit. Like, we could talk all day, but the Constitution don't mean shit to these people. Trump, Biden, all of them, man. If it mattered to any of the people on any of the elite side, it would not be going down the way it's going down in American soil.
Kelly, didn't I ask a question? No, I'll talk to V. Hey, V. Did I actually ask a question, V?
Yeah.
Okay, how come though it's so hard for these constitutionalists not to answer the question?
The simple fact of the matter is that New York was safer at that time. Now you had a Democrat mayor, two of them coming. Well, he was a Republican, then a Democrat, then an independent. Then you got another radical leftist. And now you have Eric Adams.
He won't answer the question.
37.
He won't answer the question.
Facts. 37.
He won't answer the question though.
Big J, shut your fucking mouth, dude. The crime has gone up 37%.
Dan the security
37%. 37%. The crime rate in New York City has gone up 37%. And that's why people are leaving. You can thank the COVID shutdowns. You can thank the masks. You can thank the injections with the coof. It's all nonsense.
Bro, do you think Trump is... Hey, I get it, but... Okay, there's lesser evil than more evil, but get this. Trump is still about vax your ass. Biden's about vax your ass. The world was shut down, which never happened before. Allies and enemies. This is a new world order agenda, bro. Yeah, I'm putting on my tinfoil hat on. You guys are arguing about some shit that, the tinfoil hats are right about.
Okay.
All this government shit, politics is part of distraction, dude.
No,
of the Constitution that we do believe in as people, but you can argue on this, that, but we're losing it. Both on all sides, Trump side, Biden side, all elites. All elites, bro. They're all about back to their ass, dude.
This man has always had a personal gripe against myself, so he's going to default to insult. So immediately,
wait.
Alex Jones.
I'm not going to. Okay, this is me. This is Ron. Okay, gotcha. You said that as far as what they did, what Giuliani did, as far as what he did, he implemented to clean up the streets, but you're not putting in account on what they did and allow the streets to get that way. You're seeing the end result as far as what Giuliani did, but look what the government did as far as flooding that market in New York with drugs, the certain things they implemented, the laws, things like that. You're leaving that out and just say, Giuliani cleaned up the thing. It was people before Giuliani, Giuliani, is the reason why they was.
You're talking about like Mayor Ed Koch, and you're talking about guys like him. All right. You're talking like Mayor Ed Koch days. We're talking about post 9/11, all right? Giuliani cleaned up the streets. I'm
talking about before. Hold up.
Giuliani was mayor before 9/11.
There was what they call black heroin coming into the streets that had nothing to do with Giuliani. That had to do with the criminals. The criminals themselves are finding ways of bringing them in. But because of the way, this is when the whole defund the police started. When
no, criminals. What criminals?
Have you ever heard of black tar heroin?
Yes, but what criminals are you talking about?
Once Giuliani was gone, and then you had somebody like Michael Bloomberg come in when he was trying to tell people what size soft drinks to drink or what size.
No, I'm not talking about you. You're going after. I'm talking about.
You're not letting me finish because that's the point.
Talking about before.
That's the point.
Yes, I'm talking about the before. Did not the CIA flood the market?
That's conspiracy
Absolutely.
theory. What's that?
No,
No,
it's
it's
not.
not. He's
No, it's
absolutely
not.
right.
No, it's not.
He's absolutely right. Just like it's been since day one. Just like Oracle, #2 data collection agency.
Right.
All this shit, dude.
What?
It's all agendaed out, man.
Oh,
The
man,
man's
this guy-
absolutely right, bro.
Oh, geez. Now we're
No,
going in.
the man's
We're going, we're going,
it's all agendaed out. He's absolutely right.
Right. We're going into Bigfoot and UFOs.
Oh, you talking
Here
about?
we go
You
now.
said that even the CIA said yes. The CIA have documents that they proved. And
Bro, do you know these highway systems are built by our governments? They know what happens when the fall of
So
America happens.
you
Just
mean
like
to tell
China,
me-
just like Japan, war zones and all that
you
shit,
mean-
bro.
So
Like
you think?
Talking about.
We're
No,
going to
what are
start
you
talking about
talking
Kennedy
about?
assassination.
No, I'm not
Bigfoot,
talking about-
No, I'm
UFOs,
talking about you guys are arguing about
Loch Ness
constitutional
Monster.
rights. No, you guys are arguing about constitutional rights. Democratic, Republican, this and that. But this is far worse than politics. This is we the people, man. This is a
Came
country.
on here because you're uneducated clown.
This is a country changing, bro. You
So
guys
this
are
is why they can't
witnessing.
say, without stuttering.
You've been watching too many Alex Stone movies. Them old
Right.
Alex
Hey, I
Jones-
worked
No,
with
because-
Alex Jones for a while, you big ass motherfucker. Hey, I'm going after Pogo, privately owned government operated channels right now. When any of you motherfuckers think you know about CIA and government ops and psyops and all this shit, motherfucker, I'm snapping snaps. We the Truth Hill movement. All I'm telling you guys is you guys are arguing when we the peeps, yes, our constitution is gone, under attack. The nation is being turned over to fucking communists. That's what's really happening on both
I
sides.
hate you.
On both
This is
sides.
why I hate you.
You
too.
Both
came down
sides.
here.
No, I'm talking about MAGA. Do you remember what happened to the people down in Orlando, down in the Everglades? Do you remember the story on that?
Let me tell you, there's been drug pushing from time immemorial. When it came to, like, back in the days when the Chinese were pushing,
Right.
opioids and all that kind of stuff back in
Right.
the days, all right?
Mhm,
This has been
mhm.
going on since time immemorial. It's about
Okay.
how it's done and how these things are coming into our streets. It is now
Exactly.
it's now 2022. When you have Mexican cartels that are using drones to drop drugs across
Okay.
the border or are
Mhm.
sending coyotes,
Right,
in
and
with little
you
kids.
think that a mayor is gonna really control the output or input of what happens? It's far more than just Rudy Giuliani or these elites. In fact, I could put money that most of these elites have money on border issues. I'm in a border state where they're paying off to open the border for a
I love
lot of
being
these
able
drugs
to finish
coming
your
in.
thought. I love being
Hey,
able to
Right.
Hey,
Can you
I
finish?
want to,
Go ahead.
hold on. I've been sitting here silent, man, and listening to all y'all, and I want to say something. I'm really disappointed in this conversation, and I'm gonna tell you
So am
why.
I. Me too.
No,
I'm
hold
facepalming.
on. Don't interrupt me. Everybody's been very clear about not getting interrupted, but yet we're all interrupting each other, and nobody can look. I ain't heard a word none of y'all have said, but I've heard all of y'all. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense,
Yeah.
because let me tell you something. We are never going to move forward in this country, and we are never going to be able to beat the elitists. Whether it's globally, whether it's closely, we are never going to be able to do any of this, accomplish a damn thing, if we don't stop with the stupid conversation that we keep having over and over again when we're going, oh, well, you're just a stupid, dumb, and you don't understand, and well, you're this,
If people
every
start
single one. Hold on,
answering the questions.
Hold on,
Answering the
hold
questions.
Yeah, because people like you like to talk to no others. Try to make
Jay,
it look bad. Bullshit.
Jay, that's exactly what I'm talking about. We
Thank
have
you.
got to get to a point to where we can listen to each other. We can actually hear what each other is saying, and we can go from there and stop name calling. Stop trying to prove
Who
that,
in here
that you're
name call? Who in here name
you
call?
did. Maggot did.
because
This dude over here in the other corner did.
That's why.
All of y'all
Stats keep
three
on cutting me
did.
off. That's why.
Well, you said
You know what,
hold
though?
on.
Hey,
Hold on.
here's
If
what's
we want-
funny is there is no going forward. There is a forward, but do you know name calling is the least you guys got to be fucking worried
Man,
about?
look,
Oh my
Do you
God.
understand what third world
See
running
what I'm-
out of water and food and what's about to happen to this nation? Do you
See, I
guys
didn't-
really understand what's about to
every
happen
time though,
to this
when
nation?
somebody's trying to talk, you snap, keep cutting
Yeah,
in. Why you keep cutting in all the time, Snaps? Why you keep cutting in all the time, Snaps? Why you keep going in? Why you keep cutting in? We don't want to talking about Rudy Giuliani's his mayoral record. You coming in with that bullshit about the goddamn
Bullshit!
Get the fuck out the way. That's not even the topic. Stay on the topic. Get on the topic.
Get out of.
Stay on the topic. When people talk about topic, you stay on the topic. Don't get off the topic. That's what you need to do. Stay on the topic.
34-inch python.
Stay on the
What you gonna do
topic.
when the Hulkster
Stay
comes
on
for
the
you?
topic.
Ding,
How
ding,
about you
ding.
stay on the topic?
Let me tell you something,
How about you
G.
stay on
Me
the
and my little
topic?
Hulkamaniacs all over the
No,
world.
stay
I
on
got
the topic.
Hulkamaniacs over here.
Yeah,
I got
brother.
Hulkamaniacs.
Snap into a Slim Jim. Snap into it.
Stay on the topic.
Yeah, let me snap into a Slim Jim.
Are you snapping?
Damn, stay
Are
on
you
the goddamn
snapping into a
topic.
Slim
Somebody-
Jim?
This is
somebody
exactly
got
what's
nothing to
wrong
do
with
doing
America.
at the topic.
Man, are you triggered? Are you triggered, Big J?
I can't stand your bullshit.
Hashtag triggered.
Stay on the topic.
Triggered.
What part of stay on topic you don't understand, Snap?
What? It's the topic of the
What
nation.
part of
You guys
stay on
are
topic
arguing
you don't
about
understand?
politics.
What part of stay on the topic you don't understand? What part of stay on the topic you don't understand? Snap.
This is great.
Stay on the topic.
What'd you
We
say?
ain't talking about
What'd you say,
you're
Jay?
talking about.
No, what'd you say, Jay?
And you came in
What'd
here
you say?
interrupting me as
Wait,
I
you
was
said stay on
talking.
topic,
That's
right?
why I'm get up in your ass. That's
You
why I'm
up
get
in my ass?
Snap.
Damn, boy. Look at
Stay
all
on
that.
the topic.
Damn, boy. Up in my ass.
What's up, Mo?
Woo! Stay away
What's
from
up,
my
dude?
ass.
What's up, Mo?
My dude
Stay away
goes
from
in
my
there.
ass.
It's like, yeah, Big J's on fire again.
My argument. I'm not your goddamn entertainment. I tell
Yes,
you that
you
right
are.
now.
I'm
Oh,
laughing.
damn straight
If
you
you
are.
want some entertainment, play your PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5,
I don't play
or the
PlayStation.
Xbox. But
I
I tell
don't
you
play
what,
Xbox.
strange your
I don't do
goddamn
that.
entertainment. Because the thing is, though, you're being dishonest by calling yourself a libertarian, but
great.
then, though, you back
This is
Rudy
great.
Giuliani's breaking of the Fourth
keep
Fourth
talking.
Amendment of the
Keep talking.
Constitution.
Keep
You're
talking. I
breaking
love it. We're all loving it, baby.
The 15th
Loving
Amendment
it.
of the
Loving it.
Constitution.
Loving it. Loving it. Loving it. This is great.
Oh.
Wait. You tell me to stay on topic? Is that wait? What?
You
What,
love
Jay?
the laugh. Hold on. You love
Here it
the
comes.
laugh.
Here it comes.
You
Here comes the
love-
personal insults now.
Hold on. You love to laugh at me.
The name
When
of
I'm laughing
the
at
call-
you
Right,
always
the
crying.
slander,
Maga
the
man.
libel.
You the main
Right.
one crying.
There you go. Right.
Oh,
See, I told
somebody's
you.
attacking me.
Personal
But
insult.
you out here laughing at everybody else. You're a hypocrite.
Right. Sure.
You've
Go
been
ahead,
you've
Big
been
J,
a
right.
hypocrite all this time.
Right. Sure. Right.
Dan,
Right. Yeah. See, there it
security
goes.
guard.
There it goes.
You're
There you go.
Dan the security guy from the TV show Boondocks.
Let me
Get
tell
out
you,
of
man.
here.
Let me tell you, if I had some cocoa butter, I'd be stroking one off right now. This is amazing, baby.
I just wanted to get back and talk about his libertarian foundation, and even Ron Paul, even he spoke against that, what Giuliani did as a libertarian. And you're saying this one thing about Ron Paul, he's consistent on his belief when it comes to libertarian freedom for all. He does not go off of that. But you're saying that you want to go off of that. That is, if you're a libertarian, be consistent, be on your foundation, and stay on libertarian freedom for all. But it can't be, oh, well, you can do it for this. Okay, well then, wait a minute. Then, if we can do it for these people, then the other people need to get rights being taken away.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
That's what I'm trying to say, though, you guys. No,
That's
listen,
fine.
like on a real level, though. That's what I'm trying to say. On a real level. It doesn't matter if you're libertarian or Republican. Look at what they're trying to do. They're trying to disarm the nation. And they're trying to put like a pressure hold on the nation. It doesn't matter if it's the right side or the left side. Give some, take some. And that's what's happening, dude. It's all sides, man. It's all sides.
Okay, I understand that. Well, can I finish what I'm talking to MAGA? I heard what you said. No problem. I understand that. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm talking to MAGA because he's on another plateau. I'm trying to see where he is a libertarian. I understand you saying it's a division type of thing. No problem. That's where we are, though. So
Yes,
that works.
yeah. I agree. And you're right about the CIA thing, and that's what sad about it, whether you're Democrat or Republican. This is truly one agenda, one world, and it's like give some to the one side and give some to the other side.
Let the man question MAGA man. Can you allow him to do that? Can you allow him to do that?
Yeah, because Big J Triple X wants to put me on trial. That's why.
You need to. You need to because you are dishonest. You can't call yourself a libertarian.
I'm here right now on my cocoa butter. Right now I'm doing a backstroke with my cocoa butter.
Even police state.
The police state, even Ray and Blackwood said that they can see that. You're trying to say, oh, take those people rights because they was acting a certain way, but you're not putting in account, just like this guy said, what the government did.
I never said that. I haven't been given a chance to talk because you're a stuttering asshole that loves to hit on women in his life.
Okay, go ahead.
Hit on women.
Go ahead, Mac.
Where I hit on women at?
Especially a mouth breather like this.
I don't know if he's hit on women. I hit on women my ass earlier, dude.
Okay, but go ahead, man. Let
me get that. All right, so are we all good now, or are we going to get something?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, all right, Ron Paul. I know all about Ron Paul. Like he deems the Federal Reserve to be illegal because it's unconstitutional.
Right.
The taxes are unconstitutional. Just like his son Rand Paul is the same thing. Less government, which is what libertarianism is. But libertarianism can fall into the realm of anarchy without certain basic rules in place. You can't just do what you want when you want and cause harm to people. That's the problem. Then people don't really understand that foundation. Libertarianism can fall into the realm of anarchy without certain rules in place. Like libertarianism is probably just beneath being a conservative, where there's a little bit more freedom and a little bit more elbow room. You do you, I do me, we leave each other alone. So that's my understanding of libertarianism. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, what you said,
it's very simple.
It's more to it, but what you said is
I'm marginalizing it very simply. It's like it could be keen to anarchy. So with that being said,
are most libertarians pro-choice or pro-life? Gotta ask you.
I will answer that later, but I would let Magga finish. Go ahead, Magga.
Yeah, let's let somebody finish.
My head is hurting right now. All right, so when it comes to what I saw in New York, again, like out of all of us, I think I have a little more experience with this. I saw it myself.
Okay.
This man, because he understood human nature and human behavior and the tactics and what these mobsters were using at the time, he learned their behavior. He learned how to infiltrate some of these undercover detectives and some of these people that infiltrated these mobsters. They literally had to become the mob. What was the name of the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio and what's his name?
The Irishman or something like that.
David Brasco. David Brasco.
The Departed. Yeah, The Departed.
Okay.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Go on.
Yeah, The Departed. All right, we can agree on that. The Departed. Exactly. With Jack Nicholson. He had to become the criminal. And that's the type of thing that I'm talking about. That sometimes, unfortunately, you have to reach that type of mindset when you're trying to clean up the streets. There are cops out there that really had to do things that they probably never expected to do just to clean up the streets. And unfortunately, because certain people out there think that they're targeting black people or marginalized people. That's not what happened. What happened was that you had law enforcement having to really become criminals to take down these criminal elements to clean up the streets. That was the point I was trying to make earlier. That unfortunately, when it comes down to that, sometimes, and it's quite unfortunate, you have to lower your standards and the way you do things to become the thing that is most evil, unfortunately, to take down these criminals. So when you have drug addicts out there and you have rapists and pedophiles and all these organized groups, and then you have groups like the NYPD, which were given millions of dollars because of what happened after 9/11 for, because as you know, it's always going to be a terrorist bullseye. To this day, it's the number one target. So unfortunately, these cops and all these law enforcement agents have had to lower themselves and really de-evolve themselves to almost like they approached the line, but they never crossed it. Maybe one or two probably did. I'm not going to deny that. I'm sure it probably happened. But that was the point I was trying to make, that sometimes when it comes to taking down these groups and these gangsters and these people that think they rule the streets, that think they could just walk around and do whatever they want, when it comes to going after that element, that's where Giuliani was successful. That unfortunately, the group of officers that he chose to go after these groups had to lower themselves to such a low standard to actually almost become criminals themselves and probably take drugs and all of that stuff. Because unfortunately, when it comes to the criminal element, as you probably know, they don't care about anyone except for profit and personal gain. So now try to imagine you're on the other side of the coin. That was the point I was trying to make before.
Okay.
Hey, V,
Okay.
let me ask you some question, V. I'm asking you. I want to just between me and you.
Okay.
Right. Okay. When stop and frisk happened, right?
Mhm.
Was there any Italian, because you keep referencing Giuliani, was there any Italian mobsters that was stop and frisk?
No, especially where I was.
Okay, good. Now, who was the majority of the people who would stop and frisk? What social economic class?
Black. Yeah, see, he's defaulting to race again, which I knew.
I never said race. I said social economics.
No,
Right, it's the urban neighborhood.
See what he's trying to do?
Yeah, it's the urban
social economics. He want to make it about, I'm trying to play
No,
with
it's
the race
not.
card. That
It's
same
not race, it's the
bullshit.
urban.
White conservatives always do that on black.
Yeah, it's not. It's the urban neighborhood, which white people live in an urban neighborhood too. So
White people live in an urban neighborhood. But here's the thing. Stop and frisk is after what? Poor people.
Right, poor people.
Right. So it was after poor people. But Giuliani supposed to be after the Italians. How come those rich Italian mobsters who was in millions of dollars was not being stop and frisk?
No, they wasn't.
You see that? You see how unfair the topic is? You see how unfair and hypocritical the argument is?
Right, but that's what I want to hit on with MAGA. MAGA, I want to hit on.
I took all of this panel now. Everybody's screaming at each other. Just scream everybody at each other.
Oh, shut up, Mo. Oh, shut up, Mo.
I want to get to what you said. I want to get to the libertarian. Okay, Ron Paul. When you're right when it says that the United States supposed to protect the people, and Ron Paul is behind that. But Ron Paul also said, which you're not putting into account, is why the people are in the situation. Okay, now this is the clear thing. This is not me talking. This is the government admitted. Okay, that they infiltrated and put those drugs and allowed those people to do those things like they did. Then someone like Giuliani will come so he could get prosper politically, put in that position to do that so he can grow in a political field. That's one. Okay, one person here in Baltimore, he was a big time drug dealer. He passed away. Do you know his right hand man that brought him the drugs was Meyer Lansky's right hand man? And you know who Meyer Lansky was? He was the banker of the mob. He was the one who was behind all the political figures in New York City.
Yeah, like John Gotti, just like John Gotti. Yeah,
John Gotti was a don. I'm talking about Meyer Lansky, who was behind Tamara Hall. If you know the history of New York, Tamara Hall controlled all the political figures in New York. This guy, Meyer Lansky, right-hand man, came to Baltimore with 5 other guys. Went to this guy who's a drug dealer in Baltimore. The Wire was loosely about him. He said on national television, he said this. He said they came to me, business suits, and said, "Can you put all this around in Baltimore?"
All right, I know what you're saying now.
So I'm saying this.
I'm sorry.
This is what Ron Paul puts in. He said, yes, America should protect the citizens, like you just said. But he said, so should America put those people in jail who infiltrated and put those drugs in there, who brought and put laws so they can get away with a lot of that crime they did. And they did that purposely so they can make money. So if you want to lock those people up, like you said, with the stop and frisk, and pay no attention to the people who infiltrated to make it.
Hold on now. There's a difference between law enforcement intentionally putting drugs into the forum versus them identifying drugs that have been already circulating. The only way to get these criminals to go out there, unfortunately, and this is part of a law enforcement tactic, is to, since there's already an establishing, I understand exactly what you're saying. There's two sides to look at that.
Right.
I'll acknowledge what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And even with Big J to a point, I get what he's saying. That sometimes law enforcement will intentionally put things into the fray. But there are times that there are things that are so established already out in the streets that in order to infiltrate these groups, law enforcement have to come in already hot and pretending to be that element. What did I just say before? That some police officers would almost cross that line. That they would have to become criminal.
Wait a minute, Maggot. You're talking about something. I see what you're talking about. Something different when it comes to them infiltrating and carrying out crimes. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that police officer in New York City who sat in front of Congress. He was not an undercover or anything like that. He sat in front of Congress and told them where the drugs was coming from, and he was a part of it in the city, building drugs, cartels, making money for the cartels along with himself.
But that's him.
Hold on, guys. All right. Yeah. So I wanted to. So I'm gonna do a Jen Psaki and circle back for a minute, okay? Listen to me seriously, guys. Big JX, I want to give him a shout out here that he did actually come in and ask a question. MAGA, you never answered the question. This is the thing that we need to understand, that we can talk about Giuliani and this and that and this and that, but I want to prove something at this moment, that Big J, MAGA, okay, I want you to understand something, that I'm about to prove both of y'all right. And this is where, if we will stop and we will actually go to the facts, and we will have an adult conversation and not cut each other down, not try to prove one's right or one is not, and all this stuff, and just go look at the facts and be honest about it. So Big JX asked you what amendment.
It's a fourth. That's an easy one.
Okay. No problem. But the man asked you a question. Please answer the question. This is how we move forward with conversation, instead of being stuck with just, calling each other names and shouting at each other and talking over each other, because we don't move nowhere when we do that. So I want to read something to you. The Fourth Amendment protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures by the government. Hang on. The Fourth Amendment, however, is not a guarantee against all search and seizures, but only those that are deemed unreasonable under the law. Okay, so here's where I'm proving both of y'all right. Okay, there, Big J. I'm a libertarian. I'm telling you now, I don't like conservatives. I don't like far leftists. I don't like that. I like the moderate middle, let's come together.
I'm far right.
Well, I know, and I don't even like you, and I'll come up here because Kelly Ray was up here, and no, I'm kidding. No, Big J, seriously, man. You're absolutely right. I agree 100%, man. Unreasonable search and seizures is absolutely against our rights. Now, where I'm going to agree with MAGA a little bit, when there is a certain aspect of our society, it's not real hard to look at I'm going to go first on this one, the white trailer park trash. Seriously, it's not hard to spot these people, right? But it's also not hard to spot a gangbanger. You know what I mean? When you have that societal group of people that are doing all the crimes, it's not unreasonable under the Fourth Amendment, therefore, to look unto these people and say, hey man, these people are the ones committing crimes. These people that have these certain tattoos, they're dressed a certain way, they're living this life. and we know this. Okay. You know, for an honest man that is going out there, going to work, just wants to carry a protection on his side to protect himself, maybe protect someone else, someone that's just being honest in society, you know, as a whole. I don't give a damn about the government and the elitist and shit. I'm talking about us as a society. You know, if we come together and we understand that, I'm gonna bring something up, and I hope it don't spark too much off, because I would love for y'all to hear me out before y'all react. The George Floyd thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you something. The George Floyd thing, when the dude was freaking out in the back of the car, I don't really have a problem with you know, the guys pulling him out, you know, whatever. He's crappie flopping all over the ground like a fish, and hollering out, acting up. Come on. I mean, we all seen the videos. Now, once they had that man handcuffed and on his belly, for any motherfucker to think that he can put a knee in someone's neck, that them people should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And some of them sort of were. Now, let me tell you something else. The people that sat around and videoed that, I hold them accountable as well.
Agreed.
Once you put a man on his belly, I don't care how big he is, you put him on his belly and his hands are handcuffed behind his back and his feet. There were what, 4 or 5 men there? Come on, man. No. And I also hold the people that were there accountable as well, because they should have intervened.
You know, Backwoods, can I bounce real quick off what you said about that, just real sick? When you guys were talking about Patriot Act, Big J was talking about it, and then MAGA was talking about it, but you were talking about just like all the people videotaping that and no one did anything. Again, think of it not necessarily with drug cartels or anything like that, but think about like weapons of mass destruction, Iraq. They were going after the poor, kicking in mud homes, looking for once in a while, like find a cache of a few ARs, maybe a grenade here and there, something like, you know, nothing huge. They're looking for mass weapons, but what they're doing, they were going after the poor, kicking the mud huts down this net. When people were getting arrested in their countries, you know, just like what happened with that George Floyd, like I said, most people will sit here, even in right now, 2022, and watch mob lynchings go down. You know, they ain't going to get involved. They ain't going to do nothing, whether it's the police doing it or the civilians. I believe with this frisk thing, and again, it's kind of like they all have optics. Give some of them something, take something from them, and just, you know, keep the distraction of, hey, one side's this way, one side's the other way. But if you really look at it, they're militarizing the law in benefit for the government. Frisking. Same with the knock-knocks on our doors coming. And if, like you said, when people watch this stuff go down, it happens every day, man.
Yeah.
In other countries, happens every day. I mean, another country.
Right, but I want to sit on that, because George Floyd happened in my city, in Baltimore. Now you said that the people that was filming it, something's right.
No. George Floyd
No,
happened in
no.
Minneapolis.
No, I'm talking about Minneapolis. But it was, wait a minute, I thought you said, wait a minute, hold up. Okay, yeah, the George Floyd happened. But the same situation happened here in Baltimore. Freddie Gray happened here in Baltimore.
Okay. Yeah.
And the people that filmed it and things like that, you have to understand, if they would have got in it, they would have been killed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you let me
Absolutely.
Hold on. Let me explain something. Back in when the first BLM Antifa stuff started going on, and they were, you know, things were happening. We got to admit this and be honest about this. Things were happening, and you know, a lot of businesses were being destroyed, and them were not the people that we should that should be gone after. It's the government that should be gone after. Now, let me just say this, that I want to explain something, that when all that stuff happened, if anybody knows anything about crime rates, Little Rock, Arkansas has been as high as 4th most dangerous city to live in.
Mm-hmm.
And Little Rock, Arkansas is where our capital is. And I went down there and stood between the Antifa BLM and the Trump supporters. That and when they would start clashing, we treated each side equally. Of we are not here to fight. Why can't we just get along? And we broke them up. Yes, I was in a militia. We went down there and worked with the Capitol Police. Listen to me.
Yeah, let him talk. Yeah, let him finish.
We treated each side equally. We just said, why can't we just stand here and dress our grievances, both sides, and let it be heard? You know, we don't have to stand here and fist fight and go that far against each other, because when you start trading licks, or you start trading a high velocity exchange of ideas, and I mean shooting at each other, when you start doing that, you are taking the next step above that. It's hard to come back from. Big J, I mean, seriously, between me and you, man to man, if me and you started shooting at each other, do you think in the near future we could probably come together and just be friends? Probably. I mean, you see what I'm getting at? MAGA, same question for you. You see, and this is where we need to stop being fooled by the government. We need to stop being fooled by the rhetoric and the bullshit that wants to divide us. Any rhetoric that we hear from either side that is a division type thing, we need to say, nope, we're not listening to that.
They knew this was coming too, because look, right before BLM. No, you guys been yapping. I'm gonna say something.
Let him finish.
Hey, BLM. Right before that shit went down,
I agree with Big J.
Lynch mobbing.
Let the man finish.
Yeah, let him finish. I'm with Big J on this one. Let him finish, man. I'm with Big J on this one.
God damn.
Let him finish.
But I'm just saying, they put the lynch mobbing law in effect, which never fucking came into effect.
Big J, I'm with you on this
one.
So
this coming together shit, man.
Let the man finish.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Big J. Let him finish.
Listen, guys, if we keep and dude, I don't know your name down.
Don't have no impulse control.
Yeah, Jay, I'm with you, dude. Control. You and I agree, Jay. Let the dude finish.
Well, I'm glad you guys can be together on something. Good for you two.
Well, okay, listen, see, and that's the problem right there, is that people get so much hatred in their heart that they don't want to believe in coming together. And when we can stop with the hatred and stop with all the shit, if you know, I understand, brother. I don't know.
That's not realistic, though. That's not realistic, to be honest with you. It's not Barney the dinosaur. We're witnessing the fall and tyranny of to become third world. The lynch mob, which you guys are screaming and yelling about, our government knew that people like you would be sitting there on neutral, but then they knew people on the one side would be against the other side. They knew this shit was going down. That's why they implemented the lynch mob laws again.
That's not what he's talking about.
There is no Barney the dinosaur.
Why can't you allow a person?
Bro, let me finish. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me tell you something. I'm a 3%er all the way. I stood down there. I stood up against the fucking Klan, because the BLM and the Klan fucking was clashing. Because let me tell you something, Harrison, Arkansas is a home of the Ku Klux Klan. Okay? I'm going to tell you something, and I hate them fucking people, man. Agreed. I am a libertarian all the way, and let me tell you something. They were going to clash. Well, you know what the sad thing about it is there was this little community right there that wanted nothing to do with neither side of it. They didn't want anything to do. They just wanted to be left alone. But because the Klan, they have petitioned multiple times to get the Klan removed from up there on that mountainside. And the BLM was going to show up, and they said they were going to burn down the town. You know what Klan said? Oh, yeah, well, we'll burn the motherfucker down first. You know what we said? Us, We came together and we said, ain't neither one of y'all burning down these fucking people.
Yeah, but here's
y'all can
the thing.
take y'all's ass up on the hill and y'all can fight it out. And when y'all are done, we're gonna come up there and walk through and finish the fucking thing of both of you.
What you?
Yeah,
What
but,
it
but,
implies-
no, whoa.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Hold on. But you said though you are 3%, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, aren't y'all guilty of it too? Because some of y'all been talking a lot of shit. I mean, talking about take down some of y'all talking about taking out leaders out and all that. Tell me if I'm lying.
No, when it comes to leaders, it's got to be done legally. And I know the system is corrupt and fucked up, and I get it. I promise you, I get it. But they want you to believe that you have no choice, that it is going to be the way it is. And that's the whole elitist NWO program. I get it, man. I've been studying this shit for years. I've been a backwoods and prepping. I've been a prepper. And a prepper goes on all sides of it. I've been a prepper for over 12 years, and because for 10 years before that, I saw this shit going on 22 years now. Okay. I seen
I gotta say respect to you for doing that. Respect to you for doing that. Because that's what happened. That's what happened. A lot of business owners had to protect their own shops, and the civilians had to protect the cities, and the militias had to civilians had to protect it. And so that's exactly what you said is what's gonna happen.
We have to stand together, though. We have to fight against the evil. We have to fight against the bullshit.
Right.
We have to be together.
I have a logical question between, let's just say, Big J, myself, Big J, and you, right? Do you really think? And again, I'm taking myself out of this, just as I'm looking at this from a neutral point of view, right? Between Big J, myself, and yourself. Do you really think that we are capable of handling any of this without having the government to decide for us? I mean, are we at that point where we ourselves as people, let's just say if the three of us, me, Jay, and yourself, we're in the street and I know we bark at each other. We got personal feelings and all that, but let's remove all that. And let's just say the three of us are standing at a street corner. You really think at this point in time where we're at that we can actually hash out some sort of mutual agreement or a deal without having outside influences, coming in there and trying to implant these ideas in politics? Are we that civilized to actually do that? I don't know if that's a rhetorical question or not. You guys would have to answer that, because I know what you're trying to say. If the government's not going to do it, we're going to have to do it. If that's what that implies. Do you think we're at that point that we're that civilized, or are we so far gone that it's hopeless at this point?
Me personally, I think, and a lot of part of it, and Big J can go further on this. It's a lot of it is far gone, and I just Backwoods was talking, and I said those people, right, will get killed, and he went into another subject. Mm-hmm. We have to acknowledge what is going on. Me and Jay, we could go back and tell you a lot of things that's going on in the urban neighborhoods. Okay. You said, Maggie, you lived in a neighborhood, so it's a lot of it that you know. Backwoods said he went into Arkansas. Okay.
I was born and raised in Arkansas, and I lived in Little Rock down in
Little Rock, no problem.
For a long time.
Okay, no problem. But it's other people that do not, right? Y'all are a minority. Right. But it's other people that y'all need to go to. If we are libertarians, black and white, we need to stand on a foundation. Y'all need to go to the people that has not been raised in there and tell them to listen to what people is going through in the urban neighborhood. Y'all also should say, because I do both places. I just don't do hood. I do county, suburbs, and do lectures and teach. And right. You need to tell them, hey, it's a lot of stuff going on down here in the urban neighborhood. And as libertarians, we need to go down there and protest and say these people's rights are being taken. But it has been going on for so long that the people in the urban neighborhood see what's going on to people like yourself and Mega saying your rights being taken. The government's coming after y'all. But the people in the urban neighborhood,
after everybody.
Oh, okay, that's everybody. Okay, but see, in the urban neighborhood, we're not feeling it as bad. You know why? Because our rights been taken in the urban neighborhood for years.
Right.
So when we see your rights being taken, do you know what a lot of us are saying in the urban neighborhood?
If they could do it to them, they could do it to
They
us.
could do it to, thank you. And the
Okay,
reason why, this is not a fault to MAGA, or it's not a fault to Blackwoods or anybody else. It's just the reality of the social construct system that we lived in. And it's been going on for so many years that with MAGA, question to MAGA, yes, it could be for a lot of people so far gone. They like, you know what? I don't even want to get in it. I've been fighting for so long for this and this and that. Now this is going on. Now you telling me to fight some more? I can't. I'm tired. I've been going through it for so long.
Vaughn, I do got to say something, and out of, you know, like straight up seriousness. So where I grew up, we had multiple trailer parks, and it was poor white trash, and that's what it was considered. You get what I'm saying? I didn't grow up in the urban, the suburbs of the urban, you know, the hood or any of that, but I grew up in the hood from where I'm from. Everybody was broke. I mean, you had to, you know, I remember one time, because we done instant potatoes, you know, in the box, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
we
yeah,
couldn't
yeah.
afford, we couldn't afford nothing else. And let me tell you something. One time, man, my mama had made some of these, right? And she put them on her plates, you know, fixed her plates and stuff. We sat down at the table. You know, I was a kid, man. I was, you know, 14 years old. And so I looked over. So I started eating my mashed potatoes, right? My sister, man, she had gobbled these mashed potatoes down, bro. She had gobbled these things down. I looked down, and there's this big ass damn weevil bug, man. And I was like, ooh, there's a bug in my mashed potatoes. And my sister, she was like, she kind of looked down at her plate, and she looked at me, and she goes, well, there wasn't no bug in mine, you know. And dude, I'm telling you, you know, I grew up broke, man. I grew up poor. I grew up in these neighborhoods, man. We, you know, so
You grew up in,
hold on real quick. What I'm getting at real fast is that I understand that I didn't grow up in the urban, or, you know, the hood or whatever, but I did grow up in the hood. You know, our hoods are, you know, it might have been a little different, but see, where I grew up at, it was black, white, Mexican. I mean, it was multiple races of people, and we all were in the same boat. You know, nobody around there was rich. You know, we all got along. I mean,
but
my mom and my uncles, man, seriously went to the same school and graduated from the same school I did, and so did all the other people in our community. Their aunts and mamas and uncles and, you know, all that went to the same school and all graduated together, and we grew up together, and we all just survived. You know,
right.
we didn't know about this racism shit.
No
You know what I mean?
I got you, but I got you, and I see what you're saying, and I will go further. Okay, in Kentucky, right, in the mining towns, in some parts of West Virginia, right, they had, you know, it was black, whites working together, and if you look at the history when they did to the people in the mining towns, I'm talking about whites, how they treated them, you would be astonished. But in those towns, whites and blacks, they stuck together, and they would not allow the KKK to come in there and take control. But one thing about the whites, which I see what you're saying, but you still missing a point. And this is the point what the whites did in a lot of those mining towns. They would not allow the government to divide. Yes, you grew up poor in a trailer park, and I grew up poor, and BJ grew up poor, and Mega grew up poor, and Ray grew up poor. But the government as a society, if you stand next to a black millionaire, you will be looked at differently, higher than him in this social constructed society that the government implemented.
I think that I think that you misunderstood me, brother. Seriously,
because
I agree with you
let
100%.
me say this.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, go on, Jay.
Let me say this. Vaughn is on something, because if you look at rich black people and poor black people, they're in the same area.
Right.
They're all in the same area. If you you know how people people talk about Booker T. Washington and Martin Luther King and all of them. Those people were in the higher upper class. They're in the middle class. They're middle class or upper middle class, but they stuck with poor people because there was poor people around them. The next door neighbor was poor, but they was rich. So you can't. You know, I know that you want to look at it from a solidly from an economic standpoint, but black people and even Hispanic people, even though they're rich, they're still going to be with their own people, with those who are dirt poor among them. When it comes to white people, you don't see Bill Gates or Britney Spears going down there to the trailer park. You don't see them.
That's a good point.
Right.
That's a very good point. I agree.
Yeah, but you don't see them, and that's why there is a disconnect in these arguments.
Right.
I agree.
And it's not no fault to it's not no fault to you or to MAGA. It's the way the social construct has been implemented. And just like I said, the people in those mining towns, they didn't allow that to happen. They did not allow that, but there's a lot of other towns that did allow it, especially when it comes to the way the government put things in and implemented things, and the way we are looked at, as Jay gave an analogy, a good analogy. It's not your fault. We should not blame you personally or Blackwood personally. What we're saying is the way the social construct is shaped. That y'all, just like y'all saying the government needs to stop doing this, the government needs to stop doing this. That's when y'all should say that when it comes to the way it's constructed, when it comes to the color code. The government needs to stop it.
Right.
You know,
Right.
Vaughn,
I'm
sorry, Jay.
Because
I
know some
apologize.
NFL players like Glenn, what's his name? El Cambo, the guy from the guy you make all of them sausages and shit.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Damn,
Him. Right.
Yeah.
Him. Okay. If you go to where he's from, you know, he's million. You know, he's making bukus of money, but where he's coming from, he's there. And where the people where he goes to the same church, the same pool halls, the same shit as where all the poor people are at.
He didn't forget his roots. He didn't forget his roots. He knows where he comes from.
But historically, rich black people usually are along with poor black people. So that's why when it comes to the stop and frisk issue, is anybody can look quote unquote hood,
right,
at that point, because like they're wearing similar clothes half the time, so like they're going to get picked up.
You know, I can't believe
it's kind of like Tim Scott, the senator from
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yeah,
you know how many times though he had been stopped, and nobody has never really examined when he comes on TV or on the radio show talk about how many times he was stopped. Nobody ain't talking about how many times he was stopped. No, he was stopped because he lives among the same people that is 2, 3, 4, 5 levels below him. He's still among them.
Hey, can I say?
Let me jump in before you say anything.
Hang on, real.
Because I'm going to forget my point. This is to Big J and the Vaughn. It's not often this happens. All right, when I have an epiphany, and I can't believe I'm going to say what I'm about to say because I'm sitting here listening to Big J talking about not forgetting your roots. I'm listening to you, Vaughn, talking about like how did we get to this point? How do we allow ourselves? I'm literally staring at my channel right now, and I'm watching myself with the volume down, you know, and I'm looking at myself talking about all this stuff, and I'm listening to you fellas. Something resonated with me here in this conversation that clearly has gone past me. Like, and I got to thank you guys for this. I can't believe I'm saying this. Jesus, man. In all honesty, you guys lit a fire under my ass with this, because clearly I forgot about a lot of stuff, the way I was raised and why people behave the way they do and why they do the things they do. Obviously, living down here where I am, it's a different life, but I'm a city boy. Always will be, no matter what, no matter how I try to pretend. I'm a city guy. And I think, and I know, Jay, me and you have had our spats in the past, the whole Aunt Jemima crap and all of that nonsense. And I'm like, I'm thinking about all of this now. And it's like, Vaughn, you're right, man. How the hell did we get to this point where it's like, holy shit, all of this stuff we're bickering about who's right, who's wrong, who does this, who does that. And I'm starting to like think about all this now. I'm like, holy shit. Cause I'll be honest with you guys, man, here on YouTube, I'm tired. I'm tired of the bickering. I'm tired of the fighting. Some of the stuff I talk about, I know touches a nerve with a lot of people. And hearing you two men speak resonated with me tonight. I'm being as sincere as I can. I'm not trolling or nothing.
Right, I got it.
But you guys made some points that now I'm like thinking like, my goodness, man, you guys are right. How the fuck did we get? How did we get here? I'm a city guy. I was born in the city. I know how city life is, man. Right. I know how the streets are. You know, not everybody in the damn street's bad, man. Some guys just want to hang out and talk smack and smoke their cigarettes and, you know, talk about the ball game. And I completely forgot since I lived down here.
See you, Big J.
Right.
Yeah. I'm out of here. You go ahead and go ahead and talk.
All right, peace out, Big J, man. Much love to you, bro.
Yeah, see you, Big J. Much love, brother.
But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Hey, let me say something before we get started up on on all this more conversation. I just want to say I'm happily married and I'm not hitting on her, but I'm gonna tell you, Queen Maad is like that's a sexy motherfucker right there, man. I'm just saying. Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry.
Let me say this.
I like what she said. She's that's on what she said is true. And I do try to work on that with my with people, my friends, my family, people in the urban neighborhood, and even the people out in the suburbs. Because like that's true. All white people are not racist. All white people are not what we believe that they are due to the way the media portrays it to be. And that's what we need to understand. Both sides need to understand this. Because that's one of the reasons.
Let me go back to what the gentleman was saying about how you got to this point. The reason why the things are at this point is because everybody's paying attention to politics. People aren't doing things that they have in common with other people. Now, you guys are saying that, like, okay, you know, you grew up poor and the blacks your neighbors were this and that, and we were all poor. So that's because you had something in common, and that translates into everything else.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So like, if we're talking fishing, we could be on both far ends of the spectrum, but we're talking about fishing.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So
yes, sir.
When people want to talk about that, people are not dealing with. People have too much time on their hands, and people are paying attention to things that really don't pertain to them. I mean, politics are going to be politics. You know, when it's time to vote, you go out and vote. But how everybody's, you know, all of a sudden super MAGA, and then you got people who can't live fucking without Trump. And it's like, did your life start coming to existence when Trump fucking came into office? Was your life really that fucked up before Trump?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like what did you have going in? What did you have going in life that, you know? Did you have kids? You have, you know, like hobbies? You have work or whatever? And that's what people don't understand about it. So, and when it comes down with Queen Maad, what she said is where black people don't think there's good white people. Where there's also a lot of white people who follow Fox News and they think that every black person's a fucking devil.
Right.
I mean, now come on now, you motherfuckers out there that tell you conservatives, especially the blacks, you go out there, you go on that Fox News comment section, and you hang out there and see what the fuck you gonna hear.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Let's be real about it.
I've done that. I've done that, and that's what I'm getting at. I don't watch news, you know, none of the mainstream media stuff, because it's all propaganda, man. All of it, every single bit, from the Fox Newses and the CNNs and the
Yeah,
MSNBC,
you know that
and
basically, you know,
on in, and yeah.
basically, here's what happened. Here's what I'm coming to, is that politics has taken over soap operas. It's taken over soap operas. It's taken over the Jerry Springer shit. It's taken over
reality show.
It's taken over. What was that shit with
reality
with Love and Marriage? It's taken over. It's taken over everything that people were passionate about, or, you know, like, oh man, I gotta get home and watch Love and Marriage. You know what I mean? Or the housewives have to go home and watch, you know, Days of Our Lives. It's taken over fucking everything that has to do with your spare time, because your spare time was dealing with something that you really had interest in. And the difference with the politics is that whatever is going on with that you see, it's actually based on some form of reality, whether it's 100% accurate or not. Mm-hmm. So it's actually good that people are getting involved with it, but at the same time, it's shaping who you are as a person, and what the information you're receiving may not necessarily be accurate. To where it's like, you know, your wife may watch the soap operas all day, and then her friends are gossiping about some fantasy world where, you know, Joe Miliciani slept with so-and-so's wife, and so we have to watch an episode to see what's going on. But it's all just petty. It's all just petty time.
So what you're saying basically, if you was to get into politics and you like politics, make sure you research it. Just don't take what you see on the news, but also research and get into it so you can get a full understanding.
No. I think that what it is that people. It's important to know about politics, but
you're like me. You're like me. You get so absorbed in it, it becomes your identity, and you forget yourself and everything else.
Right. And see, that's the thing. It's like, you know, like
you guys, you know, not to interrupt you. It's just like I said, I have to give you guys a lot of credit, man. Right now, I'm sitting here brainstorming, and my gears are turning. A lot of my friends offline have been telling me this. I just got a message right now on my cell phone asking about some stuff, and what Vaughn said, even with Big J, credit to him, man. Something resonated here tonight. Clearly, I forgot myself, because I know I talk a lot of crap around my way on my channel, man, and it has essentially become my identity. And that's like, I see myself forgetting myself. Even my friends offline who I talk to about what's going on with me and all this drama, I'm like, you know, but I see you in person, the real man with blood flowing through your veins, your blinking eyes, your clothes, your hair. This is you. The things you do on your channel, that's not you. That's a persona. That's an image. Mm-hmm. And it's not who you are. And we know that's not who you are. And that's why I got to give credit to Vaughn tonight, man. Even Big J. So, like, again, like, you guys really made me think about a lot of stuff tonight, man. It's not a joke. Even what you're saying right now, what I'm listening to. I mean, the best point I've heard all night is, how the hell did we get here? I think those are the most wisest words I heard tonight, all night so far. How did we get here?
Yeah, and it's real, because, like I said, you know, it was just a snowball of you know, events that went on, advent of the internet and just social media, you know, the housing crisis, and then, you know, we look at the COVID, to where people had time to lock in, and at the same time when that happened, we had the elections going on and civil unrest and shit, and it was all tied to politics. You know what I mean? So it wasn't a situation where, like, we had COVID and somebody's in office, and then, you know, you had the queen die. So everybody's just spending that time talking about the queen, which is, you know, she's living a fantasy life. That has nothing to do with reality of you know, how America's living their lives. But everything that was going on with the politicians, and then it's just like you getting the firebrand people on both sides that I mean, they're coming with it. They're learning. They're gathering just enough information to sound truly intelligent and knowledgeable on what they're talking about. But anybody can do some research and on a subject and go up there and present it correctly, and then it's like, okay, well, yeah, she's right about that. You know what I mean? So like that, I think, like I said, I think that's how we got to this. Is that people aren't doing the things that people. There's no more pastimes in America, man. Things are really just messed up.
It's and I think I think what you're saying is true. Also, but you got to look at how things, the laws was implemented. You got to research. I always, when I look at news, I just don't look at one. I look at them all, and then I go and research. I want to know what's in the bill. I go on the government site and I look at the bill. I look at the language, how the language is, and then I go and teach my brothers and sisters, all my brothers and sisters, black, white, doesn't matter. Teach them, educate them, and say, hey, this is what's going on. Or do you see what is trying to be implemented? Do you see this? If they say something is this, okay, I want to know about it, research it, then bring it back. You know, you can do this too by law. You can do this. You can set up a 510c. All of that. It doesn't matter. You educate your brothers and sisters, no matter what social demographic they come from, you educate them. If they don't want to hear it, no problem. You let them go. They may hear from someone else. You go to the next one. You go to the next one. You don't allow the propaganda to separate you from your brothers and sisters here in America.
It's gonna happen though, because of the fact that America, for the most part, is everything's becoming so ethnocentric to where people only identify with people that look like them.
But you said that it's going to happen. But that's where we come in place, is to try to don't let those numbers, because they looking at a certain number. What we need to do as a collective of people that live in America, do not allow it to escalate to the point that it will damage our kids, our brothers and sisters. Yes, it's going. That's like you said. You're absolutely right. It's going to happen, but you don't let that deter you from educating your brothers and sisters. So,
no. That goes back. That goes back to raising your kids and all that other stuff, and the values and everything like that, and having them understand that, you know, why people and why things and why different cultures are different. Mm-hmm. You know, my point though is that everything is becoming so ethnocentric because people don't have enough in common to talk to each other about anything.
Right.
So if I'm standing in a line, and honestly, for me, it's a lot of times it's how you present yourself.
Right.
Like, you know, like I may comment on you wearing a certain type of watch or whatever. Now you got people that just walk around with fucking pajamas. You got people walking around with just fucking all black sweats on. Everybody looks like they're coming or going to the gym.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't know if I have anything in common with you. I don't know if you're don't want to talk. If I may say hello, I don't know if you don't want to talk to me because you're tired, you just got out of the gym, or you're deep in thought, you don't like me or whatever. I can't assume, but for the most part, I'm not going to even try to talk to you. I'm not going to even engage.
Oh, okay. I would. If I would, first thing I would say to someone come to gym, how much do you work out? How long?
I'm saying in general public how people walk around. At least here on the West Coast, people don't walk around necessarily with a purpose anymore. People walk around just extremely casual.
I got you. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So like breaking the ice on talking about, like, obviously, like, you know, like if you have an interest in cars, you know something about cars, so you might see somebody with a car.
I got you.
That you're interested in. You start talking about the rims or the paint or the motor or whatever. That's something that breaks the bond, that breaks down barriers, that has nothing to do with race, that has nothing to do with class, income level, none of that. That's a common interest.
I got you.
You know,
gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'm going to make a discreet exit. You guys give me a lot to think about.
Yep. Okay, man. Yeah, take care.
Yeah, thank you for what you guys said, man. Yeah, absolutely. Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Nice talking to you.
You know what I'm saying? So like you could be a millionaire and have a $500,000 car, and I could be just an average worker. I may be able to tell you something about your car. I may give you insight on something that you never considered before.
I got you.
That's because there's something that we have in common, a common interest.
Right, I got you.
And like I said, a lot of that has been lost with the interaction of people outside of the internet. Because, like, if you talk about gaming, everybody knows gaming, but gaming doesn't translate to the real world.
I got you. Right.
You feel what I'm saying? So, like, if it's Street Fighter, if it's saying whatever. So just that doesn't translate to when you're actually dealing with people in person. You know what I mean? Like out in the general public.
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that interaction of what people see in public, people see and interact, do online and all that other stuff. When they get in public, a lot of time they're not judging you by like, okay, that's the guy right there that's really good in Tekken. They're looking at you like, man, that's the guy that looks like the guy that was on the news, that was killing people or scamming people or doing this or doing that. You know what I mean? Like you're never getting judged for anything good or positive.
Right.
That goes across barriers, because it could be like, you know what? It could be like, somebody that's like, oh man, there goes a white guy in a big ass pickup truck with a cowboy hat on. You know what I mean? It looks like the motherfuckers that was online driving down the road cussing that lady out in Florida. You know what I mean? So just the whole perceptions of all that shit.
Right.
That's the stuff that's translating to the real world, to how people are perceiving other people. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's not enough good going around and interaction to where people can say, okay, well, I see where this person's coming from.
Right.
It's just far extremes on all that shit.
I got you.
You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's one thing I like about California, is because we have a lot of, particularly Northern California, we have a lot of bigots and racists out here, especially in Northern California. But for the most part, you're gonna keep your mouth shut. Okay. You know what I mean? You would just never know.
Right.
I think that's true in a lot of places on the bigotry. It's there. We can't deny that bigotry is a big part of everyday life in a lot of places. I see it here. Even on a white against white, I do. I see it every day. This one person makes more money than this other one, and they, there's no respect anymore. For, like you were talking about with the vehicle. This guy over here bought this big bad Ram pickup truck, that has the roll bars and all this stuff, and then something happens and they get into an accident, and their car is messed up now, their truck is messed up now, and someone like what you were talking about comes along and says, oh, I know how to fix that. I can fix that for you, and I'm gonna make it look good because I really dig this, and this is that commonality that we're missing in all of society, that we've got to get back to the point to where we start realizing our commonalities and focus on that instead of focusing on the bad.
Well, I think that it's there. It's just not in the open, because of the fact that you have a lot of skilled people out there. You know what I mean? Right. A lot of people that are really passionate about it, but Absolutely. it's just they stay in the little circles of people who identify with them. And that's the thing. So let's just say if you're into flicking boogers, you could go online and there's probably a group that identifies with you for flipping boogers. I mean, let's be real. Whatever is out there that you identify with, it's gonna be online. Right. That's not out in public unless you got a shirt about flicking boogers. You know what I'm saying? But just whatever it is, it's like it's not translating into the general public. It's there though.
I'll check it out.
It's there. It's there, but it's just not spread around enough in the public. And just the pastimes have diversed so much. You know what I mean? To where there's a virtual world out there that I can go in and I can make money, and I don't have to deal with the real world. To where before you had to go and show and prove. You know what I mean? Like, you had to show up to the meetings. You had to show up to the. Remember, like, they used to have the boys club and all that other stuff. Like, that stuff's all online now.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? So it like I said, it's all there. There are a lot of good people out there, and there's people with that same mentality that we're talking about, but it's just not out there because they find a group that rocks with them, that they rock with, and they just do their thing.
Right.
They don't have to deal with anything, with any negativity. And then when they do get together, it's all positive energy. Everybody has something to say. Everybody's giving input, and that's how it's. And honestly, that's how it's supposed to be. It's just not like that on a general level with the general public. It's kind of like it's kind of like how you go to certain neighborhoods, and everybody takes care of the lawn. Everybody, pays their bills. Everybody does all the other stuff. It's that same mentality. You know what I mean? That's missing with general public. Because I mean, I'll tell you, it's like when I went to high school, when I went to junior high, and all other stuff. I mean, like they're talking about kids bringing guns to school, people getting shot, gangs. I mean, dude, if you got a D, that was shameful. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you were always late to school, that was shameful. Like, nobody wanted to be around a person that just, like, so there was a moral code to where it's like, man, I got a D. And, people are looking at me, and I'm not looking at me like I'm not sure whether they're looking at me like I'm concerned or like they're looking at me and shaming me. You mean, so just the whole, everything's been moved around, man. It's different now. And, I don't know how things are going to change because America is so diverse now. It used to be to where you had to interact. As a black person, in certain areas you had to interact with whites. Hispanics had to interact. Asians had to interact. Everybody had to learn to deal with other people, but everybody's got their numbers up. No, I'm saying, like, general, it's like you could take a person from China, drop him in Chinatown. He doesn't have to learn how to even speak English.
That's true. Yeah.
Same thing with Hispanics. They don't have to learn how to speak English. 1 for English, 2 for Spanish. You know what I'm saying? So like, and that's what's translating into the general public as far as like how things are moving, man. People just don't want to be bothered, and for the most part, a lot of times I can't blame them. Because I mean, who wants to engage with something? Who wants to interact with something that they perceive as being negative?
Right.
Why would I take an interest in changing your energy when I can just step around it?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, there's so many options. Too. Like, I mean, and nowadays people avoid eye contact. They avoid engagement unless they feel that they can dominate the subject. I mean, how many times have you seen somebody?
Do you think that was implemented, or do you think that's just the way the society has formed itself?
That's how way society has formed itself because people can't communicate anymore. People don't understand like certain things like common courtesy and just politeness and
Respect.
and there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that go on if you're not truly cultured. It's like this. It's like, how many times have you seen to where it's like somebody might have an issue with something, and then all of a sudden they're on their phone. You're not on your phone. You're pretending on your phone because you don't want to deal with the situation that's in fucking front of you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Let's be real. It's like you're pretending like you're in your phone, and that's the reason why you can't look me eye to eye, or you can't speak to me, or you can't deal with the fucking issue that's in front of you.
Hey, gentlemen, check it out. I really need to cut out. I got to go get 2 loads of wood tomorrow for heat.
All right.
And things like that. Man, it's been a great conversation. Vaughn, always, man. I love talking to you, man. I love listening to you. I've listened to you multiple times, man. Smart man. Everything. Hey guys, listen. Focus forward. Anything that people come at you with negative, you know what I'm saying? Push it away. Tell people, man, stop with the negativity, man. I ain't trying to listen to it.
let's move forward, man. Let's understand who's against us and who is not. You know. Anyway, I'm out of here. Mo,
Most
appreciate it.
most.
Hey, what up, bro?
Man, I told my wife, I said, Mo be killing it on these memes, on them memes you be posting, man.
Oh yeah.
I was like, Mo is killing it, man. You have me rolling all the time, man. My old lady's like, man, Mo is kind of crazy, ain't he? And I was like, yeah.
I'm about to say, but I'm taking a step back today. I said, this Kelly's panel. I ain't finna. I just let y'all talk because Kelly has to do something for a few hours, so I'm just taking over for her.
What's Maga's channel? I want to get everybody's channel because
somebody put it in the chat rooms. One of the mods will do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
John will do it. One of them do it. Yeah, he got some good stuff on it.
But I'm out of here, man. Thank you guys, man. I keep moving forward. I promise you. Keep moving forward and looking positive. I'm telling you. Keep moving forward.
Okay.
See y'all guys.
I got
love, man. Deuces to the deuces.
I got Big J's channel. I just need Maga's channel.
Yeah, get Maga's channel.
Yeah, man. But yeah, that's the thing. I think in a lot of ways, things are too far gone. Things are too far divided, and you kind of just got to get in where you fit in. You know, you got to get in where you fit in with the circle of people that you mess with, and keep it at that, man. Because things just aren't going to get any better. Because I think one of the issues with news. With modern news is for the most part they have an agenda to push, so they won't just come in and report the news and leave it at that. They're going to come in, they're going to get commentating to lean things one way or another to give their personal perspective on it, and then that's what it's going to be. That's why I really don't pay attention to too much American news. I like Al Jazeera. They'll go around the world and they'll study stuff and present it, but they're not going to try to taint it. They're not going to come in and try to push it one way left or one way right.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because the thing is like I said, a lot of times we don't know what the true story is behind a lot of stuff. Sometimes things are what they are. Okay, he went and chopped the lady up and ate her body. Okay, lock his ass up.
Right.
It doesn't make any difference what his background was, whether he was let out, whether he did it's not. It's the fact that he did it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I think that that's the problem, is that things are so polarizing. People have so much access to things instantly. You know, like you can just go on your phone and you can go on. Okay, the news feeds are gonna pop up. So and so went and shot somebody. And that's all there is you need to know. You know what I mean? And depending on whether it's leaning left or leaning right, they're going to paint a certain picture of it. And we all know that people thrive to negativity more than they do to positive. And it's like if you're accused of something, then basically they're saying where there's smoke, there's fire. So if you get accused of robbing your neighbor's house, even though you were on vacation, in the Bahamas,
Right.
Just because it was reported, there's some truth to it.
Right.
Like, I mean, like there's something. So like, even if you didn't rob it, it's like they're never going to undo that.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like how people get arrested, falsely arrested. It's like, no, you were arrested, which means that something happened. You got out of it and you're innocent, but it doesn't put you back. It doesn't put you back to neutral. You know what I mean? It just doesn't.
Right.
You know what I mean? People because of the overall involvement of something. You know what I mean? Yeah. So just it's all that, man. So that's why I don't concentrate on anything other than getting money. You know what I mean? Like I have my little hobbies that I do here and there, but that's why I'm concentrating on anything getting money, because I'm gonna tell you, when the smoke clears, when the smoke clears of whatever's going down, yeah, what I'm saying, I can sleep safe and sound knowing that whatever it is, I have something that can give me some type of recourse. And that's one of the things that like people were talking about. You guys were talking about earlier, where the gentleman was saying that it might have been you that was saying that a rich white person, I mean, a rich black person, is still a few notches down lower than the average white person. Okay, now the thing with that, the difference with how a rich black person is going to be treated as opposed to a poor black person is that if you're in some kind of jam with the police or dealing with the district attorney or any type of prosecution, and you have money, and they know who you are, they know that you have recourse. They know that you can hire an attorney. They know that you can bring the truth out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
So wait a minute. So you saying, but what's the difference though?
Well, the difference is that it's like if you have money, then it's harder for them to railroad you.
It's harder for them to. So like in the case of, like you said, O.J. Simpson.
No. I'm saying just in general. Like, let's just say. I mean, how many times do we see on the news where the police falsify documents, and they falsify reports, and they falsify arrest records? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he assaulted me, or he swung at me and did this and that, when it wasn't the truth.
Right.
Okay. A lot of times what will happen is the DAs will say, okay, well, we'll drop it down to a misdemeanor, and you can get credit for time served for the 3 days that you do, and you have to pay your own medical bills for getting beat up by the police. You know what I mean? And a lot of times people will take something like that because they don't have the recourse to fight it and say, no, that's not the truth.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But if you got money and something jumps off, then you know what I mean? That's why they don't test certain people.
Right.
That's why certain people can buy their way out of situations. That's why certain people, like O.J. Simpson, like he had the resources to present a case whether he was guilty or not. Had he not had any money, he would just have been an average person. He'd be toast.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? So when you're talking about a rich black person or a person of any race in general, but the fact that the assumption that most blacks don't have money to even challenge anything. That's where
there's blacks that has money, but the thing is, on the way the system is set up, you're talking in a legal sense, in a legal path. Yeah, I can see your point. You're absolutely right, because you got the resources. But the way history shows, it's a lot of blacks in history that had money but still went to Up Creek. So
yeah. But that's a whole different
right. That's a whole different time. But I'm saying is the way the system look at us, not individually, not people like was up on the panel or people in the chat. I'm not speaking on an individual basis. I'm speaking on a broader system that's being implemented, term that goes by a color code. That right there is the way it's looked at. Is even in the way it's looked at in the United States, and Hawaii is part of the United States, but Hawaii's color code system was different than on the mainland. So I was putting on as the way the system look at us as a color code.
Yeah, well, I think it's regional because like, let's say if you go down to the Mississippi Delta. At any given point, police might just lock your ass up.
Right.
Okay. To where I know somebody out here that went to jail for murder, and then there was a group of lawyers that there's a lot of nonprofits out here, and they research every murder case
Right.
that claims self-defense, and they'll do it pro bono.
Right. Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? So like I was saying, so it depends on where you're at. So it's like some dude that's just illiterate, his family's been illiterate down in the Mississippi Delta, and he was accused of, stealing 50 hens, from some white farmer or whatever, and then they just lock his ass up. And nobody understands what's going on.
That's true. And in a lot of cases, they don't know. They only know when it's publicized. A lot of those places down there in the Delta, they don't know anything about that.
That's what I'm saying. And they don't have the resources to fight that. I mean, if they got a house, they might have to pawn the house just to get them out of bail. I mean, just to get them out. You know what I mean? So it's that type of stuff. You know what I mean? So like I said, I think it's regional. It's cultural. It's what it just kind of is what it is, man. Because you got it to where, like I said, when you look at sports, you go to a lot of small towns, man. You got kids that outside of sports, they would never interact on a racial level.
Yeah, but you got the reason why I say as far as institutionalized is because the way that the government. I'm not saying this. This was said by the government. They admitted to it. As far as the Sandtown situation.
Oh, you mean the sundown towns?
Sundown town, yeah, the sundown town. That is something implemented and done purposely to put people in a certain place, and then once they in a certain place, take advantage of them.
No. Sundown towns was created basically to limit the expansion of people into certain neighborhoods. So basically, they would offer, like when they did advertisements for certain suburban neighborhoods, they would say that, well, it's going to be an all-white working class neighborhood. It's going to be this and that. And I know that for a fact because Berkeley, California, was the architect for sundown towns in the United States. That started here in Berkeley, California.
Well, it doesn't matter where it started. It doesn't matter where it started. The thing is, the government was implicit of carrying it out. And
definitely. Without a doubt.
Right. So you implicit of carrying something out and gave money, gave grants, gave money for these towns to be put together and implemented, and put in legislation, laws, and guidelines. And then once it was implemented and they got the separation, they took advantage of the ones that wasn't able, which was what they put in as far as the black community, most of it. I'm not saying it didn't happen in poor white communities because it has. They have documents, they have things that have happened even in, like what Mac was saying as far as the trailer parks, how they took advantage of the poor. That's been done too. We can't just look past that also. But overwhelmingly, as far as what the government did, it happened in urban neighborhoods by far.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean, that a lot of that stuff is kind of complex because when we're talking about that era, mainly from the 1920s all the way to the 1970s.
No, we're past the 1970s.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's like it still lingered into the 70s, though. That's what I'm saying. But my point
it lingered into the 70s. It lingered into the 80s and 90s. Do you know how many sand towns there is?
No. I know. But what I'm saying is the Fair Housing Act came about in 1969 to where they abolished it.
No, that was a law, but they didn't. When they came up with that law, they did not implement it like it should be. So it kept going. The Sandtown, it's 10,000s. It's just not 1,000 sand. It's 10,000s.
No, trust me. Like I said, I know. I'm in Northern California. Like I said, the architect for the sundown town was actually Berkeley, California.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't understand is that, like, they say Berkeley is a liberal city. No,
Right.
the University of Berkeley, the university is liberal.
Yeah.
But the city of Berkeley is very extremely
Right.
conservative.
Right. But that's where the Black Panthers actually came out of. Berkeley.
Yeah, but that was because of the university.
The university, right?
Right. The University of Berkeley was a big architect for the civil rights movement.
Right. Well,
Okay. So, with that being said, there were a lot of things that were going on with America changing as a whole. So when you look at the fact that they say, blacks moved into Detroit and then everything went downhill. It's like, no, a lot of the manufacturing plants moved out to the suburbs because of the taxation that Detroit had on automobile manufacturing, number one. Number two was because of the way that the assembly lines changed. Now, if you look at all the big buildings in Chicago, not Chicago, but Detroit, where the manufacturing were, you will notice that they're all 2-story, 3-story buildings. Manufacturing changed once the assembly line came and things moved from left to right, not up to down. They had already built it up. There used to be manufacturing in New York City. You can't have manufacturing where everything goes up to the top, to down, to this floor and this and that. It goes left to right. So that's the main reason why things left the city of Detroit, was because of the infrastructure, the taxation, and then the landscape to where they couldn't continue to build because of the fact that the assembly lines were not going to wind like a yo-yo. I mean, like a slinky going upstairs, downstairs. They're going to go left to right. That's what people don't understand about why Detroit fell.
I understand that, but have you read the Sandtown book? Have you read that? Because
trust me, dude. It's like I know honestly.
But you just implemented. You just said something. That's one of the things they did to create the Sandtowns, especially when you said about the taxes.
No. That had nothing to. No, it was the fact that the industry was based pretty much in Detroit. So the city of Detroit would tax any business that wanted to be in Detroit because Detroit had everything there. Like, you got to keep in mind, the suburbs were not developed enough to where. So, like, if let's just say Ford was there and I was a tailor and I wanted to make the interior parts for Ford, because Ford did a lot of outsourcing. I mean, all the auto manufacturers, not everything was just them making it. They didn't make the bolts, they didn't make the tires, they didn't make everything. But us being a supplier for them, we had to be close to them. When they need the bolts, the tires, we have to deliver them. So if we want to open up business in Detroit, then we're getting taxed at a certain level. And the Detroit City Council and the government, they knew that. Okay, but then when the assembly line changed, that's when things moved out, because Detroit was already built. It was already built up, and everything was 2 or 3 stories. The assembly line goes left to right. It doesn't go up and down.
Oh, okay. You're talking about, okay. I got you on that. But I got you.
I'm saying how Detroit fell, and then people saying, well, you see, the only thing that's left there is the blacks. So that must mean why people left was because of the crime. And it's like, no, the suburbs blew up because of the fact that they offered an alternative to the taxation that the city of Detroit was giving them. It's kind of basically, it's like this. Here's a perfect example. Okay. Now, do you think that Oracle? Do you think that Hewlett Packard? Do you think they left California for Austin, Texas because of crime, or do you think because they left because of taxes?
Oh, taxes, by far. Taxes.
Okay. So that's a perfect example of how Detroit is. But when they show the picture, what are they going to say? What are they going to show? They're going to show tore down buildings, and they're going to show blacks, and they're going to say, well, you know what I'm saying? So that's my whole point on that, is that it's not always what people think it is, bro.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. People think that, oh well, they're gonna, and as I'm saying, people are gonna paint a certain picture of what they want to see.
Right, I got it.
Of what they want you to see. So, and that's where people get to pushing their agendas, and people say, oh well, Detroit's fucked up because the blacks went and tore it up. It's like, no. It's because they got taxed the fuck up. and the people bounced out. Just like you had Oracle leave, you had Hewlett Packard leave, you have Tesla bounce from California.
Right. Yeah, they sure did. Yeah.
Okay, and the thing is, it's like, but to this day, they can't blame it on crime.
Right. Right.
Because they can't show any plight. But if they could, if somebody that just has an agenda to push, they would probably try to say some shit like that.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like how anybody has an agenda against California. What do they always say? Oh, California's got this. California's got that. It's like, yeah, we have our problems in San Francisco. Yes, we have our problems in Los Angeles. Okay, but California is not based on tech.
Right.
California is not based on entertainment. California is based on agriculture.
Right.
Okay. With the same thing, it's like, and then they're gonna paint a picture. What are they gonna say? They're gonna show a lot of blacks homeless, black home, whatever. But tell me something. How come the media won't talk about Kensington? Why? Because you're gonna show a lot of young whites there. Because we all know whatever's going on in San Francisco, whatever is going on in Los Angeles, Kensington is that shit on steroids.
Right.
Kensington is a true zombie town. Like, there is no ifs or buts about it. Like, that's the whole highlight. It's not about showing no motherfucking homeless. It's about motherfuckers are just like thousands of motherfuckers are fucked up, walking around like zombies. Young motherfuckers. I bet you if they was all black, I bet you that motherfucker be on the news every goddamn day.
Right.
I bet you if there was crackheads, motherfuckers say that shit. They're like, "Oh, see, you're stupid for doing crack."
Right.
But but since it's young white folks, motherfuckers strung out on heroin and all that other shit, oh, poor this, they need help and this and that. If it even shows up, but for the most part, to know about Kensington, you either got to be from Philadelphia or you have to research everything goes on in this fucking country, which is what I do. Mm-hmm. Now, if you know anything about Kensington, you know Kensington is very unique.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can't talk about no fucking homeless. You can't be like passionate about like making America great again and highlight homelessness in California and not talk about Kensington unless you have a hidden agenda.
That's true. Yeah. Because when I see that, it reminds me. It seemed like, what's that place in Germany that you can go and just? I was like, yeah. When I seen that Kensington, I was like, oh my god! I seen that. I was like, wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But motherfuckers won't talk about Kensington.
Yeah, that's true.
But they'll talk about homelessness in California. They'll talk about people shitting on the ground, but they won't talk about like. I mean, if you know what I'm talking about.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? It's because the people can't push a certain agenda.
Right.
They can't push a certain agenda that's going to paint people in a negative light. Like, the only people that can use that are somebody who says that, you know what, a nonprofit could use it to get a whole bunch of money.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But you can't use that to get voted into office.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? But I can show a whole bunch of motherfuckers, here or there that are doing some stupid shit and say, vote me in office, and I'll lock them all up.
Right. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? But what would happen if motherfuckers vote me in office and I'm gonna lock all these dope fiends up? You'll be shit. Come on, man. You know what I mean? So like I said, that's the whole thing with people pushing agendas. It's like people are gonna find something that they can use, but a lot of people that are doing it, they don't necessarily have it. They don't have the best interest of everybody in heart.
Yeah.
Nah, man, come on, dude. Come on, man. We could fly to Kensington right now and interview motherfuckers for the next 2 weeks, and Vice would probably pick us up.
Right, that's true.
because the shit would be so fucking traumatizing.
Right, yeah, that's true.
You know, to where it's like if we go to LA, what are we gonna see? Homeless motherfuckers living in tents, a few dope fiends here or there.
Right.
But I mean, California, 40 million people. LA itself is 20 million people. What do you expect to see?
Right. Yeah.
I see homelessness, but I don't see motherfuckers like Kensington.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't see it like Kingston. That one threw me. I was like, yeah, that threw me big time. Yeah, I haven't seen.
You know what I'm saying. So like every time you get on politicians, California's messed up. Look at the homeless problem. Look at this. Say something about Kensington.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? If you really want to strike a nerve, if you really want to show it, because at the end of the day, you have to think for the people that we're seeing there on, like in those videos from Kensington. Like, I mean, you come back 6 months from now, half the motherfuckers probably dead.
Yeah, that's true about that. That drug, oh my goodness. I was like, I just couldn't believe it.
I could, but that's what I'm saying. But the thing is like everybody will talk bad about motherfuckers about on crack, but talk about that shit.
Oh, yeah, that thing is like 10 times. Is that I couldn't believe it. I couldn't.
Because the thing is they can't put a face to that.
Right, that's true.
That people are gonna vote for you.
Right.
They're not because the thing is people looking at there's like, oh, if I vote for this person, they're gonna do this. They're gonna put the blacks in check, or they're gonna put the so and so in check. It's like, nah, bro. Like that's probably rich kids. I mean, kids of rich people, kids of whatever. Because you look at motherfuckers, you look like some of people look. Yeah, you look like you're supposed to be a doctor or something, or you're supposed to be in a college, or you never seen or something like.
Right.
Give me my COVID shot or something. You motherfuckers over there fucked up.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
And then just imagine like what happens when the motherfuckers go on one in winter. Probably freeze to death.
That's true. That is true.
You know what I mean? So motherfuckers won't talk about that because a lot of people can't use that to their benefit.
That's true.
Nah. Come on, man. If a motherfucker gonna talk about homeless and people shitting on the streets in San Francisco and they trying to use that for power.
Right.
Let's go do an interview. Let's go to Kensington. Let's do this. Let's rent a mobile home, and we'll go basically live on the streets of Kensington for a week, and we'll document every day.
Right.
I bet you we get blackballed.
Yeah.
I bet you something will happen. They will shut that shit down, but
yeah, they would. Yeah, that's true. They would. Yeah. That's
you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. So like when people do shit, they have a certain agenda to push, and it's in certain things it's easy to push nerves.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, and the thing is, they know who to fuck with, and they know how to fuck with. I mean, with blacks, you're not dealing with a unified. You're not dealing with a unified people. Easy to persuade, easy to convince that their neighbor is against them. So you could throw whatever you want, and nobody, and you're gonna have the motherfuckers like Jason Whitlock, Queen Mayat, Kunis Owens, all them. They're gonna agree with you,
right?
Who the fuck is all these trolls coming in over here with important shit in this goddamn chat?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Yeah,
thank you, moderators. I appreciate y'all fast, man.
You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, though, I tell you one thing is, we all know who the biggest dope dealers in the United States are. But you know what, though? You know what they're going to say when they deal with them? They're going to say cartels. They're going to say illegals. They ain't going to never say Hispanics. They're going to never say Mexicans.
Right.
Because them motherfuckers will come for you one way or the other. Either you get your head shut off, or they're going to vote your ass out of office or something. They're going to get on Telemundo and Univision and start speaking all that goddamn Spanish and shut your motherfucking ass down.
Man, they troll. Look at all them trolls in there. I was like, golly. So
they got trolls, bro. Plenty of trolls out here, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So like, and that's what people don't understand. Like, have you ever seen when the Mexicans decide when they feel like they violate and they walk off work?
Yeah.
They shut the whole shit down. Mm-hmm. And ain't gonna be one motherfucker that's gonna go against them.
Right.
Not one.
Right.
Ain't gonna be not one motherfucking Terrence Williams gonna go against them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they know how to play that. That's why you never hear them say anything about with Asians. All that. I mean, come on, man. Fentanyl comes from where? Comes from China. Where's it come through? Comes through fucking through Mexico. They're not gonna say that. They're gonna say cartels.
Right.
They're not gonna call anything out by a race. But when you deal with blacks, you're not dealing with essentially with a race. You're just dealing with. It's hard to say. Because you'll never get motherfuckers on the same page. You know what I mean? And everybody wants to, you know, you take a nigga and put a mic in his face, and he gonna have something to say. You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah,
the
pardon
next
me,
time.
I'm gonna take this straight to the head, man. Cobra Kai season 5 come out in about 40 more minutes, so on Netflix. So I'll be watching it a little bit. I'm gonna let y'all talk.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. So that goes back to my point, man. Is that like, you know, when you look at the division, it's because you have people that have an agenda to push, and not just an agenda, but the money's there. So that's why you have so many people that are popping up. You know what I mean? That are being divisive, and they want to talk politics. They want to talk about somebody committing a crime, or they will talk about this and that, and they're just so nasty with it. You know what I mean? Because then next thing you know, oh, thanks for the super chat. You know what I mean? Like the endorsements, the sponsors, because motherfuckers are getting paid for it. You know what I mean? And they could be dead wrong on something, but they're gonna act like a district attorney to where it's like even you know what I'm saying? Even if I'm wrong, I'm right.
Right.
Yeah, come on, man. I mean, how many times has Brandon Tatum been wrong about shit? He won't own it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even if he's wrong, he's right because his viewership went up. He got cash apps for talking down on somebody.
Oh wow.
No, but that's how it is because that's what his audience is. Like if you get to rolling on something,
Right.
the motherfuckers getting paid. They're getting endorsements. They're getting, you know, speaking engagement fees and all that other shit. You know what I mean?
Oh wow.
Yeah, come on, dude. Those him and Candace, they're cashed out, bro.
God.
He's 6 figures. Candace is definitely in the 7s.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that shit ain't no joke. That's why you think they
Hold on,
react
is
to
this
that
the real
shit.
Big J? It's the real Big J. Oh, that's the real Big J. Okay.
Yeah, that's me.
I saw it
Yeah,
this way. I was
Yeah, no, dude. Those motherfuckers are cashed out, bro. Like you know, for Candace Owens to do a speaking engagement,
Yeah.
that's got to be 50.
Oh wow. Hey, Big J, I joined your channel too, brother.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, well, going back to the conversation you was having earlier, Eliam, I got your name.
That's likewise.
Likewise. Likewise. See, when you were talking about Candace Owens and that there's money involved, I think that started back in 1987. You know, when they got rid of the fairness doctrine. I think when you put more money into because news and media was like the least, because like you had this conversation, you had this conversation before, where like the media was like the least being the least getting revenue, the least moneymaker. And because they make the news now to be more seen as a competitor sport now, rather than a source of information, it creates the Candace Owens, it creates the Sean Hannity's, it creates the Rachel Maddows of the world. Well, I wouldn't say Rachel Maddow. I mean Don Lemon and people like that who's not.
Here's the thing, though. The difference between Brandon Tatum, Candace Owens, and the rest of those people are that Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum are just random people.
Right.
Okay. The other people actually have platforms. They're knowledgeable. They have people that they can call and say, find out this, find out that, anywhere in the world on any subject, any matter, anytime. They have an encyclopedia and people with resumes that can touch on any subject that's ever been thought of in the history of mankind.
Well,
And,
I mean,
and they can present articulate and factual.
well, I mean, it's kind of like though I criticized the conservative movement for a very long time because y'all conservatives used to have people like uh George Will, who used to be on ABC morning shows, or people like William F. Buckley. When he had that TV show back in the 70s and the 60s and 70s, with William F. Buckley and you know the National Review. I'm not even a conservative. I read the National Review. Back then when he was a part of the when he was still around living. So I mean, those people are gone, and now they're replaced by the Candace Owens, the Brandon Tatum's, the I can say the Rush Limbaughs and Sean Hannity's that was it kept the quality kept being decreased because it become people who are very not knowledgeable about policy and positions and people who compartmentalize things. It becomes now to bumper sticker arguments.
Yeah, but see, here's the difference though, is that we're dealing with people that are shaping the perception of essentially how you're supposed to interact with black people or how you're supposed to view black people. Okay, now people say they want to hear it from the horse's mouth. So when you're dealing with a Candace Owens or you're dealing with Brandon Tatum, they're not looking at themselves as black. They're looking at themselves like Larry Elder does.
Yeah.
Like they have an OJ Simpson mentality. Like, I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. So they can sit there and talk down upon somebody because they've already established themselves how people are going to see them. People aren't going to see them as a race. People are going to see them as a celebrity or whatever. Because we all know once you're a celebrity, you're separate. You could be the most ugliest motherfucker in the world on the back, but if you're a celebrity, you're gonna have bitches.
Right. Since we're talking about a black issue concerning Brandon Tatum and Candace Owens, okay. Well, let me try to tailor my arguments. Then, okay. Well, when it comes to those two, is basically it's same with like because like Candace Owens just recently put out a video talking about how Kanye West made Donald Trump, made black men vote for Donald Trump, and I'm like, okay, but what about those Twitter accounts, the tweet of the argument between her and Kanye? I guess I about them tweets between her and Kanye because she actually manipulated Conway. I can't stand Kanye.
Kanye.
And Kanye was made to be a fool. She took advantage of his mental illness.
Well, here's the thing: is that okay? First of all, when you're talking Donald Trump, you're talking somebody that has always had money, has always had celebrity.
Right.
Okay. People know who Donald Trump is. People respect Donald Trump like they respected Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Right.
Okay. Arnold Schwarzenegger became the governor of California because of his swag.
Mm-hmm.
Not because he was a politician.
Right.
You see, the problem that went on with Trump later in his presidency was the fact that Trump. The one thing that people don't understand about Trump is Trump always had money, and he always had celebrity. But until he was president, he never had power, and that's what people don't understand. Even in the real estate world, it's like you got Saudi princes that have got a million times more, fucking billions of dollars to fuck around with. He had money and he had celebrity. That's what separated him different than, like, let's say, Bill Gates. And Trump learned that when he tried to deal with Mark Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg and the motherfucker showed him, like, yeah, you're president, this and that, but we got the power. You know what I'm saying? We decide what you're going to say, if you're going to say it, if we're going to allow you to say it, if we want you to say it, if we don't want you to say it, you ain't going to say it. You know what I'm saying? That's what people don't understand. It's like Trump had celebrity. He had money. He never had power until he became president.
When you say power, what do you mean, though? When you said he doesn't.
I mean, it's like the power to he doesn't understand. Listen, I'll put like Donald Trump believes money is power.
No, hold on. Here's the thing, right of Floyd. No, what I'm trying to tell you is that Trump won because he. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you that Trump won because he wasn't a politician. If you listen to what I said he won the same way that Arnold Schwarzenegger won, dummy.
Yeah.
Because Right of Floyd is saying that I don't know what I'm talking about. That Trump won because he was not a politician. What do you think I just said, dummy? I said that he won because the people knew who he was, because he was a celebrity and he already had money. So they figured that he couldn't be corruptible. The same thing how Arnold Schwarzenegger became president, became governor of California. Same thing with Ronald Reagan. Same thing with Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was an actor.
Right, but I think that's the reason why Arnold got in. I think people went to Trump because he was a businessman and they felt that he would be able to form the country because by him being a business person, he's supposed to have a successful business. But for someone to get, you have to have power, some type of power to get a 40-year tax break in New York City. That's power right there.
Yeah, but that's old school power. That's not power today.
Oh, old school. You can say old school, no problem. But that's power. No matter what, it's power. A 40-year tax.
But my point though is that when you look at like the Mark Zuckerbergs, they have influence. They wave their wand and they've got the world because they have the platform.
Yeah, but they got
I'll tell you what. Okay. Remember, hold on. Right before I flow it, how is Obama working out for you, dumb man? Come on, nobody ain't talking about Biden. You know, can I people comprehend what people actually saying? Can people actually comprehend? Damn. Anyway, back to the point about power, right? I don't know. I don't want to use this as an analogy. Mm-hmm. But if you remember The Dark Knight Rises, when Bane got that businessman and told him, "You think this is about power?" and he stopped that man's neck. Remember the scene?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's what Homeboy's talking about.
Well, perfect example. Do you remember when Elon Musk was trying to buy Twitter?
Right.
Yeah.
That's why it was such a big deal, because if he has that platform, then he could push any type of agenda that he wants to mass amounts of people around the world. Facebook is 10 times bigger because they control e-commerce, how you log into shit. Like, do you remember when Facebook shut down for a day and motherfuckers went crazy?
Yeah, man, that shit was crazy.
Okay, that's power. That's power.
I see what you're saying as far as that type of power, but I'm just saying Trump, to get where he get to as president and to get that 40-year tax break and the other things that he did, he had power.
But that's financial power. But I'm talking about power of influence and to the general public, because he had power within his world, with this entity of dealing with contractors and taxes and all that other stuff.
Well,
to the general public,
but Donald Trump is more brick and mortar.
Yeah, but the thing is like his personality is so big that he wants people to laugh at every joke that he tells. You know what I'm saying? Once he became president, then he understood that, like, it's not whatever I say goes. It's like, you know what I mean? Because you have to deal with Congress, you have to deal with a lot of things, and then it's just like, if he says something, then you've got Twitter, you've got Instagram, you've got Facebook, and all of them that are holding him accountable, and they're pulling down his quotes, and people are calling him out on it, and it's getting back to him.
Yeah, but Donald Trump couldn't use the presidency to fight back, is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that like, and here's the thing: I voted for Trump the first time around because of the fact that I felt that he was the right person for it, which he was, and I didn't like him. I didn't like him for certain things that he did. But had he won the second time around, I wouldn't have had any problem with it, because I felt that he needed to continue what he started, particularly dealing with China and the economy. I have no problem with that. But that's not saying that he's supposed to be the president for life. And that's what's embedded in a lot of people's mentality. They can't live without Trump. But even if you want to, but hold on,
personality.
But here's the thing, though. Even if you won again, at some point in time, you're going to have to live without Trump.
Mm-hmm.
At some point in time, you're going to have to learn to fly and leave the nest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what the problem is, so there's this cult of personality. attached to Trump, which is dangerous. I mean, you got people, you got some people in this chat room. You try to tell them something about, I remember that one time I said, well, Trump is not a globalist. Okay. And then when I explained him, okay, well, when Jared Kushner was in the White House with him, Jared Kushner was doing all them side deals over there at that, what's that called, Economic Forum in Switzerland and shit. Y'all ain't keeping up with that shit. No, but they start doing all that shit.
Like I said, because
I got a problem with it.
Yeah, both.
Here's the thing: is like I think the problem is that a lot of people got into politics with the advent of with social media, and probably the last 3 or 4 years, everybody's online, and they don't understand that all presidents are going to do ruthless things. They're going to have people killed one way or another. So they're going to make it to where some people in this world are going to starve. Right. Some people are going to lose everything. Some people are not going to win. I mean, you look at what the Clintons did, and the Clintons, from everything through Serbia, Bosnia, Serbia, Africa, South America, dealing with Pablo Escobar and the cartels and all that shit. Like you have to make certain decisions for the betterment and keep things flowing. So somebody has to take a loss. That doesn't necessarily, and for the most part, America doesn't take a lot of losses. If they do, it's internal, dealing with the Fannie Mae shit. That was Americans doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? They took a hit with 9/11. 9/11 was the exception. But for the most part, the rest of the world, motherfuckers taking hits. Like when Trump did that shit with the tariffs with China.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have to think thousands of motherfuckers over there in China probably died because it shut shit down to where the manufacturing had to get shifted over here, and then a lot of shit went to South America, not South America, but to South Asia because of the tariffs and the fact that the people in China couldn't communicate over here and say, hey, we'll give you a deal, we'll give you a deal. Indians blowing my fucking phone up every day. Oh, you need this, you need that, you need this, net, because they can speak the language. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers are really taking losses to keep things float over here. And so that's what a lot of people don't understand about when you're dealing with the presidency. A lot of times they have to make a lot of hard decisions. Somebody has to take the loss. There's a balance, man, where there's, you know what I'm saying? Like, for every cause, there's a reaction.
I just think the whole system is working together. The entire system. And Democrats, I don't even I look at them all the same. The entire system is just basically corrupt. You got lobbyists that spends all the money to get all the bills to way they want it, which is legal lobbying. And what they did with a lot of people, especially like Ron Paul and some of the people in the Democrats, just shut them straight out. We're supposed to be a democracy, but you got these people shut right out. So I don't get, what I do is just educate myself and educate all my brothers and sisters.
Well, here's how it works, is that I don't pay attention to politics from the standpoint of who's going to shut who out and this and that. I look at it like a chess game. Okay, so if one person, if Trump's in office, I figure out what he's going to do, and how that's going to benefit me. Biden's in office, I figure out how he's in office. How's that going to benefit me? Because there's always something that each one has to offer. If you're a businessman, if you're just a casual person that's running around doing the 9 to 5, then you just have to save up your money, buy a house, and ride it out, or find a good job that's going to be stable, that's not going to go under. You know what I mean?
But then you proved my point. You just said it doesn't matter what you do to benefit you. For you to do that, you have to educate yourself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
The thing is it's a business guy back here where I'm from. When they asked him the question, they asked, "Are you a Democrat or Republican?" He said, "I'm either. I'm neither." He said, "It depends on which party is good for my business." If it's a Republican, then I put more money in the Republican side. If it's Democrat, I put more money in the Democrat. It depends on the structure of his business and what would benefit him more.
Yeah, and that's how it's supposed to be. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, I have to make those decisions on how I'm going to do it, how my worker is going to do it. But if you're just 9 to 5, I mean, for the most part, it does. For the most part, as long as your job's providing for you, it's not going to make any difference. Because at the end of the day, regardless of who you vote for, you're not making those final decisions. Your employer is.
Yeah, but understand. Are y'all saying that people who work 9 to 5 shouldn't be concerned about other issues? They should just.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying educate. I'm saying educate yourself. Educate. I know it's hard because while you're working 9 to 5, you got to come home, rest, take care of your kids, whatever stuff like that. But I do think if you are into it, that you should educate yourself. Educate to know what's going on, to know what laws they pass, and the tax laws or anything else, because it affects your payment as far as on your paycheck and stuff like that. Know what's going on. Know as far as it's affecting your family, what you need to do, wherever you live, what laws are they passing? Is these laws going to affect you in what way? Because you don't want it to not know it, then it hits you, and then that burden be real heavy. But if you educate yourself, understand it, and know, you'll be able to prepare yourself. So yeah, I do. If you're 9 to 5, yes, but it is hard. If someone says it's hard, I understand, because you got to take care of your family, your wife, your kids.
But you all, at the same time, you also have to be careful with that too, because, I remember it's okay, like you saw in New York City where Amazon unionized, right?
Right.
Okay, now you know what Amazon's going to do, right?
They're going to bolt. They're going to go somewhere else.
What they're going to do is they're not going to fire anybody. They might move that goddamn that facility to the middle of Pennsylvania and say, they're going to bolt and go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said it moved. That's what he said.
Because I remember back when SBC, way back in the day, SBC did that, and people went on a strike. They didn't fire anybody, but they moved it like 700 miles away.
Yeah,
and they moved it.
But that's how some of those companies went to. They went a labor state. They went to a state like South Carolina or Texas, somewhere where it's a right to work state, so they can do whatever what they want.
Right. But my point, like I said, my point though is that you still, as a 9 to 5 worker, you have to be careful how hard of a line you push, particularly with the big companies, because. Okay, since New York since New York unionized, then everybody else unionizes. Then it throws off the entire algorithm of how Amazon's going to work. Then, because a lot of people don't understand how unions work. Okay, now let's say us three start a business, right? And we make, let's say we make this special bike seat that once you take the seat off, it turns into a bike lock. It's an all-in-one, right?
Right.
And we're making it here in the United States. One dude's handling the marketing, one dude's overseeing the manufacture, one dude's dealing with the actual design and shipping and the fulfillment and all that other stuff, right? Then our shit just blows up. Walmart wants our shit. All the bike shops want our shit. You know what I mean? And our shit's just everywhere. Everywhere there's a bike, because it's a built-in bike lock, right? With the seat. Because generally when you lock your bike up, you take the seat off anyway, because so nobody can steal the seat.
Right.
But the seat turns into a bike lock.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So all of a sudden our shit is popping. So we go from a 3-man operation to a 20-man operation to keep up with the demand. Okay. The next thing that happens, these motherfuckers want union. So you know what happens, right? When union's formed, they become our partners. We can't just fire a motherfucker. We have to have a reason to fire them. We have to get human resources. Our overhead changes dynamically. We went out and got investors to help us grow this shit, because our shit's selling You know what I'm saying? So we're playing with other people's money. So what happens? These motherfuckers go on strike. They're fucking up the entire chain. People don't want to invest. You know what we're going to do? Man, fuck these motherfuckers. We letting all you motherfuckers off. We're sending this shit to China. Our shit's coming back. We don't have to deal with no motherfucking labor. We don't have to deal with no motherfucking unemployment, no retirement benefits, none of that shit. Because you motherfuckers got greedy. You saw somebody else riding a Cadillac and your ass wanted the Cadillac. So now you go work for the motherfuckers to make the Cadillac. Your ass is out. Our shit's rolling. We don't have to do shit. Our shit gets drop shipped here, everywhere from China, and we're getting fucking paid. And that's the issues. That's what goes on when motherfuckers push the envelope with people that understand how supply chain works. That's why when you work for companies, you gotta be careful with what the fuck you ask for. And that everything I said to you about the bike chain, I just made that shit up just now. But it's
man, you might hurry up and
patent that.
Patent that shit. that shit. Damn.
Well,
but you heard patent that shit out.
Yeah.
But you see how scenarios work out.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what people don't understand. It's like, okay, well, they don't want us to have this and have that. It's like, nah. It's like, do you want to get paid now and then somebody else come along later on and then your ass is out? Or you want to ride this out and be here for the next 20 years?
Right.
Because not everything is supposed to go big. Everything's supposed to diversify and all that. And it's just, you can't always have what the next person has. Sometimes you can have that, but you got to save for it. And I think that's what happened, man. It's like, you know, when during the 2000s, everybody started seeing everybody with houses, and a lot of people had houses, but you kept refinancing it. That's how much people lost their houses. They got talked into refinancing their fucking houses. Oh, it's going to continue to go up, so you just keep refinancing it. Yeah. And then everybody saw everybody with Escalades, saw everybody with fucking Tahoes. Yeah, but you know, they're making monthly payments. They didn't just go pawn their fucking house and buy that shit. So that's what people don't understand about how all that shit works. Now, you as a person voting for somebody to come in office, that might affect our entire supply chain. It's like when Trump came in office and he put the goddamn tariffs against China. That fucked a lot of people up here. Because they couldn't get the supplies.
No, it fucked up the farmers up. I mean, let me say the agriculture industry took a hit because of tariffs. You couldn't get rice. The rice fucked up. Cattle, because China is in the Pacific. You know,
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Overall, on the tariffs, America won. Because here's the thing with China is China imports 50 times more than they export. And that's what people don't understand is like China cannot like manufacturing plants do not shut down. They manufacture and they warehouse and they find other markets. If it doesn't sell here in the United States, it's going to sell in Africa or it's going to sell in Europe. It's going to sell where else sells. They never shut down shit. They have to continue going.
When you said America won, which Americans won?
Well, Americans won because of the fact that China has to continue to buy. Like a lot of like when you talk, basically 40% of all corn made in the United States goes to China. When the tariffs happened and China stopped buying, basically they warehoused it, and then when they finally shipped it, they shipped it at 20% more. Because China has to consume. You gotta understand they don't have reserves like that.
Yeah, but they consume, but they don't get all their corn from America.
And that's where if you look at the agriculture sector,
right?
They took a hit under Trump. I don't know.
No. They took a short-term hit, but what I'm saying is that like the corn and stuff, they warehoused it, but then when they shipped it to China. And because China has to buy it, they don't have anyone else to buy it from. You got to think America is what, not even 400 million people. China's 1.5 billion people.
Yeah, but they'll get their agriculture from
but agriculture
they get it from India and they get it from Australia. So
no, they don't. They get some things, but what I'm saying is even Australia is only 20 million people, man. They can't it's not just them buying stuff from us and eating. It's stuff they buy from us to remanufacture, to ship out to other places, to manufacture there and ship back here. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's a lot that goes. You
Right.
can go, like if you go to Walmart and you look at fucking half the food that's made in there. Like if you go look at tilapia, it says made in China. Tilapia only grows in 2 places in the fucking world. Tilapia is only native 2 places in the world: Africa and South America.
Mhm.
Why is it coming from China? Because Africa and fucking shipped it to China because China controls all the distribution around the world.
Right, but see, that's where on the economic standpoint that America failed, because when he did the tariff on that and raised it, they raised it as far as when it gets to the supermarket, they raised the taxes on that. So
but here's the thing: what happened was
wait a minute, hold up. So they wouldn't lose. They raised it as far as it was ships out in the sea. This wasn't just standing there, just sitting there. You know who made a whole bunch? People like Goldman Sachs, Bedrock, BlackRock. All those hedge fund companies made a killing.
Well, I like I said, for me, I made a killing too. Because what happened was it forced the price up so high to where, for one, it didn't make any sense to go to China.
Right.
But hold on. But also, I hired like 3 people in China that deal with Alibaba that work there, and we made a deal. We made a deal to where it's like, because if you go on there, like I do embroidery, so like if you do chenille patches, if you do embroidery on caps or anything, I do that. A lot of people go on Alibaba and they'll find a company over there and they say, okay, yeah, let's go with that. If you would go to that company and you said, hey, I need 500 hats made, they would take the order. I would do the manufacturing because they couldn't get it here in time because of the tariffs. The prices was higher. It was cheaper for me to do it. Them keep their client, me get my cut, have it done here, then have it go through them, pay the tariffs, and sit at the ports.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
So I won.
You won on that. Yeah, that's because you didn't have to go through a middleman or anything like that. So
no, I did go through a middleman. I went through them. Because the thing is, a lot of people on Alibaba are actually brokers. They don't have shit.
I thought you had your own embroidery. Oh, okay.
No. Me, I have my own shit. But what I'm saying is that I went through the middleman is the person on Alibaba that you're thinking you're dealing with the OEM manufacturer in China and getting a better price.
Okay.
But no, I have my own shit. I work for me. I got heads, bro. I do embroidery.
So you got your own embroidery, right?
Yeah. I got my own shit.
So what did you get from Alibaba? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Then what did you get from Alibaba then?
Well, the thing is, like, I got the brokers in China to give me the jobs instead of getting them done in China.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You are like a contract. Oh, okay, I got you.
Because like, let's say if you went on Alibaba and you ordered 50 hats, right, from China,
right.
You had to pay. You had to deal with the tariffs, and you had to deal with the customs, DHL, and it's sitting in the ports if it didn't go on the plane. Okay, so what happened was they got to keep their client, and I did the work. I was like, okay, you guys just. You guys process it. Send me my money. Send me the work, and I'll drop ship it. I'll blind ship it from you.
Right. I got you. You're basically like a contract. I got you.
Right. To where
they basically like what we call outsource. They just outsource the job, the work. I got you. They
outsource it to me instead of like keeping it in China. That only happened because of the fact that the tariffs were there, and with the tariffs, it was cheaper for them to actually work with me than even work with their own people there.
Right, because as far as how I got you. When it comes to the ports and stuff like that, they tax. I got you. Yeah, that would be a good position to be in, especially.
And then you look at like one thing that's weird is that how people are always talking about athletes, protesting China. Like you talk about LeBron, those dudes really don't have that much power.
Right.
Although I think it's like 60 or 65% of all NBA income comes from China, from television rights.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like all that marketing money comes from China, but that's how they're able to give all those big salary contracts because it ain't coming from here.
Ain't one of the owners is from China?
You're right. Yeah, he's from China. But my point though is that like when they give somebody a $200 million contract, because all their all their contracts are guaranteed.
Oh, for real? Oh, okay.
Yeah, NBA is guaranteed. Like that's your. If you
Oh,
get 200 million, you get 200 million.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, NBA is guaranteed. That's true. That's
right.
true.
So like when you think about like, Dame Lillard getting 175.
Right.
That's not coming out of the stands, and that's not coming from American television.
Oh, okay.
That's coming from the television rights to be aired all over around the world. And China and India is not into it. Europe is into football.
Okay.
China is 1.5 billion.
Okay.
It's the marketing money. It's all that shit because basically whatever goes to China, the NBA gets it. So like if it's a billboard with with Jokic on it. Okay, Jokic doesn't get that money from the billboard in China.
Okay.
The NBA does.
I got you. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So like those dudes, they don't have that much power. The people who have power is Walmart.
Yeah, that's true.
Walmart, because 15% of everything that's made in China goes to Walmart.
Yeah.
50% of their fucking manufacturing is Walmart.
Oh, okay.
So that's the thing. It's like that's
Amazon over there too. Ain't Amazon and Tesla? They over there too, right?
No, everyone's over there. But what I'm saying is that like when people say, oh, LeBron James, you'll talk about BLM, but you won't talk about the Uyghurs in China getting this and that. It's like, well, if he did, so what? They're just going to ban him and they're going to tax the NBA. That's not going to change shit.
Right.
But if Congress said, hey, China, you know what? You need to do something and be more nice to them people and stop talking crazy, or we're gonna put a 50% tax on everything that goes to Walmart. What the fuck do you want to do?
Okay, I got you.
You see what I'm saying? But that's not glamorous. They can't say Walmart is doing this and doing that, but they could throw it on LeBron James. They can throw it on somebody that. Yeah, because quoting LeBron James is different than quoting like Walmart. Let's be real.
I got you. Yeah, that's true.
So when everybody's pushing those agendas, like I said, when motherfuckers pushing those agendas, a lot of times they don't have everybody's best interest in heart because they would call it Walmart.
That's true. They own Denver Broncos now too.
Man, like I said, here's the thing, bro. Walmart runs shit.
Yeah.
People, because motherfuckers always talk about like, I have conversations with people all the time about this shit about like quality and this shit. Because I'm a simple dude, aside like with clothes. I'm a fat motherfucker now, so I can't dress nice. I don't feel good. Being 280 in a suit. There ain't nothing sexy about that, nigga. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's just not like you see a girl that's 400 pounds wearing all yellow. There's nothing sexy about that.
Oh snap!
You know what I'm saying? But so I have conversations with motherfuckers about all the time about how things move, and it's like what state are you in, man?
Maryland.
Okay, I'll give you Macy's.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you Target.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever. What's your biggest grocery store?
Giant.
Okay, I'll give you all three of those. Right. Good income, good quality price, everything. Just give me Walmart.
Right.
And I'll blow your ass out.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you know what I mean? Like cheap shit. My shit's cheap. Price is cheap, quality is cheap, whatever. But just on sheer volume, I run things.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. So like when people getting back to our main point, about dealing with the media, they won't call out with a Walmart, which can really Walmart wave they want and shit's gonna change.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because the thing is with Walmart, man, it's like they could make or break economies. Like you got to think that like if you're like let's just say
they killed a lot of mom and pops. Yeah, they killed all the mom and pop stores.
Yeah, but at the same time. They killed a lot of mom and pops, but they also made a lot of them too. Because of the fact that like when you look at all the produce, they buy local.
Okay.
Yeah, so like if you grow, like if you grow certain vegetables, like if you grow cabbage in an area, and you got an account with Walmart, you good. You know what I mean? Let's be real. Like you see what I'm saying? Like they don't like if it's strawberries. The strawberries in your area probably don't come from California. They come from some local farmer there.
Probably, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like yeah, they mess up a lot of, but it's probably good for the better because if a Walmart comes in, then people are going to get some type of work. The tax base is going to be bigger because people from the smaller areas, smaller cities, or whatever are coming in. So whatever city that place is in, the tax base is going to go through the roof. They're going to have more money for resources to build in the infrastructure to where it's like if I just got like a little electronic shop selling whatnots, that's different than Walmart. You know what I mean? Like this bringing in that volume. It's young kids if they do want to work, they can go and they can account for their time. They can get into the workforce at 16 years old, and at Walmart at 17 you can apply for a scholarship and they will pay for you to go to school.
Yeah, I think I have someone that work at Amazon. I think they do it there too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And people don't even know that. But that's another thing is that those are entry level jobs. So when you talk about when we go back to the root of what we were talking about earlier about changing how people interact and understanding, it's like if you work those type of jobs, you're going to interact with people. You're going to learn how to talk to people. You're going to learn how to peep body language and all that other shit.
Mm-hmm.
As well as accounting for your time.
Right. That's true.
You know what I mean? So so there's a big benefit to that, and the fact that like when you look at like a Walmart, most of the time you don't see a manager there. You just see workers running around. So that job can't be intimidating like working for a certain boss where his son is working there and his wife's the accountant and you know what I mean, and just all that other shit to where it's like you don't even feel like being yourself. You know what I mean? Like you feel like you're walking on fucking pins and needles because you know what I mean. It's not the good old boy system, but it's just a whole different thing to where it's like every time okay, I'm gonna go work in the produce section today. Well, okay, I'm learning about produce. I'm gonna work over here with the shoes. Okay, I'm learning about fucking different shoes and all that other shit. So it's an experience within itself that a 16 or 17-year-old can go and do, and he's gonna meet some characters along the way. Come on now, he's gonna meet some characters. So there's a great thing with that entire experience about being low budget box office and just take it for what it is. It's not always about the money. So Walmart in a sense does a lot of good for people that will embrace it and say, okay, well, fuck, you know what, man, there's not a lot of jobs out there, man, that kids can get into. You can't get into fast food no more. Nah, because all fast food was supposed to be was entry level jobs to get kids into the workforce.
Mm-hmm.
But as business owners, I do understand why they hire a lot of middle-aged people. Out here, people that can barely speak English or whatever. I understand why, because the turnover rate is so high amongst kids because they're not supposed to take it serious.
Yeah.
But as a business manager or an owner, it's like I have to write the schedule. People have to be here. People have to know how to make the sandwiches. People have to make. If it's Burger King, you got to know how to make fucking 20 different sandwiches. You got to know how to make all that different shit. And the way the general public is, motherfuckers flipping out because they got 3 pickles instead of 4. You know what I mean? Like motherfuckers are really spazzing out over simple shit over a fucking $5 sandwich. You can lose your fucking life.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? And so as a business owner, I do understand that like, okay, I have to run a business. I understand that this is a simple fucking $3 sandwich. It's not that serious. But I have to run a business and be consistent with it. That's just how it's supposed to go. We can't just say it's just a simple sandwich, so motherfuckers ain't got to show up for work or just have cooked a motherfucking hamburger. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? But those are entry level jobs. But you take that same kid and you put him in in a Walmart, and it's not that serious.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like the stakes are not as high. It's like you're just a number that you come in and you can get what you get out of it. And then if you call in sick, motherfuckers still gonna buy shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You could just put motherfuckers at the register in a Walmart. Motherfuckers gonna get what the fuck they need. Like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes people need help, but for the most part, let's be real. You're going to Walmart, man. Where's this at? Okay. I'm gone.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean? So that's what people don't understand about how Walmart can change. And it's just like people say, oh, well, Walmart's fucking things up. But, like, what's the alternative?
That's true. That's the thing. What's the alternative? And it's not. They pretty much got everything on lock. A monopoly going on, pretty much.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what's the alternative, like, for the people that don't like a Walmart? It's like going to Target. And Target is like, man, you motherfuckers just trying to be like Macy's or some shit. Like, you know, you got these semi-nice clothes, fucking overpriced. You don't have a big selection. You know, if you're going to a Target, the Target. Have you been to like a Kohl's?
I've been to Target. I've been to all of them. I just think that all of them working together.
I know, but what I'm saying is, so like when you go, if I go to Walmart,
mm-hmm.
it's really hard for me to not walk out there with something.
Oh yeah, because of course, yeah.
But if I go to a Target, only reason I'm going to a Target is because I need something that Target has, like
specific. You need something specific. Yeah, I see.
That Target has. But if I'm just randomly fucking around in a Walmart, you know what I mean? Like it's just real hard to not grab something.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I mean, like if I go to Target, it's like the only reason I'm going to Target is because Target has something that I have to get from Target, and it's probably because Walmart don't have it. Same thing with if you guys got Kohl's out there.
Yep, you got Kohl's.
Like what the fuck is Kohl's? Kohl's is like the fucking the rebirth of fucking JCPenney or some shit. Ain't nothing in no motherfucking Kohl's I want.
Yeah, they said Macy's has changed now too. They like, I haven't been in the one since they changed it. I need to go in and see what changes that they made. But they said they made a big change, especially when I think they brought Toys R Us and they merged it somehow together. So,
yeah,
but I haven't been in there.
Yeah. I mean, I look at Macy's, and Macy's is probably it's honestly still in existence just for the touch and feel experience. Because everybody buys shit off Amazon. Everybody buys shit offline now. You know what I mean? Like motherfuckers are not going to Macy's and spending $80 for a shirt at Macy's.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like the situation like with Gap. Gap has been there, but until Kanye West like said, "Let's fuck with Gap."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But Gap has been there. But motherfuckers acting like Gap is new.
Yeah, Gap been around for a long.
Yeah. But you see, since Kanye fucking with everybody walking around with Gap shirts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, but okay, that's what it takes. And so until Macy's does some shit like that, no, you're gonna be like Gap was before Kanye started to fuck with them. Like it's gonna be there for people, it's gonna be there for the housewives and people that go do that shit, but that big ass 2-3 story shit that Macy's used to have, so furniture on one floor and appliances. No, that shit's gone.
Oh yeah, that's gone. Yeah. They restructured it, but I just haven't been in there to see the outcome, what they did. I seen I watch Bloomberg News, so I seen a segment on there how they redid it, reconstructed it, and merged Toys R Us, but I just haven't been in there to see.
Yeah, no, that honestly, I think that shit is completely gone now.
Mm-hmm.
I think because of the taste that people have, the options that they have, and the price point. Now, when you look at the options, it's like, I mean, people are gonna go to DD's and Ross. People don't like. I mean, that super high end stuff is not gonna move in the volume that it needs to move like it used to. And then there's just so many options. Like instead of me going and spending $100 on one shirt, I can go to DD's and I can buy 20 shirts. It's like you don't like. It doesn't have to be the top level shit no more. People are doing their own stuff. Like when you look at like clothing lines, everybody has their own clothing lines. People buying stuff that they identify with personally, as opposed to like I gotta have the brand new Gucci. You know what I mean? And then people Instagram, people going online. They got. I don't know if you know who Boz is. Boz got dude got that bear. He's killing it.
What's the name again?
Boz, BAWS. But
No, I never heard of that.
oh yeah, he's got that bear and he's killing it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because people are getting it. People are buying stuff that's more close to home to like what they identify with.
What's it called again?
Boz, BAWS. And then you know what I'm saying? And it's just like people are buying more what's close and personal to them, but things are just so disposable now because shit is so watered down. So it's like you could pull, you know what I'm saying? Like you could walk around with a fucking $100,000 watch. And it's like, okay. But people aren't gonna give you the benefit of the doubt of it being $100,000 watch because there's so much fucking counterfeit shit out there.
Oh wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To where it's like, if you got real diamond earrings on, it's like, well, I got fake ones on. We got earrings on. You know what I mean? Like you don't get any points for shit being real now.
Right. I got you.
You know what I mean? So it's just about volume. It's about the options. It's about matching my fucking Jordans.
Mm.
So if I got 20 different pairs of Jordans or the new Jordans come out, whoever's got the shit that's matching that Jordan shit is getting my money. You feel what I'm saying? So that shit was like what Macy's doing. It's like the shopping experience is still gonna be there, but I think those companies are working off of nostalgia, the money that they have, and investor money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They're not making any money off sales. Let's be real. It's like Tuesday morning, who's fucking, who's in Macy's at 2 a.m. other than a fucking housewife who's got money? And how much shit is she buying? Is she paying like enough to cover the fucking hourly salary for everybody in that motherfucking store? Hell no, not even close.
Yeah, that's true.
Not especially not here on the West Coast. Minimum wage up here is $17 an hour, about to go to 20.
Oh, snap.
You know what I'm saying? Plus the rent, plus electricity, paying for the security, insurance, the fucking overhead for all the shit that you got in the stores to sell. No, that shit ain't moving like that.
I was looking at something on Vice about they were showing about the what's the campus, not campus, cannabis, as far as the how it works in California and how a lot of these people was growing cannabis illegal due to the way the laws were structured. I was like, golly, then he had these people out in certain areas. I think it was down in the south part of California. They called them the Hmongs. They was growing all these cannabis high and making money, and actually the police couldn't actually do anything about it due to the laws. I was like, golly.
Oh yeah, because it was probably on the Indian reservation.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it was. I think it was on some type of. Yeah, that's true. It was on some type of property or something like that.
Yeah, well, here in California, the Indian registration, if it's a reservation, they can't. They can't go on. If it's a rancheria, then they can go on. But if it's a reservation, they have to be called on.
Oh,
so like shit can be going on, and they can look on the reservation and see it going on, but they can't actually go do nothing.
Oh, well, they went on, but it was like they destroyed it, but they was like the people will come back and grow it again and grow it within 3 months. I'm like,
well, yeah. But see, that's going to happen everywhere, and that's not as real. It's still prevalent now, but like if you go back like 2 or 3 years ago, yeah, because the top level shit was going for $6,000 a pound.
Yeah, that's what they were saying, because the guy was like, he said, I do this because I read it. He said they was interviewing a couple people. They was like, the money is doing it illegally due to the law. I was like, what? It was just crazy how they was going in the corner, and they, even though they destroyed, they said, well, yeah, they'll come back, grow it again. About
the weed game is a entirely like you wouldn't like a lot unless you're from California.
Yeah, I could.
Like the mentality of the people that are in the weed game.
Right.
However illegal it is, they're optimistic about it because they've been pushing and fighting and doing this shit for so long.
Yeah,
that like it's in their mind state to where it's like it's kind of like a nigga who sags.
Yeah.
And he'll go to a job interview at a bank sagging.
Right.
Because he's assumed that because in his mind that whatever he does is acceptable.
Right.
Even though we know that sagging going to a bank interview is not appropriate.
Right.
But that's how motherfuckers in the weed game are. Like they trust me, dude, I know a lot of the big motherfuckers out here because most of the people out here that grow at some point in time, or not grow but sell, were in the rap game. So Burner, who owns Cookies, I know Burner personally. I know a lot of the motherfuckers, and trust me, it's just like that. It's a mentality, how it's gonna be accepted, how they're gonna get down. The motherfuckers are gonna get their money.
Yeah, that's what they because they was like, well, it was on Vice News. I know Vice News because I seen it on there, but it was like as far as opening up a shop is so hard. So they was like, well, we're going to grow it and then sell it to the shops, but it's supposed to be the way they grow it.
No. But here's the thing, though. No, they're not selling to shops because to sell to the shops, all the weed gets samples. It's sampled, so everything that goes into the shop, they have to know where it comes from, and then there's certain growers who actually are licensed to grow, and then they can sell to the shops. But the
hey, I gotta bounce, y'all. I got it's 2 in the morning here.
Yeah, it's 3. Yeah, I got you, bro. All right,
man, I'm only halfway through my Padron bottle, but
I enjoy everybody.
But yeah, if y'all want to stay backstage and chop it up, I'm good, man. I'm here. You know what I'm saying? And chop it up. But yeah, what's up with you, Mo? Man, how you take over Kelly's station like that, man?
No, Kelly had to go and make some runs. She's doing this little she's doing some DoorDashes and shit right now. So
why are you stuttering, man? You sure she's doing DoorDash?
No, shut up.
She's probably selling some weed, man. Stop it.
Yeah, she sells some weed, man. We got some weed going on, man.
Some of that Kenosha Kush.
Yeah, Kenosha Kush.
That is doing Kenosha.
Yeah. We gotta go run and shit, man. So we got. So I was talking to Hope on the phone while I was just done talking to Hope. I said, Hope, I gotta go. So me and Hope just talked for like almost an hour.
What's up with Hope, man? She out there in Arizona still?
Yeah, she's doing really good. We're just talking because she's living her life, and we're talking some real shit.
She's out there in Phoenix.
She's outside of Tucson.
Oh, she moved down to Tucson.
Yeah, she been out there for a while.
Yeah,
she's originally from Baltimore.
I just remember she was like west of Phoenix for a minute.
Something like that. I think she is. Yeah. But now she's out there, and yeah, she's doing her thing out there.
That's good. She still wasn't.
I had to chop it up with her because I ain't talked to her in a little bit while because she be so busy with her life, So
yeah.
She called me back. I said, you know what? I need to let them talk. That's why I was talking to Hope.
Yeah, for sure. Tell us, say what's up.
I definitely will, man.
Yeah, but yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, it was a good little conversation we was having here.
Good. I like that, man. We got to be screaming and yelling all the goddamn time. Shit.
Oh no, that's just that's just Vin, man. They ain't, like I said, most of the shit when I'm on here talking crazy. I mean, I'm just talking crazy, nigga. That ain't my reality.
Right. I know. Likewise. Come on, I know you, nigga. All right, let me get out of here. Likewise.
Oh yeah. I got a question. What in Chicago? What the fuck is juking?
Juking.
Something to do with women, shaking ass or something.
Yeah, juking, shaking the ass and shit, man.
It's called juke. It's called juking.
No,
right?
I never heard of the word juking in Chicago.
No,
I ain't heard that word.
Okay, no. I was listening to some old. I found some old ass CDs from like early '90s from Chicago that I had. And this nigga was talking about juking. It was some dope shit.
Okay. No, I ain't heard.
I'll send you a link to it. We'll chop it up.
Okay. Likewise, I gotta go, man.
All right, man.
Hey,
Rest of y'all, man. Rest of y'all, brother. Stay up, man. We'll chop it up.
Stay up, man. Holla.